Here on the left-hand side of the screen right now. Fed's Bowman coming up at 8:45. We'll get Powell today as well during the lunch hour, 12:20. Fed Chair Powell speaking at an event. We'll be all over that. And then later in the day, Fed's Waller and Fed's Collins going to be making some comments as well. Individual movers, all about individual banks here this morning as well. JP Morgan, absolutely blowout report. Trading specifically, absolutely huge for JP Morgan. The price action, however, as it typically is with some of these banks, really not doing a heck of a lot here this morning. We'll touch on some of them coming up. It's worth noting AMD, big mover here in the pre-market. AMD and Oracle teaming up to deploy 50,000, or sorry, Oracle and AMD. Oracle's going to deploy 50,000 plus AMD AI chips, so more deal making in the AI space to talk about this morning as well. Ms. Adara beside me once again this morning. I mean, where to start here? Ahead of Powell coming up at lunchtime today, I mean, we're into earnings season here. Not a heck of a lot on the economic front outside of maybe some indication to come from these Fed speakers today. I doubt we'll get much, though.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, we know Fed's Waller last week said that they really maybe don't even need this economic data as much. They can hopefully rely more on the private economic data that they get released. We know CPI, that was expected to come this week. That's confirmed to not come until October 24th. So the Fed will have it before their decision, but we will get it about a week and a half later than expected. So interesting look there. These AI deals, though, I think that's continued to be an overwhelming catalyst. Broadcom, after announcing their OpenAI deal yesterday, reportedly out with, or they're going to announce a new chip reportedly. Then we also had the Salesforce teaming up with OpenAI. So many partnerships. Yeah,
Broadcom, nice move yesterday. Here's Oracle right now gapping down with the overall market early on, trying to push higher through that pre-market high anyways to start, along with AMD. Again, if you're just joining here, Oracle and AMD on a tie-up here this morning. 50,000 AMD AI chips to be deployed by Oracle. So starting to head back in the right direction here, guys, but overall a bit of a negative tone to start. Great to have Neil back in the chair this morning, guys. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Yes. What'd I miss?
Actually, you know what? I think if you put the market back to where you were last year, you're probably in the same sort of a spot.
I don't think I missed anything.
To be honest with you, but yeah, welcome back. It's great to have you back. You have Bitcoin. What might be the one that might be the biggest surprise?
That was like the biggest. Yeah, that was the. That was nasty. The liquidation event. Yeah, but you know, overall, like what you know what I'm already pissed off about and angry about. How does CRM get an OpenAI deal and they're not up? Everybody else goes up if you get an OpenAI deal or announce something, you're supposed to go crazy. CRM is actually flat on that news. So once again, that stock kind of stinks. But AMD going ham, that happened last week. I guess I missed the day that AMD went up like 25%. But yeah, continuing a bit of that move with this announcement here. MP going nuts with these tensions. Obviously, that's over like $100. That's going crazy. Got a little bit of Tesla on my mind in a more of a bearish tone, but yeah, so far, I think this is the one that's surprising me the most. Like, I expected CRM to be up a few points on this OpenAI thing, and it's not even, there's no volume. I guess no excitement for
so that's what trying to break out, at least looking at it. Oh no, my God, you're doing that.
And the Jays suck.
Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, you're making it to the ALCSs. I got the hat on.
They get outplayed.
We're still trying to support them, and it's too bad they'll never see Bo Bichette in a Blue Jay uniform again.
It's the worst way to end it.
I know. I love the guy too. I just don't think we'll pay him. I think the Yankees may do that with Volpe there, and they'll get rid of him and pay Bo what he.
He's going to get a lot of money.
We can't pay him. I mean, we're the 5th highest salary in the Major League Baseball.
He's going to get way more than we can pay, and we shouldn't. Though.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I mean, our team just put some hits together. Hey, man, we could still win.
Oh yeah,
Bichette to the Braves. Yeah, maybe. Who knows?
The Braves.
Hopefully out of the AL. That would be good for us. Yeah, but welcome. It's nice to have Neil back. I mean, we want to thank Obi and Joe and everybody for filling in as much as they did over that time. Yeah. So. Now you just don't have to put up with me. You had to put up with both of us, so that's good. We had to trade the pool guys in yesterday, so it was nice to see Mitch and all that. Of course, these guys are trading in sim mode, so a little different, not apples to oranges, but it was fun. We had them in. I hope you guys all enjoyed the competition there yesterday. They pimped me out and made me record all these different things. So hopefully there'll be some Trade the Pool stuff with some Trader TV Live happening at some point here. But yeah, good. I went to the Leafs game yesterday. They lost 3-2, so it was not a good time for Toronto sports teams. There was a day last week, I think, when every Toronto sports team actually won, but
yeah,
the Leafs
and
lost
then the Bills lost
yeah.
too. Like, what are you gonna do?
A couple good opportunities. Oh, here, I don't know. Did I?
All Toronto was weak yesterday.
Oh, the Bills.
But at least with the Leafs, whatever. Like at this time, not that big of a deal.
Yeah, did I?
I don't know what the Bills were doing.
Here, this is me. I don't know if you guys ever want to see. Neil, of course, knows my brother, but here we go. There we go. Here. It actually looks like it's superimposed, but this is what he. There it is, right there. So
yeah, it looks like.
It does, right? I don't know why.
It's because of the shade of the blue or something.
Yeah, maybe. I don't even know why I was wearing my jacket. We just were walking around there and grabbed a beer. So, anyways, yeah, it was a fun time there. So we're back and ready to rock and roll right now. It's Tuesday. You know, it feels. We had Thanksgiving yesterday, you know, here. So it was a holiday for many in Canada, but we're glad to be back. Yeah, no, I obviously had the laser eye surgery, so that's why I've got these glasses on. But they're not really working that well, and I'm not supposed to really be in screens, but we've been having too many back and forth.
You're supposed to wear the shades.
Yeah.
Those like.
We haven't had a full group here again, and now Sharif's off. So, yeah, sick.
My bad.
I got to start. You're bad. I don't think it has anything to do with you.
I teleported.
Yeah. But anyways, hopefully Sharif's getting better, and hopefully he'll be back tomorrow. I have Friday off, and I don't plan on being sick anytime soon. The kids got another tournament, so we're off on Friday.
Tourney time.
All right, man, we're all back in red. Well, we're almost all back. Let's go back over to the desk and see what they're talking about. I actually thought AMD is pulling, actually, just quickly here, AMD is pulling back. I have it on my screen a little bit right now. When I woke up, I was quite ill with the market, and then that might have saved a little bit of us here, but now you're starting to push back just a little bit. Right now, back to the downside. Did the Dodgers wind up winning last night?
Oh my goodness!
Was it?
I saw the highlight this morning because obviously I wasn't staying.
Oh, I saw what I'm talking about. Yeah, it was bases loaded in the bottom of the ninth.
Did you see what happened?
Well, no, I saw the guy.
The guy struck out.
Right, I saw that.
The pitch before he struck out.
Oh, was almost hit the guy.
He literally dodges out of the way of what would have been a game-tying hit by pitch.
I actually saw the end of that game.
And everyone that's like, oh, but you don't know what it's like to be hit by a hard pitch. If you know that the bases are loaded,
yeah, but I think it's an instinct.
But you go up to bat knowing that you have to take one for the team.
Yeah,
it's fine to move out of the way, but you got to know which way to turn when you're trying to get hit by the pitch, and that's you turn in like that. You get out of the way this way so that it hits you. Like,
it's just such a natural instinct to get away from it, though. So I
used to get hit by a lot of pitches because I was a leadoff guy. So it's in my DNA to get hit by the pitch and then steal. But anyways.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do? Like that's a tough way to lose a game. Ridiculously tough.
Bases loaded at the end of the day. They didn't. All right.
What's going on in the background, Minnesota Trader? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
What?
No, I know what's going on in the background, but this thing wasn't here before. The
that little desk thing.
Yeah, the desk thing wasn't here.
Yeah, it was there yesterday. I don't know.
It's a little high tech.
There's a lot of stuff happening around here. Stop asking so many questions. Chat. JP Morgan always has good reports, and it doesn't really do anything.
So it's all the banks, man.
That's part of the thing with all these bank stocks here today was JP Morgan, wasn't Morgan Stanley reported as well, like 308. Like it's not, I mean, this is, look at JP Morgan. This is their earnings day. Okay. Morgan as well, just hovering around. Oh, 154. Okay, maybe this is moving a little bit. No, are we even sure that they even reported today? I mean, we're not. We have no 13,000. What did Morgan report? No. Okay, so it was BAC then. There was who reported? Yeah, so JP Morgan. I mean, it's funny that all these other banks are reporting, and the only ones moving are the ones that didn't report. Citigroup is up there, and apparently Goldman, I just hear from Brendo, is moving around a little bit as well. 135,000 shares. Okay, so Goldman is the one that's actually a little bit down today. All right, what's up, Nick Downs? Yeah, I'm just playing around with you guys, man. I mean, you can ask questions about what's going on in the back. We're renovating the whole studio. Yeah. I mean, we've talked about Studio 8 happening, and we're taking this to the whole nother level over here. So, once we start leveling up, there's no stopping.
Can't stop, won't stop.
So,
Right. Wells Fargo's the one that's up.
Oh, Wells Fargo.
That's the one. If you're looking for the bank that's actually doing something good, it would be Wells. Why does this keep popping up on my e-signal? Like click.
I mean, Goldman Sachs is down 3%
anyway.
here.
Yeah, Wells looks pretty solid, actually. Hold that 50-period moving average. Maybe let's get up to the desk, but at least these guys are doing well.
What's wrong with your e-signal entitlements over there? What is that saying?
No, it says connection status.
Connection stable?
Here, don't show again.
All right, you got it. You got it. All right, let's go see what Adara and Brendan are up to. Probably some bank-related things.
Yeah, just monitoring some of these, or the lack thereof, maybe, bank movement right now. As Sean was mentioning, Goldman really the only one doing much of anything at all. That's Friday's low coming into play right now. Like we're down here. That's where we went out yesterday. We're all the way back down here, teetering on that low. So everything else, as far as banks concerned, pretty good. Goldman, not so much. So set that aside. Everything else, pretty good, especially JP Morgan. That's the scoreboard, the perplexity scoreboard, if you would like, for index futures right now. So 0.8 for the S&P, full 1.1% right now for the NASDAQ up here top right. VIX continuing its move back to the upside, same as the flies in here. Dow futures about 0.75 higher as well. It's worth noting again, we're seeing some of this negativity coming into play because of some movement from China on the tariff front, once again, targeting not one but two South Korean companies with U.S. subsidiaries specifically. So U.S. making moves once again in the rare earth space, trying to position themselves a little bit more, with a little bit more strength going into these talks between Trump and Xi. I think China responding to that again today.
Yeah, and I mean, we know on Sunday they responded. They said that the U.S. was basically kind of having a double standard here with regards to their tariff measures, and then saying that China can't release their own letters when we know there were letters released by the U.S. as well. So there was that. And then yesterday as well, though, China and the U.S. said, oh, we're still going to be talking. We're still going to be negotiating. Scott Bessent, U.S. Treasury Secretary, echoed that as well. And yeah, so now apparently the latest update is 5 U.S. subsidiaries of Hanwha Ocean, which is the South Korean shipbuilder, are going to be sanctioned here by China. Apparently, Hanwha Ocean shares down in Seoul, in South Korea, on this news. But yeah, I mean, overall, if you look at it from that geopolitical perspective, it just shows that we're going to continue to have this back and forth. Yeah. And as I said, you know, a lot of the midday on the news segment with regards to China and the U.S., it feels like we get something and then something gets taken back. Yeah. And then it's just, it's going to be constant. But I think that kind of constant back and forth, as you can literally see in the market, gapping up and then gapping down. I have a feeling it's only going to escalate from here.
It has very little to do with this South Korean company specifically, individually, other than the ties to the U.S. There is a U.S. subsidiary. So keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on 12:20 coming up this afternoon during lunchtime. Powell speaking at an event in Philadelphia. I was just trying to find the Economic Outlook and Monetary Policy at the National Association of Business Economics annual meeting, which is in Philadelphia again at lunchtime today. So it's the first time he's going to has made an appearance since the rate cut going back to last month. So I'm sure if there is a Q&A, there'll be tons of questions on what comes next, you know, how the overall economy is shaping up without any data coming out from the government. Remember, with the shutdown continuing, how they're handling that. Could be market moving. Guys, worth noting, yields not really doing much of anything this morning. Dollar is a bit on the weak side here, which is interesting coming off what happened end of last week.
Yeah, what happened?
Yeah, there's something just happened in the market.
I don't know.
Good,
we just turned
right here. AMD is starting to get to the downside again right now. Decent move happening back to the downside right now. I heard something about tech transfers, maybe. I'm not sure. 185 for NVIDIA on the downside. Yeah, a bunch of Feds speak today. We have here. I tweeted it out. So we've got, and I want to know what levels. Oh yeah, here we go. This is the Leaf game. Was really. I love it when the little kids come out. Oh, it's not loading. When the little kids come out and wave the flags. Feds Bowman right now. So we'll hear what he has. Maybe that's what the market was just going to the downside. Maybe okay. So Feds Bowman just speaking right now. And then Powell at 12:20. Waller Collins. So yeah, Bowman. We're waiting for comments as we speak right now. So the market just did a little bit of a move to the downside there. We'll see if we can hold out. But we hear, you know, all the talk today. Up to $27. That's still going. C up 14%. CRML, again, these critical metals plays, rare earth plays, all really going, man. Like 36%.
That's where the risk is
like
on.
You thought that you missed some of these plays, man. You didn't miss they're all like this was $4 to, okay, Neil, I know what you missed. Rare earth plays. $6.50, $31. USAR, a name that we talked about on this show many times, and I was like, oh man, this stock will just eventually just go up and down, and we'll be able to buy this. No, you are not. $43 on USAR, up 11% as well. We saw MP yesterday, MP Materials, wow, on more mineral talk, another 6.5. Like, all you can say is look at these prices and be like, what in the you-know-what? Like, the U.S. might be making more money in these plays than they're collecting in tax. Like, this is a monster move here, again, for MP Metals, straight to the upside. Yeah, things seem to be working in this space, and not so hot anymore, for names like Intel and whatnot that have pulled back a little bit here with the tech trade. So it's quite clear that there's one side of everything here. Tech is sort of going one way, and some of these metal plays going the other. So MP just continues to work itself out over here.
They get to be strong while everything else in turn ends up weak. But I think, look, AMD today might be a good litmus, because if they're unable to hold, I'm looking at it in Germany, if they're unable to hold on to some of these gains after getting that headline, I think that could bode. It doesn't necessarily bode well. Like, again, this is a stock that went ham last week, and much like when Oracle had that crazy gap up and did the 30%, and then it was a sell-off from there, like holding for a while, and this held its initial support, and then even on I don't want to call it like doomsday, but that big market flush on Friday, it ends up holding a higher low, and then you bounce off that higher low on good news. So if you don't hold this today, that'd be a really bad sign for AMD. Like, as we come back in, this is one at about 215. Seems to me like it would be relative strength play here. I don't know if I really love just stepping in at VWAP and all of this weakness, but AMD's that one with the positive news. And then, of course, the fact that it held out some of those key levels that I think even on some weakness might be a nice little potential dip buy. Like, it's not much that I love to the long side today, but you look at things like NP, and for obvious reasons, then AMD with that headline. This one looks like it could be a little bit different, so I want to give it a chance today.
All right, we'll get to Joe coming up here. He's got upgrades and downgrades, some options action to keep in mind once again this morning as well. Just real quick, I was just hearing AVGO moving back higher once again. There wasn't much reaction this morning to this from Broadcom. The initial move downside starting to get bought back up through 350. The move yesterday came early on, remember, right before the market actually got open. Then we actually held quite higher, but gapping down here this morning back below 350. A couple of people talking about that. As mentioned, let's jump over to Joe, get some upgrades and downgrades.
Good morning, everyone, and happy Tuesday. Yes, let's take a look at some of the upgrades and downgrades, as well as some of the options activity. But first things first. At the top of our list this morning, we have DoorDash getting that price target raised by JP Morgan to $325. And then Fifth Third Bank by Stephens also getting that price target raised to $52. Both of them negative on the session there, guys. Now, Waterbridge by Johnson Rice getting it raised to $29. Pattern Group getting that raised by Evercore ISI to $19. And that's positive on the session, 1.5%. Now, PPG also getting it downgraded by Bank of America, lowering that price target to $129. Now, Waystar as well, too, guys, by Barclays, $50 is that target being lowered to, and Mosaic getting that price target lowered to $43 by Bank of America. And same with Sherwin-Williams, $368 is going to be that target there, guys. Now, as for some of the options activity, there's a lot going on yesterday, especially after Friday. So some contract rollovers. Tesla at that 450 strike price expiring this week. There was substantial volume there, 59,900 contracts, and still some open interest laying at that strike. That's going to be 29,000. So just look out as that's above the current price we're trading at, so that can act as a potential call wall. Now, as for Broadcom, we know that they were striking a deal with Sam Altman and company. Also, the volume there 20,700, and the open interest, that's still relatively high with 9,120. That's going to be at that 360 strike price, once again expiring this week. Now, KWEB, the China ETF, internet ETF, there's substantial volume on that $43 strike price with 40,000 contracts and volume around 8,000. That's interesting. I think a lot of these levels can act as potential call walls. Look out for those levels to come into play, guys.
Yeah, Tesla's one that, I mean, I don't know if it gets 450. It's not gonna. I don't think that's gonna happen. Certainly today. It's only Tuesday, but this is one that stands out, at least for myself. Down a couple of points, so it's weaker than the rest of the market already, and you've got obvious resistance the last few days. Like anytime you can see, 1 day, almost 2, 3, the 435, the 440 area. That was one of those, okay, well, if we get up there, it's kind of an easy short, but favor the shorts today as long as it's underneath that price. So if we get all the way up to 35 to 40, looking for a bit of a fade play there. Later in the week, I think that 450 becomes more important. And certainly the other way to play this is to simply look at that prior support down here, 426. Like 426, 426, a little bit of a breakaway at that same price, and it's a pre-market high. Gives a couple of places to look for a fade early on in Tesla on some relative weakness. It's always in play, but maybe later on that week we care about the 450. I'm looking a couple other places today for the key short price on Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla's interesting. I mean, it wasn't really doing too much in the last couple of days as far as the news stories are concerned. But you know what? When you were gone there, Ford broke out and then broke down.
Ford.
So yeah, I don't think Randy's here
no,
today. I've already asked for a little bit of a coffee again, but yeah, no, well, that's what I'm saying. It broke, and there's some sort of a fire in one of the in their supplier there. So Ford all the way back down in again for these car companies. I saw Chris outside, and he was like, "Oh my God, it's airline earnings and all this stuff," and he's so super excited about it. I don't know what fed Waller, is it Waller? No, Bowman. Right now, the market's gone all the way back up to the upside right here a little bit. So that's kind of good for what the market's been doing. I'm writing it down. The first trade of the day today. We were short yesterday with Joe. The TQs and yesterday was kind of like a wilder day coming in. We actually wind up to the top side there, so we were able to get out of this trade once it broke through that 102 area. But I kind of want to look at that area one more time here today. So I'm trying to fade any kind of pops right now. It looks like it's going to be 101 maybe where we start this party, but I'm still thinking pretty short heading into a pretty light day. I mean, we talked about Fed speak and bank earnings really haven't done anything with JP Morgan. I'm still not even sure JP Morgan even reported. Okay, now they're starting to move down, now down 1% there as well with decent volume, and it was Goldman Sachs the other way. Like yesterday's movement was not really led to the upside in the NASDAQ. There's still a lot of weakness in other sectors. The banking recently has been obviously really strong, but this little bit of a fade out here, we're gonna have to see if we hold the 50-period moving average. So long story short, if we lose tech, which we seem to be doing a little bit right now, I'm not super worried about it. I mean, Amazon down at 217. I think there's just a lot of good buy opportunities right now. But if you start to lose like some of the utilities, you start to lose some of the banks, then where we're really relying on are the high-flying names, right? We saw Big Bear AI get to $9. Okay, well, Big Bear AI still actually up. I thought Big Bear AI would fall down on a play like this today, but this is what I mean. Like a lot of our portfolios are being held up by some of these, more random stocks that we're trying to swing. So Big Bear AI, a nice little move today. Wow, over 3%. That's great. I actually thought we were going to pull back off that 850. So congratulations again to the Big Bear Army. As we already told you guys that we're stronger than you, Open Army, right now. And there it is, man. Now who has a better price right now? They're probably about the same, $9 each. Oh no, Open down to 7. Down. Oh, I didn't even see what happened to. I don't mean to make fun of Open Door. I mean, I think Open Door's had a huge run, but the Army is in another spot right now. Open Door right at that 7 is actually pretty interesting. I didn't realize we were down here, so that's a pretty good spot here for Open Door. So I might even add this to the list today. I'd add it to a short, because like we're breaking down below right now, a short maybe into 6 and then look for a bounce. We're gonna have to wait to see what happens on this support here for Open Door, but yeah, look, it's 8:55 right now. No guests or anything here today. I think Raheem maybe is tomorrow.
But we do have, well, today's Tuesday, right? Yeah, so Raheem should be, Raheem should be tomorrow. But we do have a super chat, so good morning from Austin, Texas. I'm not sure if we have that right there. Day Trader LA, thank you for the super chat.
Oh, you used that thing? Oh, good for you.
What? I didn't do it.
Oh, you didn't do it. Oh, Andre did it.
So we can do that?
Yeah, we can do that, man. We've had that ability when you were here too, I think. It's a thing that
So you know what? I don't have the link up, that's why.
Yeah. No, I know.
We can do that too.
I never use it. I still pull down the chat, so that's why.
I do the same.
What was the super chat? We missed it.
It was Day Trade. Here we go.
Oh yeah, now we're going back to
there it
yeah,
is.
use it on there. Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, that's
from
it.
Austin, Texas.
Da Yankees lose.
Oh my God! I told Rebecca the one thing that I missed the most, because I 100% was gonna open the show with Yankee lose. Yeah. But anyways, what are you?
Oh, okay, Day Trader LA.
What are you gonna do? What's he saying? What's he saying?
Oh shoot, I did this again. Oh, I'm not supposed to pull this up. Put it back, Andre. Come on, man. What do you mean? Hope there's fish on the menu today. Come on, Day Trader LA. Come on, man. Thanks for the $50.
I had the worst fish.
Oh, you had bad fish?
No, I was at the one of the meals that I got. Let's just say was like the worst fish ever.
Oh God, but it wasn't tilapia.
I don't know. Like this is the whole. I didn't know what it was.
Maybe it was some nasty.
I couldn't tell you what fish it was.
Okay, I'm gonna look. Should I look at the menu?
What now? It's 8:56. You look at the menu already?
Well, because the super chat.
Okay. Well, yeah. Well, it's fine.
All right, let's go back to the desk and we'll make a decision on the what's for lunch.
Adair and I were just discussing top pizza choices in Toronto. Domino's, for me anyways, Domino's definitely not one of those, but it's worth noting $420, trying to hold here, $420 on the daily chart, a bit of a level, $400, a bigger one obviously for DPZ, but just reading some comments here. It looks like the call is on right now, the earnings call for Domino's, but overall, not a bad report.
Yeah, no, I mean, not a bad report for Domino's. It is one that does a little bit less volume here, which is why it wasn't on our watch list this morning. But yeah, I mean, DPZ, decent move, and actually maybe more of a move than some of these bank stocks too. I do want to let you guys know as well, another earnings play on watch, Johnson & Johnson too is one to keep an eye on, and they actually raised their sales guidance, and they're considering separating their orthopedics business. So lots of earnings plays outside of the bank world too to keep an eye on. Albertson actually capped up as well. So there's in the grocery space. Yeah, maybe bigger moves are not in banks today.
I was actually anticipating Domino's to be a little bit more negative. I mean, some of the comments were cautious to almost negative in general, saying they're seeing and anticipating more consumer slowdown and demand slowdown coming on individual store basis. But as Adair was just saying, big $400+ stock here, guys. Thoughts on Domino's today?
Well, my first thought is if you buy Papa John's, maybe they get bought and you get some
I do
juice.
prefer Papa John's over
Domino's. I mean, I prefer the stock as well, but at least for Domino's, we're supposed to say something. Let's say something nice. It held $400, so you have a nice double bottom. It's trying to reverse the trend. That's good. It's above 420. That's always a good sign. So I mean, it's not doing a heck of a lot of volume, but sort of what I was getting at is if you look at pizza, Papa John's, like there's some deal speculation here with Papa John's. And again, you have a stock which has made a higher low. It's just a better looking chart, maybe some stabilization coming in. I think this would be one that I'd prefer to maybe buy dips on support because you have the overhang of maybe in the next couple of days, you end up getting a deal. And maybe it's, who knows what the price could be. It could be 50, it could be 55, like whatever it ends up being. At least you would have something to shoot for. So yeah, that's the one I would prefer. Oh, nice.
Yeah, here we go. No, this is just a little, great. It's just a grade 8 project here. So Animal Cell, I don't know what these things are called, science fair thing.
Science fair, that's what it is.
Yeah, so we just had, so this weekend we went to Michael's, their craft store, bought this little styrofoam thing, he painted it, and then we spent too much money on getting these little, we could have just got construction paper, but for some reason we got this other kind of paper. They're plasticine, and then not the greatest. He woke up today and glued all these things on, but I'm noticing, oh, there's his name. Oh, Barron. Yeah, okay, nice.
Yeah, he's got
but anyways, yeah, better gluing needs to be done there. So
it's about the model, though.
Yeah, I said to Marissa, I was like, oh, thank you, Rob. Wow. Cheers. Thank you, Rob, for that one.
Oh, even in the cool mug.
Yeah, here, cheers. We got the cool mugs today.
What mug is that?
I don't know what mug this is.
I've never seen that one before.
Randy must be sick as well, you know. But there we go, animal cell model. So anyways, yeah, shout out to that. So very proud of him. He had a 4-day weekend, you know, and they had a PA day or whatever they call that on Professional Development Day on Friday, and then they had, you know, the weekend, and then they had Monday off. But man, he was just procrastinating that thing the whole time. It was like, he finished it today, this morning. Like, we had 4-day weekend. All you had to do was put that together.
You know you did the same thing, just like we all did. It's a rite of passage learning to properly procrastinate in school. You got it done, and it looks great.
Look, I just got an offer in my pool here, Hampton for Brock Bowers. The thing is, I can't do that. Not in our league. I mean, in the other league. Hampton's not bad there, but Vidal went crazy. I know it's not his job, but this last week there. Shout out to the Chargers. I think the Chargers. Oh, by the way, your Bills, dude. Honestly, so they have 4 wins. You know, those 4 wins, the combined record of the teams that they beat are 3-21.
I have some. I have some words for the coaching and
the only good teams they played, they've lost to, man.
Yeah, but there is
no. But I'm just worried about the defense. I still want the Bills to. I still feel like if Josh Allen has the ball, they're scoring.
Yeah, but the offense.
I'm worried about the defense.
The offense play calling is a problem.
Oh, the offensive play calling. Yeah. I don't think they use James Cook enough, but
no, their best. Look, at the end of the day,
they don't run the ball enough.
Yesterday, the most effective thing they had was the running game. And then for some reason, they just were not leaning on it enough.
Yeah.
And they didn't have any protection plan for the pressure they were getting. They were getting blitzed, and they had no plan for the blitz.
One linebacker dropped it pretty easy. I thought it was going to be
he dropped the pick
the other way there.
No, they're not.
That's football, right? That
they're
happens.
Not playing good ball
right now. It's just like
the
fact that they're not first in the AFC East is.
It's a joke.
Yeah. Anyways, Patriots look nice, man. Drake May season is here. Bill Belichick, man, what a guy. The guy takes all that money to go to North Carolina, and then North Carolina, I don't think they're doing anything.
He's not
now
gonna
no
last.
One's even talking.
He's not going to last long.
No one's even talking about him.
He'll be out after this.
Yeah, no, but he signed a monster deal.
He'll be out.
I get, well.
Belichick's he's not built for college.
I don't know. Plus, I don't think he should be coaching anymore.
I know we're going to get back to Stockton quickly.
He's got other things on his mind.
You can't.
You know what I'm saying?
You can't have what's going on with him around some college kids and not think that's going to be not weird in the locker room. I'm just saying.
I can't believe they did that.
I'm just saying. But yeah, let's go back up to the desk and maybe get into the watches. There's a lot to look at today. But to get back to what we were talking about before, everything about Papa John's is better than Domino's. Stock and
the pizza. And I like the fact that they give a little. They give that pepper that they come in with it, like a little peppercini, and then they also give the dipping sauce. But anyways, I don't know. We don't order. You put the poll up then. Fine. Go for it.
Poll. We don't need a poll for
Joseph.
We don't need a poll for that.
Joseph had a great opportunity, by the way, to have pumpkin pie on Thanksgiving. Of course, didn't have it. All right. Let's go back over to this. 9:03. Bank season's here. You wouldn't be able to tell, but it's here. Banks starting to go to the downside. Market trying to rally back now, only down 1%. Look, the Nasdaq was up 2.5% yesterday, 2.25% yesterday. So being down 1%, not the end of the world. But I'm still looking short. Let's go over and start doing our recap.
As always, if you haven't done so yet, ton to know, a ton to be aware of today. Grab the free watch list if you haven't done so yet. Link is below. Top link, in fact, in the description will get you to the sign up page. You need your email, and then it just shows up magically every single day before we come on at 8:30. We do your homework for you. Worth noting as well, Sharif is putting out his note this morning also, so check the posts page if you are signed up for that. Oracle and AMD. More on the AMD side than Oracle. We'll talk about both. Oracle to launch first public AI supercluster, which will include 50,000 AMD GPUs out this morning here. About right then and there. 213 gets taken out. Nice pop here back to green for AMD.
Yeah, and I think this is another part of what we talk about, that circular revenue, right? We know last week AMD and OpenAI announced a deal. OpenAI and Oracle also have their own 5-year partnership now. How does this AMD deal fit in? Well, apparently this is, again, just another push here. As you can see from this infographic, AMD has really been lagging behind NVIDIA, and I think now they're trying to step up that competition. Oracle specifically saying here that they think their customers are going to really enjoy AMD specifically for inferencing. Now, it is also worth mentioning, apparently these Instinct MI 450 chips, which are going to be used by Oracle, are AMD's first AI chips that can actually be assembled into a larger rack size system. So interesting look here. apparently necessary for advanced AI. Let's see how these customers take to it, but good luck.
Yeah, worth noting, we are coming back in here for AMD. Currently, overall, the market trying to leak a little bit back to the downside as well. A lot of people talking about yesterday as a rebound day for the market after Friday. Kind of seems like it was more like a pause and then potentially a resumption here, maybe to the downside. AMD or Oracle, Sean?
Or me. No, yeah, AMD. Like, I think obviously, here, we can look at Oracle. We looked at AMD once already. But if you look at Oracle on this, it's down a point at the end of the day. The good news, hold that 300 level. But I just feel like AMD has that spike strength and volume going with it for the trade. Oracle's done only like less than 500,000 shares. So it's not really doing a ton of volume on it. Good that it's over the 300 level. And it's really stabilized since it had that crazy jump. And overall, it's got a nice rounded bottom, but it's still so much inside of a range. It's not a bad range, like $20 range in here, but over the course of 2 weeks, all it's done is big day, and then hold under 311, and then rounded top. So unless it's breaking out this top here, which is $8 away, it's just not that exciting over there. Whereas AMD, on the other hand, like AMD has some real chance for some continuation. I still am looking ideally off of the 215 area. That's either a breakout, close support, and then now positive news. So you get down there, that's the spot I'd look for a bit of a bounce, and the other spot is probably going to get determined really early whether it can hold VWAP. If we can't hold VWAP, then it's about the 215 level where I'd look for a bounce there on AMD. As that looks pretty strong in that combination. Oracle, I think, it's going to be a stay away for me on Oracle, just not enough juice. And the 311 is so far away that maybe that's a later in the week thing.
All right. Yeah, so for me, I just want to look back at yesterday's close for AMD, really. I mean, if we can get something back here to 217, I think that's where that's where the 200 period moving average is. So if we can get something here right around there, I mean, that's where we closed. Seemed like a decent level there. Like I said, we were short yesterday, AMD, so it wound up working out quite well. That top is what we're trying to hold right now, 220. I'm feeling short today, so I want to wait. I mean, the short, this is good news, right? So it's actually up. So what I mean by I'm feeling short is not necessarily that I want to go short AMD. I just think it does make a move down here if the market goes. I want to try it in and around 217. This is not going to be held through to 215. Maybe I should actually lower this target into around 216.50 or so. But in this area, I don't mind trying the long. But the thing is, look where we were before that story. You know, and then boom, or the news. I mean, yeah, the news. I guess it's a factual thing. So nice move before that deal. So nice move up there on the Oracle play. I'd just be very weary of being trapped long today, and this would be a name that would trap you if you wait for it. So like, I'm not gonna let this thing just come all the way back in because there's a good story. So I'm gonna watch out for this 217. It's a 200 period moving average. It's also down here on the 5-minute chart. You know, you have the 50 period there, and then it just looks pretty decent down around 215 area. So yeah, between 215 and 217 for me is a hold for AMD. So that's what we're gonna do. And then even today, if we are gonna look real short in the chip space, unfortunately, I think it would be the big dog. With that, we don't have NVIDIA talk, no. So I just think that this is something that if you're gonna fade, again, like if the market rips today, I'm gonna be short the futures. I don't know if I wanna be short NVIDIA and the futures, but this would be a good little level here too, between 187 to 187.50. But I'd rather wait for this to come in than to mess around with a non-story. So let's wait to see what happens with advanced micro devices. We were on this yesterday. We'll be on it today, and we'll probably be on this for a minute here as we approach all-time highs again. I mean, we're not that far away here on AMD. I still feel like 230 is good enough if we can get back up to there. But yeah, that's what we're doing right now. All right. Bank earnings. I named off all the banks, and they were all wrong. So let's go find out which ones. I think I got one of them. BIC? No, they're not. No. Let's screw that one up as well. Oh, Wells Fargo. Yeah, but Brendan and Adara were yelling them in my ear. So, all right, let's go back over and find out more about the banks that actually reported.
Quickly first, SMCI just popping up here. Supermicro Computer launching a new data center building block solution line, offering end-to-end infrastructure from servers to liquid cooling and network power systems. So Came right back in, but I mean, that was a $3 wick to the upside there, as SMCI is known to do. So if anyone saw that, that's why. JP Morgan kind of grinding downside here. I mean, the earnings were absolutely insane.
Yeah.
Trading revenue specifically, absolutely monstrous. The one to maybe put a question mark beside is this one right now, as we said early on. Goldman Sachs, straight downside here, coming into Friday's lows after a nice bounce back here. As we see with bank earnings, yes, they kick off earnings season traditionally. The price action, not great.
Yeah, I would say Goldman Sachs right now probably the most interesting. I mean, given that it's a $700 ticker, it's down like 20 bucks. So that actually could be significant. Now, much like all the other banks that we've had report so far this morning, so JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, Citigroup, and Goldman Sachs, Goldman did beat EPS and sales. They all did. But Goldman did have a slight miss when it comes to equities, trading revenue, and that is likely what pushed it a bit lower. We know with these banks, as I mentioned yesterday in the market recap, we're not just looking for EPS and sales beats. What we are looking for is net interest income and also equities trading revenue. So that was a bit of a miss for Goldman Sachs. But as you mentioned there, Brendan, the JP Morgan, I think, was the biggest winner. Banking fees, 15% year over year increase. Market revenue, 25% up year over year. Assets under management up 18% year over year. And the CFO really upbeat here during the conference call. Tomorrow morning, we get Morgan Stanley and Bank of America.
Real quick, Robinhood didn't really move on this, but Piper Sandler with a price target increase right now on Robinhood to 155 up from 140, maintaining their overweight. So positive note there for Hood. Couple days in a row here to the downside though, guys, for Hood. Thoughts on the banks?
I think, look, the one I like is going to be Wells Fargo today. You know, like we see this time and time again, right? Like every earnings season. You know, it's not like they always meet the expectations. You're going to beat top and bottom. We go ooh and ah about JP Morgan and how much money they print, and then, you know, the time to buy them doesn't necessarily happen to be at 9:30 in the morning on earnings day, oftentimes. You know, because if they were down, then it's probably made a bottom already. But I look at Wells as something where they make the beat, and then they're not breaking out any tops or anything like that, but back above the 50 period here, right? And overall, you had a big-time supply zone right around 81 bucks last week. Not every single day last week, but last week. So as long as it can hold on to this, I think there's the continuation play. You hold on to 81, and then you're just looking for a play back into the mid-80s today and maybe a bit of continuation. So Wells up 3%, in lieu of what's going on elsewhere, like JP Morgan down a point, but effectively flat and not really doing much. So you give me Wells Fargo today as the one to watch. And certainly, if JP Morgan tends to dip and loses to 50, it's probably going to be a buy a few days after earnings. So you just wait for that one. But today, look at Wells.
Yeah, I think you want to go where the action is, right? So I would continue with the Wells Fargo. It's also a decent price. So, maybe for share sizing and everything like that might be a little bit of a better opportunity. For me, I really think Goldman Sachs is really the cream of the crop when it comes to investment banking and really being able to carry the day here. We've had a bunch of IPOs this year, so I'm a little disappointed in this result. I would have thought with all the IPOs and everything like that, they would have been able to collect enough fees to sort of support this recent run that it's had, but obviously it wants to test now the 50-period moving average. I was thinking to myself this morning in the shower, actually, and I was thinking like, okay, because I woke up and wanted to throw up when I saw, what was happening in the market. I said to myself, like, what would I buy if the market continued to fall down? And I actually thought about banks because I'm so overweighted, obviously, in tech names, and the only banks I own are SoFi and JP Morgan and some Canadian. But I was thinking that my next play might be in Goldman Sachs. So I think down in and around here, between like 700, if we can break through. And I knew that they were down, this morning and whatnot. But, with the market, a little bit surprised that it is down that 3%. I think a Goldman Sachs bid around $7 is something that I would not mind entertaining. So that would be something there. And then all the banks also, including JP Morgan, are all at 50-period moving averages right now. So you got to just make sure that you hold those levels. And I also don't think it's a horrible idea to trim some out here this morning on JP Morgan. I think what Neil was saying, you never really want to buy these stocks right off the open. Let's just see what winds up happening with them. And, the dominance of JP Morgan with some of those numbers that they put out, I mean, they are the true big time player in this space, and they've always been. The world's largest bank will continue to be that way. It looks like they're not going anywhere, and I think they can continue to get stronger. So look at it yesterday, nothing ahead of this report. I'd be interesting to see what winds up happening if we get to 300 again. So that's what we're waiting for right here is JP Morgan. Oh.
Walmart.
Walmart partnering with OpenAI.
This just in, I'm partnering with OpenAI to...
Trader TV Live now partnering with OpenAI to deliver the greatest AI experience of your life. There it goes, man. If you just punch along Walmart on that story, you're now at $3 in the money. So there it goes, 104, 106.50. Who has any idea what they're even doing with OpenAI, but
nope.
Probably a website or, I don't know, maybe it's customer interaction. We'll get that story when it happens, but there goes Walmart back, it looks like, to all-time highs.
It just says AI first shopping experiences. What is that, like? Okay.
I'm hearing that they're empowering their employees with AI power and training.
Like every company in the world.
All right, so if you're a part of Walmart, get ready to be chipped with an OpenAI chip so that you can just scan your wrist to figure out the prices of everything.
Sign me up.
And there comes Walmart right back down and now back into 104. So yeah, man, Aroni, you let us know in the chat there if you do have any opportunities to hook us up with OpenAI, because I feel we could have a great partnership there as well. But unfortunately, we are not a public company, so I don't know who would benefit from this at all, but let's go back over the desk. OpenAI and Walmart giving us something to think about again.
Anyone else at this point? Adara?
Yeah, I mean,
you want to partner with OpenAI?
I think I'm okay. I'll politely decline, Sam Altman. Right. But we'll see.
Here is IBIT. Let's talk some crypto here. The slide continues multiple days in a row here. Wasn't much of a bounce at all yesterday for the ETF anyway. If you go to Bitcoin itself, a little bit more stable looking on the 24-hour time frame, but here we are right back to lows pre-market for IBIT anyway.
Yeah, I think with Bitcoin specifically too, we did have maybe a bit of relief when we rallied nicely on Sunday and then relatively flat here on Monday after that big drop on Friday. Take a look at Ethereum as well, which looking a little bit similar, though unlike BTC, this low is a little bit farther from Friday's low. Like Bitcoin, we're quite close to that low that we made on Friday. So Ethereum may be a little bit stronger here. Now, it is worth noting, I mentioned this yesterday a couple times, but there was a very notable Bitcoin whale randomly opening a brand new wallet, making almost $200 million on that drop. So there's certainly some interesting things happening in the crypto space. Be careful, guys.
Still buying the dip in a big way. Big move for Coinbase. If you go all the way back to Friday with the overall market sell-off, we're back to that low as well. 340, guys, big time support for coin.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing I'm looking at Bitcoin right now because, like, on the 15-minute, liquidation was right into like 109, just right underneath 110, like 109.7-ish, right? So you've got a pretty hefty flat bottom break if we lose underneath 110. It's just, look, I'll be short if that happens, but even on any pop, like into 112, like back into some of these prior levels, into 112, into 113, I'd be looking for a fade play. So I'm favoring the short. I don't know if we break down underneath 110 today or it's like a later on this week kind of deal, but I'll be looking at IBIT specifically for that. So the levels, I mean, the levels sort of stand out. Obviously, 63.5 pre-market highs in here, fill in the gap 64.5. And if we break down underneath that 110, then we're talking, all the way down here, down underneath that 62. So I'm favoring short the pop. So if we lose this 110 area, then it's just joining the short. I'll look at VWAP as well for trend the same way I would if this had been a long one, but I'm favoring the short side on Bitcoin. I understand it could bounce off that support fine, and that just makes me patient as to where I would short it.
All right, just getting the sticky note out right now. Okay, so just real quickly on Walmart still. I just wrote down fading this 107. If we can get back up to 107, I'm going to short Walmart. Like, I don't, until we find out more details about this crypto, there's going to be so much, sorry, I know we're talking about crypto, sorry, this OpenAI, this AI, like, craze at some point is not going to affect every stock in the way that we potentially think it should or it might. So I want to fade this. I don't really understand this play. If we get going off the open, I'm looking to short Walmart. That will be out very, very soon as well. Yeah, IBIT for me, I actually put it on here on a daily chart. Oops, IBIT.NQ here. On a daily chart, it's very, very close. $61 or so would be that breaking spot, which I guess is that 108 and change. That's the level that we're looking at to hold. The last time we had come down here into 108, the last 2 times, we had held both times. I mean, I could actually, I hope I have Bitcoin up. Here we go. We have Solana up right now. We'll talk all about, just because we're doing crypto right now, but if Bitcoin's the sort of the tail, the dog that wags the tail here in the space. So, you know, the last couple times here for BTC that we've come in, it's held. So this is the key, very, very key level. I'm looking to potentially pick some more up. I talked about picking up some Ripple and whatnot over the weekend. This was a good little level right here for BTC, and that's exactly where we bounced a couple days ago. So I'm looking for 107. You know, that's the 200 period on the daily. I trust it on stocks, and honestly, Bitcoin is just as much of a stock as anything else, it seems like, without earnings or anything that a stock actually has. It's been really trading quite well and quite technical, right? Back up to the tops, fell back in on, you know, what is market worries. Now you're right back to the bottom, which we've supported a couple times now. So yeah, I like it here. I think eventually 100, maybe we see that at some point, but if you're starting a position or looking to average into something, I mean, the 200 period is never wrong on something that you like. But again, you know, I think Neil and I, and we all say around here, like, you know, just be careful about any sort of investment that you make. And crypto is not, you know, shy of making huge moves. And sometimes it's overnight. So you got to watch out there with an IBIT trade. You won't be able to get out of it the same way that you would, you know, potentially other stocks. I guess IBIT, here, OB always trades Blue Ocean. Yeah. You can trade IBIT, okay. So there is still, depending on who your broker is, you may have access to IBIT shares.
But the weekend's still a problem.
Overnight, over on the weekend, yeah,
the weekend's still a problem.
Weekend is a problem, but I was just sort of saying, like, over the next couple of days here, we should be able to use IBIT the same similarly to the coin itself. All right, 8 more minutes and we're open, man. Glad to have Neil back. We're ready to rock and roll. Let's go get the next couple of stories here. CRM, and AI.
Anyone watching Citigroup or any of the banks, maybe just a heads up, Citigroup conference call still on, CFO just saying they have no exposure currently to widely reported, quote unquote, distressed names. So just be careful if you're paying attention to any of the banks currently. Walmart coming right back in. I just read through this. I don't really see anything as far as detail goes other than Walmart through ChatGPT, or you can shop on Walmart now through ChatGPT using something called instant checkout. How they're going to combine those two, who knows? So happy shopping, I guess, with ChatGPT on via Walmart. Let's go on to CRM. As we mentioned, one of the names also with an AI tie here today.
Yeah, and it's weird. They're kind of like working with competitors here, Brendan, because they announced deals with Anthropic and OpenAI at the same time, all released via press releases at 8 a.m. So they're going to be apparently expanding their existing strategic partnership with Anthropic here to deliver trusted AI for regulated industries. Now, their work with their work with OpenAI seems to be more about enterprise work. So basically, OpenAI and Salesforce are going to be partnering up here to allow companies to access their Agentforce 360 platform through GPT. So if you're on ChatGPT, you're able to access Agentforce 360 from Salesforce. Now, the other aspect of this, specifically with regards to Salesforce and OpenAI, is they're doing a partnership with Stripe, too. So CRM is now going to have the instant checkout integration. It seems kind of similar to the Walmart platform. Maybe keep an eye out for more potential deals here because OpenAI seems very busy this morning.
Yeah, it might be the norm coming up for ChatGPT users in the near future here. Stronger than most, guys, right now for CRM.
This is a little more like it. I don't know how positively I feel about these OpenAI deals this morning, but at least in this particular case, if you take a step back and look at CRM from a purely technical standpoint, it feels like a good bottom has been put in. The 230 level, I've been pretty sure even when I was back a couple of weeks ago, we were talking about 230 having held, and now you have the close consolidation over the 50-period moving average. So that's good, and breaking out above would be that 51 today. I'm still going to favor AMD and then IBIT and MP Materials and Tesla overall, but I think CRM might just be a close above 250, and this is another shot at a swing long. If you didn't like that 230 level, anyways. So this could be a nice VWAP play maybe if you like low volume stocks. It's done 1/3 of a million shares, not necessarily my cup of tea, but I do like this in terms of where it's setting up. Closing above this 250, or at least even in the green, sets it up really well for a swing setup. And that maybe has it stand apart from some of these other companies getting these headlines.
Yeah, look, I was thinking about Salesforce. First of all, we just got the imbalances coming out, so let me just call this up real quickly. Right now, we talked about Beyond Meat yesterday, got really smoked. We'll have to watch to see if this thing breaks through $1 here today. So back to the upside there, so we can watch out for Beyond Meat there. BBAI continues to rock and roll as well. There's your CRML. So these are just imbalances that are going to affect the opening prints a little bit here. They're not really any significant numbers. USAR as well, just names that we've been talking about. Broadcom gets that huge deal yesterday, so that's 350. That was a key level as well. That should have been maybe something that was on the sticky note. And there's Tilray there. Yeah, look, I mean, Neil just nailed the levels there on Salesforce. There's really, it looks like it wants to break out. I think this is a good story. And yeah, I mean, Agent Force is supposed to be their next big thing. It really hasn't accrued to anything in the stock. If anything, they were one of the leaders in AI. I mean, that's what sort of everyone was using their management software for, was the fact that it was just easier to, you know, contact and get a hold of and manage. And so I was really thinking that they would have been one of the leaders in AI. So yeah, maybe they are, and maybe they're clearly not stock price wise, but maybe those of you that are using Salesforce, I know it's a little bit more expensive. There's HubSpot, and there is different competition now for them, but you are now above the 50 period and looking to get going here in what is, I think, a weak tape today. It's nice to see Salesforce up 0.6. So for me, I go long on Salesforce. I mean, I like the stock. I'm a shareholder, and we're just going to hold it to wait to see what eventually winds up happening with CRM.
Here before we get to the open this morning, rare earths back to the upside. These things have been monsters over the past week and change. AREC, I just did a quick run through here. AREC, probably CRML, the two strongest looking ones right now this morning, $30, holding nicely here twice in the pre-market for CRML. I mean, there's MP, TMQ, a ton of them.
Yeah, I think CRML here with catalysts as well, certainly on watch. Yesterday, they had kind of a convoluted catalyst with regards to a company apparently set to join them on their cannabis project, but then they released this press release right at 8:30 a.m. just saying that they were expecting the company to become more critical. Looks like this pun was intended on their part because I guess there's more proposed funding from the U.S. government, which they're expecting to help accelerate their growth. Kind of a random nothing burger press release, perhaps, but I think with the positive catalysts in this space, CRML is certainly something to watch out for today.
A ton of volume behind these moves this morning as well in the pre-market, guys, for most of these right now.
Yeah, you can't get above VWAP, though. CMRL just lost VWAP with big resistance at 32. So look at the barcode here. If you don't, when you're a seller like that, going into the open on a gap up play, if you can't break that out, I'm usually thinking it's going to fill in the gap. So in a pivot, MP is already sort of losing that. 95 to 98 would be the support zone from yesterday in the afternoon. I feel like that's the one I'll look at first out of the rare earth plays. And as Sean said, you do have some of those imbalances coming in there. I actually didn't realize what happened to Beyond Meat yesterday.
Yeah, there was some sort of a ball.
So I gotta look at that dollar level myself, but it is now gone off the located. You're gonna see Archer there for 350,000, sell Neil there, 400,000, sell BBAI, 300,000 to buy. But that imbalance on Beyond Meat is now gone.
All right, so I'm looking at, just to go over some trades, we just put the sticky note out right now. It is out now on X, so I apologize for it to be a little bit late working on it today. TQs, AMD, Walmart, Amazon. So I'm gonna go short both these retail plays. I don't understand how this will expand the PE of Walmart, so I'm gonna go to the downside there. Like, I don't know what that deal with OpenAI exactly does for them. I'm watching Amazon weakness. We had Amazon yesterday at 222, 220 yesterday. Now it's at 217. So we had the short yesterday. Can't hold overnight. And then I like the market. And I like the AMD long. We talked about that into yesterday's close. And I wrote down quite a wide area for them. I had wrote down I had wrote down 101, I believe, for the TQs. Yeah, so I don't know if we're going to get there. But yesterday, Joe and I were shorting this name off the open, and it just went up basically $3. So there is a potential here. I'm only waiting for this thing to go up $2 before we short the NASDAQ. So that's going to be a play for me. AMD should fall into that 215, 217 area. I think we'll try it around 217 first. And yeah, the Amazon fade is just a break basically through 220 there. It's been actually getting hit pretty aggressively here in the pre. So I don't really, when I had thought about this, it was all the way up here. So yeah, now I write down that as the short. So if we can get back into these levels, we're shorting on Amazon.
Yeah, weak on that. I mean, if you think about it, because if it's going to be positive for Walmart, down for them. But OGen bringing you the opening bell for this Tuesday. Check them out on the NYSE. Let's ring it in 2 and 1. Let's go. And I'm like you.
We are now
AMD certainly a first look here. I don't know if we're going to get that. It's at VWAP right now, but that 215 is what I'm going to be staring down. IBIT, I don't know if it's not much of a breakdown at the open, but still under VWAP. The first test for me is, can it get into that pre-market high for a bit of a fade? And not much happening too crazy off of the open. Thought maybe you get some more action there at AMD specifically.
Yeah, Amazon's the one right now for me that's starting to hit the skids a little bit here, down to 214 right now and extending its losses. So not getting the bump up for your boy right now. We'll wait to see what's going on. Walmart was the play that maybe might go. But yeah, off of nothing, off open right here. So just kind of just chilling out. We will put an order up there at 107 just in case that does come through. So great to have Neil back here today. We've got Obi and Joe on the midday show as well. A name that we didn't talk about at all. I don't think we mentioned it too much yesterday either, Palantir. They were up nicely there, up 0.7. We'll see if they can continue higher here. The Nasdaq's just trying to figure itself out right now. It doesn't look like Walmart wants to do anything, or Palantir, or even the market per se. The TQ is still hovering around.
NVIDIA's falling a bit.
Oh, NVIDIA's falling? Yeah, so we need to get it. CRML, maybe it is time just to go over to some of these rare plays.
Man,
NVIDIA's
this is what happens. Like, you're thinking AMD is going to be something, and then the biggest move off the open on the chip names, $2 down on NVIDIA here, breaking low of the day. But AMD's going in the other direction. So it might not end up being that 215 after all if it's just going to straight up hold the volume weighted average price. If we close above VWAP, I'm taking the shot up there on AMD, and then 215 can just be something else there. So strength in AMD, a little bit of weakness. I'd say decent amount of weakness over NVIDIA, breaking the low of the day. That is absolutely a short. I liked it at 189.90. That was never going to be a thing, apparently, on that stock. So yeah, the Nasdaq's not doing much. We got a couple chip names going in opposite directions here between the big two, NVIDIA and AMD.
A little worried about, I don't know, I was looking, I mean, you don't need, I'm always anxious to get into something, but I don't, like today there's not really, like by the time this was here yesterday, we had already sort of started our short, but right now the market's coming back in. So the only thing that I'm looking at right now, what about a 36 here on Intel? I'm going to try to get a little short here. Oh, we just offered and then it just went down a little bit there. So we'll have to punch. So there we go. We get some 80s. What did I get there? 80s, okay, so not bad. We're gonna wait to get a little bit more. I'm not partly filled up there. We're gonna wait for 35.83, which is where we initially offered. Okay, so I was just gonna give it up to this little break area here. If the market is, look, it could get stronger and come bounce back up, but it's down 4% here, Intel. Let's just wait to see what winds up happening right now. I'm gonna try, it could be an early loss for this. We can let our, our emotions, take care here, not get too excited. But we're gonna watch out for 36 break. That's where VWAP is for Intel, so I don't mind shorting on this name. But yeah, right here, right now, not bad. Let's get a little bit more in case it does do that little pop up again. Oh, AMD's down to 217. Okay, so now we have our AMD long that we called off of our levels. So there it goes, man. AMD right now 30 cents in the money. Let's see if we can get it out. Right now, AMD 60 cents in the money. And there's a couple outs for us right there. So, hey, man, it's coming in again. We said it, man. We're glad to have Neil back. We're getting that juju right now. Let's go. There goes AMD right now, man, off of our posted levels again. So it's a nice $1.50 now in the money for AMD to start the day. And Intel, we'll see where that one goes.
Yeah, good look on AMD. I finally got to VWAP here on IBIT. Is the market's doing the same thing as Bitcoin. So let's just try to respect what's going on right here. We just jumped right into the volume weighted average price, shorted it underneath, just as the Nasdaq does pretty much the same thing.
Bye.
Dipped to VWAP and heading back into low. So I want the low of the day here. We're about halfway. And if we break the low, I want to hold through. Look for places to add. So the only short we got on is going to be that IBIT after all. And wow, NVIDIA, I have to go to NVIDIA for you guys. NVIDIA is really dropping here. Now down 3.5% and still cratering. This stock it's not nice. I guess positivity for AMD, negativity here for NVIDIA. Yeah, there goes Bitcoin as well. About to hit that, just hit that opening low. 62.25 is going to be the next target. And then you're really just talking about 110. 110 altogether on Bitcoin in general. So IBIT heading to the downside, market heading down, led by NVIDIA, dragging everybody down.
Yes. All right, well, we got 2 plays on, and they're in opposite positions. Our first position was Intel. We said our shutdown on this trade was 20 cents. 50 cents in the money. There goes Intel. Nice move to the downside. We still got a piece on, a decent piece on. So we're happy for that one. But most of our outs, we're out of just under half. I'm going to get out of some more here. As Neil had mentioned, though, the whole market seems to be taking a little southbound ride right now. And we don't want to give back what we've made, obviously. Oh, sorry, I'm not even on the right stock. On Intel, on AMD. So there's a couple outs there on AMD. As we said, you know, we wrote down between 215 to 217, so we do know that it is going to be a little bit of a violent play. But here it is, man. I mean, we've made our day already. It's 9. And I was talking with the guys that trade the pool, too. And they really appreciated, like, that kind of talking. Like, you know, the day is now made right there, because we talk about being at a prop floor and using other people's money and this and that, and it's like a lot of traders are trading to hit certain levels so they can either, you know, get funded or just as a part-time job hitting certain levels. So right there, we've got it already today on Intel and on AMD, but AMD right now is falling back in. So yeah, down into 216. I'll still try to buy some of this, but remember, we were really bias short. So the fact that we've got Intel is a banger. I mean, only at $35, really able to take advantage of the amount of shares that we put on right there. But it's AMD that's coming back. So we'll have to wait to see. Powell speaking at noon. So those of you that are waiting for that,
that's all we have these days.
Got a little bit of time coming.
All we got these days is Fed speak, because we don't get economic numbers. Thank you to the government shutdown, which we didn't even mention, is still ongoing. This NVIDIA, if NVIDIA catches a bid, I think that's going to be a good spot to maybe take off some shorts if you got them, or at least find some spots to take some profit. There's the low of the day on IBIT. It's pretty much at 110 right now. Bitcoin 110.2, and ETH is at like 39. So there's Bitcoin effectively looking for the bounce off the 110 level, and maybe a reshort back in at that volume weighted average price. If you're, like I said, if you're looking for strength in today's market, I really don't know where you're finding it. Holler at me if you see something as strong. MP Materials said do not pass go, do not collect anything but downside. 5% down and falling and continuing to fall. And then right off the open, all it did is drop. So you don't have relative strength in this name or CMRL either. So a little bit of weakness going on there.
Oh,
again,
boy.
Just one short here for me. Thankfully working out very, very nicely. But yeah, not a lot of strength anywhere.
No, the only strength, we've just been buying dips in AMD, and it's not that it's overly strong. We just got a 216, so that's another dollar right now on this. So now we're in a day and a half worth of profits. So far, so good there. And then there goes, you know, I'm just trying to get a little bit more out of AMD. I mean, I still really like the stock. I think there's a great opportunity for this thing to just absolutely rip back to the high side. So let's get something out. If we can get into the 50s again on this and just break through, and then, you know, if we can get back up to VWAP, that'll be pretty, okay. All right, Hydration Nation, just make sure everybody just has some water right there. Now we're at 2 times, because it's really this name right here that we put on as our very first position. We have multiple fills. We were actually waiting to get some more fills. We did take this against us a little bit, but this is really what's starting to, you know, pump through on the good old P&L here. And then it's $2 on AMD. So yeah, man, glad to have Neil back. Glad to put these winners back on right there for you. You know, no vision, no problem, as here goes AMD, $2 in the money. And it's exactly what we wrote down. We wrote down between 215 to 217. I mean, these are the levels that I'm taking long, 217 and 216. And then there's a nice upside play. Intel just kind of came out of nowhere, man. We know this stock is kind of hot garbage, so we were going to short it anyways. And this was the only one that was kind of hovering around VWAP off the open. So we'll wait to see. I mean, look, we've made good money off Intel in the account, in the PA, but I just don't know about this name. I think if you're talking about overblown AI hype, I mean, Intel would be right near the top with some of these deals that they've recently made. But there goes AMD, $3 now. So we're $4 net in the money, but great trade there on IBIT as that's hovering around that 110.
It just held the 110 level, unfortunately. Well, I mean, fortunately for anyone that's going to be long. I'm going to hold on to the last piece for the volume-weighted average price. Let it break. Instead, hold through the low of the day. So that's going to be the plan of action. If the market is strong enough to get this back through VWAP, congratulations to the market. But that's CRML, critical metals.
Yep.
Critical metals hits bounce off 25. It's still up technically because it's up 18% on that gap up. Pulls right into prior highs and trying to scream back. So if this can go, MP can't even get to 95. No, throw out MP. Forget about that. Like MP needed to hold on to 95. There was never a bid there, so I'm not even messing around with it. It might just be Tesla. Favoring short on Tesla. Obviously, it never got anywhere near the 35 level or the 30 level to play it. But if we bounce into the volume-weighted average price, this could be one to join. So again, I like some shorts, but I thought there might have been some pops that we could take advantage of. Don't forget that the banks reported.
Yeah.
And the strongest of all of them, and you can probably trade it tonight on Blue Ocean, which is what I'm looking at right now as my chart is stuck on Blue Ocean. Thank you, Wells Fargo.
Oh, God.
You gotta be kidding me. Oh, there we go. Now it's finally good. No, Wells Fargo, the strongest of all of the bank's earnings. That's the only one that I was really even considering to the long side. It's trying to hold that 81 level that we liked. Underneath VWAP, fine for a bit, but now holding the volume-weighted average price. So this one seems like it can be good to go here. I'll take my first shot. If it can close above VWAP, I'll go long here. Never really got too much of a test since the open of that $81 level. Beat across the board, but then all the banks beat across the board and still didn't do much.
Yeah, we're. I want to thank everybody for your comments in the chat. It's very kind of you all. But AMD still continues to work out. I think we got we had Mitch here yesterday. He was like, just don't worry about your winners, worry about your losers. Well, today it's Intel and it's AMD, and that's it. So today we're not worrying about too much. I was going to think about getting something out if AMD or if Intel ripped back up through 35.60. So let's just put an out there, 35.61 or so for right now, and we'll try to get out of 75% of it, what we have left, if that starts to get carried away for us. And then the same kind of thing here on AMD. We've already emptied out the clip at 219. I mean, we were here doing it for you. So right now we have about, if I could do the math on all the shares that we have left, we have about 14 to 15% left on this trade. I'm actually going to exit stage left of another piece right here at 60 if we can get it, because the market's pulling. I mean, this is exactly what we wrote down. Everything on here is a short, man. Amazon, everything besides AMD. So including the market. Isn't it funny, Joe? Yesterday, the market, you weren't here, Neil, but yesterday we were fading the short and it just went the opposite way. So maybe this is a long down here because we've seemed to turn ourselves around 9:45. But wow, there goes Intel right now cracking. What just happened to Intel? This is a bad move right there. What's up, Adara?
I'll look into Intel here, but I want to mention BLK, BlackRock. I'm not seeing anything here in Intel, guys, for news. BLK, not a day trader, but I think worth noting either way because of what the catalyst is. Apparently on their call here, CEO Larry Fink is saying that, quote, we are all just starting to tokenize all assets, including real estate, stocks, and bonds. Keep an eye maybe in some of these crypto plays, specifically Robinhood with regards to the tokenization aspect of things. Now, again, guys, a reminder, we don't have any economic data today at 9:45 or 10. But we will get Fed Chair Powell at 12:20 p.m. along with Feds Waller and Collins closer to the close. Back to you.
It is all Fed all day. Wow, so much for Tesla bounce.
Oh, no.
Tesla bounced like $2 and looked like it was headed back into the volume-weighted average price. No, right back into low of the day. It just feels like it's only going to be shorts. Wow, okay, and you just spiked right through the low and breaking down heavily. I thought we were catching a bid on NVIDIA. Oh, goodness, NVIDIA.
Nice.
Yeah, NVIDIA down right back to that 180 level. So you're not going to find any strength over here.
180?
NVIDIA. Yeah,
okay,
it just broke $180 on NVIDIA. One thing I have concern about is if we break this low everywhere else, NASDAQ broke the low, NVIDIA broke the low, Tesla broke the low, like everything is breaking down, but Bitcoin just held 110 again. So if it's going to continue, that's a bottoming tail candle. If it holds out this 110 level, on Bitcoin. I bid it's about 62.5, and I got to respect it. And then the move is 63 to 62.5. I'll take it out and then move on to the next. Maybe ETH is going to be a better short. I want to check to see if it's got more weakness. No, same thing. Like they're both weak, but not falling all over themselves. It's Nvidia that I got to watch that 180. If this holds 180, then you might get a relief rally. But this might be the litmus test right here, because as Nvidia goes, obviously the Nasdaq is going to go as well.
All right, yeah, good talk on Nvidia there. We have Intel, and right now Intel is $1. We're $3 in the money right now, just on these two trades. I mean, and we still have actually a decent part. I still have 25%. So for me, that's another one as we put some dollars on right there. Now we have $3, and it's too bad that I didn't believe in this reload right there. So let me get another piece out right here in the 60s if we can for advanced micro devices. All right. So I was saying Open Door was potentially a short now that we've broken through that 7 area, but we didn't actually break through it at all. When we looked at it, it was right here at 699, and there in this nice little upside play. So maybe Open Door is at this level that we had discussed before, and that was $7. So a nice little hold here of Open Door gets you probably to where you need to go. So we'll wait on Open Door, like back up here, 7 or 8 or 9. Like I think we can get to 850 again on Open Door. So, you know, take that for what it's worth. I wonder about buying this right here on market weakness today with the NASDAQ down almost 2% and Open Door basically up on the day. I think if you can hold out for this breaking 675, and if it doesn't, then oh boy, do you have yourself a trade on your hands there with Open Door. Let me see what my army's doing. Maybe we're waving the white flag a little bit here. BBAI still up today, up 1.3%, but did make that move back into that 850. Great to hold that level. 850 was a spot that we were somewhat concerned about in this space on this name, because it had dropped off of 850 a couple times, but today we hold it on the other side of things. So, all right, I don't know. Like I said, maybe yesterday we saw a monster. Wow, now AMD is $4, man. We are really taking off now on advanced micro devices. So there it goes, man. We actually made, and I'm pretty proud of this, we made more money on Intel than we did on advanced micro devices, but that little move up just there does put us now into a decent little spot. But the stocks are starting to get back upside now. So I'm going to get out a little bit more of Intel here, understanding that maybe we're buying it a little bit high. I have a 97 bid that just got filled there as well. So we're getting less and less in this space, but it's been a great morning. Again, it's great to have Neil back there. I just jumped out break even at VWAP on IBIT. We just got through 111. So essentially, effectively, think of it like 111 to 110, and then now you're heading back to the upside. So if you get to it'd be like 111.5 on Bitcoin, call it 63.5. That'd be the next spot. At least I'd be remotely interested in trying to grab it. But I'm still looking at Tesla here as relatively weak. They got that 420 level that it can't seem to break out. And if it can't get to VWAP, down in here is going to make some sense. I only want to be short this name. So I think at least early on, let's take these bounces as opportunities to try to get in. So 420, we always know 420 is a bit of a wipe down again
here with this stock. So let's see if this one can get going. Bitcoin, if it ends up holding VWAP underneath, I can just jump back into that trade. I'm only looking short Bitcoin today. You know, never really liked any of those longs. You'd have to be really breaking out the top to try a long in Bitcoin for myself. Keep an eye on MP if you still like them. I'm not really too concerned with this unless it gets through 95. We get through 95, and then I'll go back over to thinking longs in MP material. But we'll get back into BTC potentially. It's Tesla that's got my attention now. Oh, that just went right to 420, and there's a refresher at 420.
Oh my God, puff, puff, pass. Look what we just did on AMD. We just got long down there at 216. Let me see what the fill was. 216.70. It's at this was like we're making dollars in a matter of seconds here on this stock. AMD is just the gift that keeps on giving off of the levels that we posted. So it's really nice when these things really do start to work out. Again, check Neil's positions, check my positions. We're all at the bottom. I want to thank everybody for joining. I want to thank Joe and Obi for all the filling in that they had done while Neil was away. But right now, we do want to thank one of our major sponsors, and of course, that's Global X. Beta Pro by Global X Canada is Canada's largest provider of levered, inverse, and inverse levered ETFs. They have also launched 6 new triple levered ETFs that we keep talking about, the 3x bull and bear exposure. You have the TSX 60, semiconductors, and even US Treasuries. And they're right now offering you this AMD, offering you 65 basis points. Their fee rebate now, not fee rebate, management fees are just dropped to 65 basis points until the end of the year, December the 31st. This US focused strategy uses currency hedging. So for everybody here in Canada, they take care of that for you. They'll give you that pure performance and exposure you're looking for. If you are looking to amplify your performance, check out the sticky note and check out betapro.3.ca/3timesdaily to learn much more. Yeah, thanks Global X for all that. Yeah, so things just really working out, man. I mean, here comes AMD right back up to VWAP. We're just a scalper that we're trying to be here. And I mean, another $1.80, $1.90, $2 play here on Advanced Micro Devices. As the market continues to go downside, we just continue to find these gems, right? And so there's Advanced Micro Devices. And it's not like we're playing off of anything other than the work that we did in the pre-market, which is completely free. We have Sharif's note that goes out in the morning time, and then we have the sticky note, and we all put out a little something. So go make sure you check it out. We did not have Intel on the board. We will still wind up making more money on Intel, though. But here it comes. Nice move to the downside on INTC. So deuces right now in the overall space from you 2 for 2. JP Morgan, though, I don't know. We haven't talked too much bank. There goes JP Morgan. Wow. As we said, man, you know, what's up with this market right now? It's the banks that are really tanking. Obviously, the Nasdaq's not too concerned about that, but the ES now down 1.27 as JP Morgan, my guy, bleeding right now to the downside. Maybe we will take this opportunity to get something out of JP Morgan, but I never want to get out on like the day it's down 4%. That doesn't make much sense. But,
and they beat.
Yeah, and they beat. And then Goldman's down 5% as well. So the banks are not helping anybody stay afloat here today. Wells Fargo, on the other hand, up 3 and a bit. Oh boy, man, now we're $2. We're still $3 in the money on these names. So far, so good right now. Let's get another piece out on AMD because why not? We're at VWAP, so there's another piece. And Intel's a buck as well, so we're just doing what we're doing. People are loving BBAI in the chat is what I'm seeing right now. And there it goes, man. Nice little move back above $9.
Was there any news on BBAI?
Not really. They did have, there was that Navy news story, but then that was sort of canceled. There was some back and forth about it. I wasn't here Thursday, Friday, so there was some plays there. But wow, Intel, Neil, just cranked. Okay, so Neil's got Tesla. It's a new position. We'll go over there in a minute. But there it is, man. We just got a sick fill on Intel, man. What a day, what a day. Glad to have Neil back and glad to be trading live with you guys.
Absolutely, and yeah, Tesla did that wick shimmy. I got a real bad price in here on there. I got a real, that kind of hurts. I don't remember.
Exactly, man. Stretch out.
I got a really bad price on the way back through 420. I think I keystroked it, to be honest with you, because I hit 38s on the way back through. Anyways, it just wicked the bottom at 418. So instead of 420 to 418, it's more like 419, 30 something into 418. But the 420 seems like the resistance spot for Tesla. I'll look for another topping tail candle in here, like reject, close under 420, or we wait for the volume weighted average price. So just a quick little scalp trade on Tesla. Is this bottom going to be in here? Okay, that was some serious buying off that low there on Tesla. That was pretty legit. What's NVIDIA doing? Maybe NVIDIA's trying to bottom as well. NVIDIA's doing a bottoming pattern as well. So yeah, might have just got quickly in and out of Tesla in time. And let's be patient with this because you have a bit of a bottoming pattern happening here on NVIDIA, which was leading a lot of this move to the downside originally. I don't want to go long Tesla, but this is at a bare minimum, cover the short, think about the long, but find it in somewhere that I'm going to like. And I don't know if I like it in Tesla. I'm going to stay away from Tesla for the long trade. Let's try to find something else that's looking a little bit better to that upside. MP Materials, along with all of the other rare earth metals names, was up. It's trying to hold grain at that 95 zone. That was my key price. 95, so if it can hold 95, maybe take a shot at this one long above VWAP. I like the V-shaped recoveries. Check out Day Trader LA with like the 5th super chat this morning. Check out Zillow.
Yeah.
Okay, well, 100% we can look at Zillow. I got MP up. If we close above 95 and VWAP, I'll take my shot at that one. But Zillow, that's not a name that we usually pay too much attention to, and it doesn't do a lot of volume, but that's pretty strong, up 2%. Right off the bat, I'll tell you it's done a couple 100,000 in volume, so no day traders probably going to touch this with a 10-foot pole because of how low the volume is. But yeah, a little something going on here. I don't range bound. Not too exciting, I don't think. You might have something on a swing if it closes and breaks this trend, like breaks out 72. Maybe you could try some kind of a dead cat bounce swing long. It's more of a stay away from me. Sorry, I can't really force my way to say something I like about that. Okay, well that was a good out on Tesla. Tesla just bounced $5. That was a bottom on Tesla here, 420.
Okay, nice.
What the heck is going on with Tesla? Okay, Tesla might have caught a little bit of a bit.
I mean,
I'm going to stick with MP here. Right? MP's above VWAP, at least for now.
Yeah, there's still not a whole heck of a lot going on, but the market is trying to bounce back quite nicely here. We do now have back up to, wow. I didn't even realize that we were back up to 220. I was about to say back up to 219, but there goes Advanced Micro Devices. I mean, this is the belle of the ball for me today, as well as Intel, but we've been covering both of these plays. So far, so good here on some of that cover. All right, so we're just going to continue to watch out for these plays and hopefully be able to make some more at some point here today. So there goes Advanced Micro Devices, now $4. And then we have AMD, Intel. We're trying to figure that one out here as well, as Intel trying to give me, the what to do here with that stock. So we'll have to wait. We just got out some more here. As we're trying to break above the 21 period, as I said many times before on the show, we are trying to hold things a little bit longer, and I think we've done it. Wow. Like, so this, I just want to show everybody, like, this is how you make days and everything like that, honestly. It's by doing the work. It's not, we had Mitch on here yesterday. We talked about, trading things that are hot or that, that have gotten good reads on it. Like this AMD right there, we never got the TQQ bump, so we didn't have to short it, but we did get AMD, and we got exactly what we wanted, between 215 to 217 long. And then we had written down into here, too, look for the 220. Look for the 200 period closing out here, 220. So yeah, there goes right now, Advanced Micro Devices. Nothing but love for you back up to the upside there for AMD. So there it goes, man. We just cleared some out above 220 once again. So that play is starting to work out good for us. I mean, yesterday we had Oklo. We had that Bloom Energy with some decent news there yesterday. So Oklo trying to go, or did go yesterday. We'll see what it winds up doing here today, but up to 170 down today, but nicely up and cooking again. Oklo, that's a nice name. SMR was a name that I emptied out some over last week, so not great on that one because it did have a move higher, but it was still in this rough area. I think it was 42 and change, and that SMR right now down 4% again here today. So yeah, that one's getting yuckier. I
should have sold some of that
right now. Yeah, I was able to sell some of this, so that was pretty good. But I mean, even now is not a bad sell spot. And then if you are looking, for some other names, we did talk about Big Bear AI, and it's hot. Wow, there goes Big Bear AI. Let's go, man. This one's really helping out the old account right now. We are hella long. Not hella long, but we're long at $4. So Big Bear AI right now, a double up, and not even one that's that long ago. I mean, this one did make that move back into 470, now trying to break out. I really like Big Bear AI. I mean, I've been talking about it on the show just as much as, more than Palantir, obviously, in the last 4 or 5 months, but right into here, I had the same feelings. I was calling this name kind of baby Palantir. I don't know if it gets to those levels, but if it does, then oh boy. But there goes BBAI right now, up to 9.25 and looking pretty good. So yeah, OpenAI, BBAI, OpenAI, Open Door, and OpenAI, but Open Door, nice move there. I'm a little nervous about when and if that OpenAI ever IPOs. Like, I don't know how anyone's going to wind up paying for all this compute power right now. I think that might be a sense that
they have no need to go public. They have zero need to go public. So by the time they do, it's not gonna be good for people, I don't think. Right. It'll be good for us. It'll be good for us for 5 minutes because we'll crush it, and then like everyday trader will. But I think it's gonna be one of those events that it's just a different market for companies like this. Why would they bother? They can raise money anytime they want. But MP can't always go to the upside. It just will take the L on this one, trying to hold the volume weighted average price. It just dropped down. It dropped like $4 there. I basically gave it like 70 pennies because I'm not going to hold it way past that volume weighted average price. But I did remind myself that, oh, yeah, we do have this, everybody. I keep seeing, there's a bunch of names in there. LAES, I've seen a few times here. Make sure when you are typing a symbol in the chat, please use $, because NVTS, Open Door, AMD, G-Wave, LAES, lots of names. I mean, Tesla, BBA, ARM is another one showing a lot of strength, actually, ARM. So thank you guys for putting those names in the chat. It is NVTS. Rounding out number one that we have not looked at. So shout out to you, Navitas. Pretty decent volume, but like most of everything today, trending down. Like broke down, like yeah, it's up 17%, but broke down, trending mostly to the downside. You'd like to see some higher lows put in. For all these gappers, if you can't hold VWAP, I'll take shots at VWAP, but if you can't hold VWAP, then I don't like you as a gapper. And just jumping back over to the crypto story, Bitcoin, like we were short at 63, which is 11,000. It's now holding that level in the other direction. So the short level is turning into support here for IBIT. And as I look over, ETH, Ethereum doing exactly the same story. So Bitcoin and ETH both holding on to the opening range with a couple of pretty decent bottom wick candles at the volume weighted average price. So you're getting a turn in crypto. If we lose VWAP, I go short again. It's that simple. I know I should be thinking about the long, but I want to stick with the idea of short. So I want this to break down under VWAP, or at least maybe make a run at that pre-market high, and then I can go short again. But it's showing signs of strength. If you like long, it's not that bad of a setup here as crypto tries to recover. So let's get to Adair. It's 10 o'clock. Let's see what else is happening now.
Yeah, what the hell's happening now?
So much is happening now, guys. Bank earnings, of course, on watch, starting the earnings season here. And I'm seeing commentary coming from Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon right now, just to let everybody know, in case you were trading that name or any of these other banks. We know China and the U.S. have certainly been on watch here, continuing to butt heads on trade. Reuters reporting as of Monday, apparently both the U.S. and China starting today are going to be charging port fees on these ocean shipping firms. Now, let's talk about the other major, I think, market-wide catalyst today, which has been AI-related. Salesforce CRM announcing some deals here with OpenAI and Anthropic this morning. We know Walmart also got a pop this morning on an OpenAI deal. Now we have AMD with its own AI-related deal. Wolf Research, it is worth noting, also upgraded the stock today to outperform with a $300 price target. But Oracle announcing that they're going to have this partnership here with AMD, including a 5,000 AMD GPU supercluster by Q3 2026. Then we have AVGO also going to be on watch here. Broadcom, much like the rest of the market, pulling back a little bit here, but it is worth noting they did get 2 price target increases today from Deutsche Bank and Barclays, and we know that Broadcom has its own deal with OpenAI announced yesterday. Back to you.
Adara. I just want to employ Adara one more time, because right now Fannie Mae, I just tried to go in and out of Fannie Mae and instantly lost 5 cents, like it was going out of style right there.
What happened?
I don't know. They just, it's not doing, like, look, I like to trade some of these names. It's not doing
That's
like
over 10%.
8%. Yeah. Oh, at the bottom. Yeah. So I don't know if they have short sale restricted because it's not saying anything, but right there down 9% today, and it could just be coming off, but there you go. So nice little move downside there for Fannie Mae. So we can find out if anything's happening. It was on a scanner there for volume. I've obviously only made the one trade and I lost 4 cents, sorry, there, and I only put in 500 shares. So just a quick 20, it's 25 bucks. So.
Not seeing anything obvious on Fannie Mae. I did check Bill Pulte's X account because he runs Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. His most recent post, which was about Fannie Mae, was 20 hours ago. Also, keep an eye on Google and WPP. I just saw apparently Financial Times reporting that WPP is boosting their AI marketing with a $400 million Google deal.
Okay, so yeah, the deals keep coming. I mean, these are the kind of deals that I like for companies right now. Obviously, we like the OpenAI, we like all that, but it's nice to hear this is a marketing thing right now for Google. So good to see that. This is not someone, AI-based. I mean, obviously, probably has something to do with AI, but nice move there for Google and a nice windfall. Looks like a small deal, but at the end of the day, nicely cooking right now is
400 million.
400 million, is that all that it was? Okay, yeah. So anyways, nice to see in this space something going upside there. That's
good for WPP, obviously.
Yeah, what is WPP? Is that WordPress?
They're up like they're up 3 points on this. WPP PLC. Yeah, but Google not really caring too much about that at all. But wow, okay.
OK Computers.
No, I was going to say OK Tesla. That was right to VWAP. That's going to be the better place. Like, forget about the 420 for now. 420 is a nice, fun number and everything, but ultimately it didn't fall apart under that price. It bounced off 418 clean, and volume-weighted average price looks like a much better spot there for Tesla. So let's see it get back in here. It's about 422 to 423. There's no particular catalyst for Tesla, but it is weaker than the overall market. It did have multi-day resistance in the 30s, so stair-step down like pretty much just about everything else. Let's look to short this pop here at VWAP. Still seeing the same thing with crypto, though. Like, since we got out, it is just holding the line higher at 111 on Bitcoin, and ETH is doing the same thing. This might turn into a long. I'm not there yet. I'm still looking for this to break down, but it's not showing me a short right now. So crypto in general has been weak. Most of the morning, you're catching a bit of a bid here, and I don't want to fight it if we don't have to. If we end up being one and done on Bitcoin, then that's just how it's going to be. Don't have to force that trade. And they're next. And I know we were skeptical about some of these OpenAI headlines, but like, seriously, CRM? Seriously? Now down on the day after getting an OpenAI deal? So much for closing above 250 and looking for a swing long on CRM. Got a lot of work to do before it can do that. So the sell the news continues to win here for most of these plays when it just announced an OpenAI deal.
I've never, good look over there. I mean, also we had that Walmart we were just talking about.
Is that down too?
Oh, OpenAI now talking about the.
Where are you hearing this?
Argentinian. Is it Financial Juice or is it? Sometimes the thing. Make sure your thing didn't stop. Sometimes Benzinga will give it a good old go there and quit on us. But AMD is honestly, like, the fact that we were long 217, 216s, that's where we are right now, long. But like, it is like moving dollars, it's just elevating or moving down both ways. Like, it is basically like liquidity vacuums are happening all over the place here on AMD. Like, I was just like, oh my God, we're losing this 218. We're losing VWAP, right? So I'm thinking to myself, okay, maybe the short is finally in, because this 220 has been a really good area to get short. I mean, there is no doubt about that. You could play this both ways today, I feel like, if you are in the right spots and be okay with it. But the high side right now is a little nerve-wracking because of what this market is doing here. The market looks, there it is, it just takes VWAP. So I am a little nervous about that. I was really surprised. I mean, my most recent dip buy, I got to put some lube in my eye in a second here. It's starting to get a little bothering me. But NVIDIA down at 180, that surprised me when Neil mentioned that. Like, so that was definitely.
I think the bottom's in there.
Looking back is one thing, but like that 180 now, like that was a great opportunity. So I hope some of you were able to take said opportunity right there. I tried to get more, like, since we just brought you this story about Fannie Mae, I haven't done anything, but it's up to the 50-period moving average. I tried to punch to get long, but see with the 3-cent spread right here, it's not typical of OTC trading to see this kind of a spread on a tighter name. So you got to be careful with it because there's not that much liquidity here. Like, this could wipe down like crazy. So it is tough. I don't really like to trade OTC markets until I see a lot of liquidity on the level 2s because it can be harder to get in, which is great when you're in the money and it's for you because then it's going. But the problem is getting caught on these names. And by the way, there goes AMD. So congratulations to anybody that held that. I mean, we noticed that this was a problem for us and hence we got out. We have 3% left of our AMD position and about 7 or 8% left of Intel. So these are moving in two opposite directions right now, Intel and AMD. Before, I know we don't have to just keep going back and forth here, but I wanted to show this because the sectors today, I know Neil and I, we're looking everywhere. Like, Neil's been trading IBIT.
Walmart,
We're looking, I wanted to say Amazon was the short that we had written down today, and it's near the lows of the day right now. Amazon 215, so that's getting hit a little bit. That's a name I'd like to buy. Neil just mentioned Walmart, so that's up there. We're still trying to fade 107, the high of the pre-market. That doesn't look like that's coming through either, but it's this area right here that's a little bit concerning. earning today for me, because it's the big one there, Morgan, and then JP Morgan. So it's Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan on what we thought were pretty decent earnings, but the market just says time to sell out a little bit, I guess.
They seem to not care.
Look at all the regionals, right? Like with WFC being upside, you do get some of the smaller banks into here, RJF and whatnot, that are starting to get back up to the upside just a little bit here. I still like Schwab a lot, $93, waiting for that to pull back. We'll wait to see when Schwab has earnings. But Visa, MasterCard?
Goldman's going to be in probably one of those easy buys after earnings.
Exactly. So that's where I said that my
and
eyes.
JP.
Yeah,
both of them. The only difference is like obviously Goldman's a stock that no one day trades, but both of these like trying to hold on to the 50, just kind of like a healthy dip buy. I think you just wait a day or two, maybe even not that long, and you're going to get a chance at both these bad boys. What I actually saw here, I saw a few people in the chat mention this, and I don't know if this is going to be related to any of that AMD stuff, but ARM, for what it's worth, is up 2.5%. and holding higher lows and broke the high of the day into a weak market. So that stands out as distinctly different. Maybe this is something. I was looking for something long, and maybe it should have been Bitcoin. I'll slap the fail on myself because it just continues to hold VWAP and trend higher, and I only want to be shorted, so I'm just not doing anything with it right now. But ARM looking very good. So I'm going to play this one. It's a breakout on multiple time frames. So the daily chart, you've got it breaking out the tops. And then look at it here, holding the highs in VWAP. So this 176, I'm going to like here on ARM. Take a quick shot. Yeah, let us know. First of all, for profit, you gotta let me know what this one's all about. Neil Duncan is back. Duncan. Okay, I'll take it. NVTS. Yeah, that Navitas, pretty much the top name on the list for everybody here. It's still under VWAP, guys. Like, it's just, a lot of these gappers have just been trending down, baby. Yours Street in a Range Rover. The only thing it has done is it's held the low. So I do not like gappers that hold underneath the volume weighted average price. It's just got to break above this $12 level and start holding bids a little bit higher. So it's up 17%. That's pretty deceiving. It's been mostly a sell most of the day. And it's not like this stock hasn't, it's had a huge move already. So some profit taking makes some sense on NVTS. Sometimes you just need a calm down day. And that's what it seems like it's doing here. So I'm going to take my shot at ARM. Still going to look for that opportunity to fade IBIT somewhere. Another top, if you can just do a little bit of a trend break here. And then I can try to short it off this in here, maybe at the 63.15. Like try to break the high, fail to break the high, and then jump right back into the short. Play it to VWAP, and then play it to the low of the day. 111, so it's not really like we're bounced too far off 110 on Bitcoin. But if you break out the high, then I got to let this one go. I probably should have taken a long there, but it is what it is. So ARM is the new trade, holding above the volume weighted average price for whatever reason. I'll double check. I'm not aware of there being a specific story with ARM, to be honest with you, but it's strong anyways.
Yeah, good look there. I mean, it's always nice to look at different kind of names, right? So I want to thank all of you guys for everything right here. I mean, Anil's already highlighted our little screen up here, so he just highlighted NVTS for you. Make sure you do get into the chat right now. Hit your like, hit your subscribe, and then just start putting up some orders. Oh, I did see Oscar Health today. Let's go over Oscar's. I just saw you.
News on Oscar.
Yeah, it was Goldman Sachs initiated coverage with a $17 price target. So
Isn't it at 17?
No, man, it's at 20. It was at 24. Now it's at 19. Okay, now it's back to 21. So failed. Nice try, Goldman.
Another one.
Goldman sucks.
Another one.
All right. But yeah, there it goes, man. So we really liking some Oscar Health right here. This is a play that we have gotten some out recently on this move higher, right into this area right there with $21, $22. But this is a play that we do have in our long-term portfolio. So I like Oscar. I mean, initiating coverage at 17. I did not read the note. I saw it come through today. Let me just go over here quickly and go OSCR. Click on Oscar Health right here, and then just see, yeah, there it is right here. So pretty simple talk right here. In this rate's coverage, Oscar Health, neutral rating. So Goldman Sachs. So I don't, in this little write-up here, there's not much about anything other than a price target. So yeah, nice to see them initiating coverage. So now that they're on this, once they look into it, they'll probably put a much higher price target on this. So we'll wait to see what happens with Oscar. And then the reason why it got my attention there was looking at the chat. We do have UNH. So UNH, another nice play there, up to 360. What a good, we had talked about generational buys down there, and it was a risk, obviously, to catch something that has come where this has come from, UNH that is, but it is a nice move back up into 360 here. So watch out, that's your 200 period moving average over there. NVIDIA and AMD and Intel, they're all kind of moving in different zones right now, but let's go over to Adair and find out what she's got going on.
Yeah, I looked here into the Oscar Health. I couldn't find any more details on the note. Sometimes on Google you find a bit more, but yeah, it looks like, as far as I can tell, they just issued the neutral rating and the $17 price target. But let's talk here about Alphabet GOOGL. This is actually taking out pre-market highs, if not yet post-market highs, announcing a partnership with the World Bank for emerging markets digital infrastructure. Good look here for GOOGL. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara, and pretty quick there on ARM. Was able to bounce and just find the range, right? So you got a bit of a bull flag, 176 into 178. So as long as it holds 76, long here to there, like play 76 into 78, and then if it breaks down, maybe look at the volume weighted average price. But I want to just play the scalp game. The other thing to consider with anything that you're playing in long is if you look at the futures right now, like we've just done a V-shaped recovery. And it's not a huge move. You compare to what happened overnight, like we've done nothing compared to the overnight move, but it's still open, break the low, and then right back into this resistance. So if you start breaking out the top, that's a different leg for some of these long plays. And as I said, I should slap the fail on myself on IBIT. Yeah, there's Bitcoin. Initially with the short, now it's breaking out into a long. Let me double check what's going on in Ethereum as well. So Bitcoin certainly in a bit of a breakout mode. ETH also looking like a breakout. Yeah, I feel like the one that's down more, if I'm going to chase the long, might be joining ETH instead of Bitcoin. So this is a breakout play, dip into VWAP for sure, but I'm going to maybe take a shot somewhere in front of the $30 level here. That's pretty distinct, man. Anytime you have double bottom, wick bottom at the low, making some higher lows when everyone was thinking short this morning, recovery play might be in the cards here for ETH back into the volume weighted average price. So I'm going to stick in a bid for myself and buy the first available dip here into Ethereum. Some strength coming back into the market, everybody. And whether that's going to be for me getting into ETH on trend, maybe jumping back into ARM, which is up 3.5% and one of the stronger names out there, then fair enough. That's what we can do. So let me know in the chat what else you guys are looking at, because I do see, like Dinkelberg just mentioned A-Lab, not something we've looked at. And Mara, of course. That makes a lot of sense there. If you're looking, Hayden just put in Mara in the chat. Yeah, like why not? Like what's going to get beat up the most? And when crypto moves, sometimes it's going to be the miners. Mara also on the midst of a pretty good breakout. Now green on the session. That's not much of a chase for me. I just can't find myself chasing all the way up here. Rather try to buy the dip on ETH or Bitcoin maybe at that volume weighted average price. And then even Tesla. Like we got away with one on Tesla today. When I say we, I literally mean me. Shorting underneath that 420 and then right at that low of the day. Sometimes you just got to get it out. And Tesla looking like it's made that big reversal play and could get pretty good. So yeah, this one might hold on to VWAP in that 422. You got to be willing to flip it up sometimes. Like I liked only shorts. We went over to ARM. Tesla could end up in the same bucket here. No questions asked. It's certainly got enough. It's got enough juice off that 418. Sometimes I want to zoom it out, see what else we see here. Yeah, when I zoom it out, I don't like it as much. When I zoom it out, I still want to short up here at 426. So I'll be a little bit more patient with Tesla.
Oh my God.
I'll be a little more patient with Tesla. ARM and ETH and Bitcoin look much better. Like ARM's going to probably take out 179 here. Buy the next dip there. Buy the dip on ETH because that's where the strength is a little bit better.
All right, yeah, crypto. Let's have a quick little look at some of the crypto plays here, everybody, because it's been a pretty violent one, man. I mean, I was looking at the portfolio this morning and chose to rather not look at it and close the app almost ASAP on that one, because you know what, the thing is, you're going to drive yourself crazy looking at all these prices every single minute of every single day. It's like I was talking with this wealth manager and he's just like, Sean, like you're looking at stocks every single day, so if you're making calls daily, then you know the longer term you gotta sort of separate your left brain, right brain from some of this business, because I tend to, you know, potentially overreact sometimes when I see some of these moves. Like I see JP Morgan down today and I'm like, oh my God, I gotta sell it. But I don't wanna sell a big, huge bank like that down 3%. Well, I'd rather sell it up 3% and capture some of those profits and not panic and go the other way. So I think that that's what's maybe happening here with Bitcoin today. We did have a panic move, and then once these markets opened up and we see that the NASDAQ is actually settling down a little bit right now, we're getting more of a bounce right here in crypto. So nice move there for Bitcoin. Ethereum's been really the problem. I mean, I'd like to see it hold. Obviously, we'd all like to see it hold that 4,000 marker right there, 15% over 7 days. So something there to the downside. Obviously, XRP Ripple, I think, has been getting hit the most. Considering that I thought that there was a good base case for them on money transfer. And then Solana, man, just broke through that $200 spot right there after hitting close and around their all-time highs of 250 again. So there's been a nice move to the downside in many of these crypto plays. So again, I still wish there was, and let me know in the chat, like, isn't there, I know I could buy Coinbase and all that. Coinbase today down 3 or 4%, but is there a, unless it's down more, it's probably battled back. It was down earlier. Unless there's a name that, yeah, Coinbase, wow, nicely battling back, as we talked about it there with Bitcoin as well. But I wonder if there was like an all-world crypto ETF, like where it's investing in like the top, remember there was something that was like a top 10 coin thing that we were thinking about there? So it's not, I don't want a 2x Ripple or a 2x ETH or anything like that. I just want like an all-world coin right there. David Blacklock is in the building right here. So let's see what this guy's saying. There it is, man. I'm just going to do this right now because $300 for a super chat. Oh, I didn't even have this in my ear. $300 in the super chat. There it is. Yeah, let me get that off and we'll use what we have on the screen there. Thanks, Andre. So I sent you a super chat. This is the first time reading this for me. I sent you a super chat in January of this year. Thank you for helping me maintain a daily average of 1,000 per trading day. Drop that cash down. That's huge, right? Like that's, you know, not speaking for anybody else around here, but I'd take $1,000 per day right there. I thank you again. And now average, I just said I'd be happy with 1,000. And this dude over here, Mr. Blacklock, doing it over that 50% higher. So you've improved your trading, and that's the whole thing, David. And I think Neil and I, this is why we talk about, you know, finding that consistency, finding something that works. This is why I try to tell you guys when certain levels for myself have been hit and so on and so forth, because that's what it's all about. That's how you level up. Once you start hitting your levels, David, which you've clearly done, then you yourself are also leveling up. So I want to congratulate you for that. And again, just big time, man. Big time trading, like that kind of money there. Just make sure you save something for the tax man, because he or she always cometh. And Uncle Sam is... Do not Wesley Snipes yourself. Yes, is undefeated. Because honestly, 1,000 a day, there's 256 days or something, trading days in a year. So great income there to be able to do something that hopefully you love. So all right, cheers up to that, David. Thank you so much for that. And a big super congratulations. We're very, we don't know, it cut off. There was a little bit more at the end there. Oh, was there? Did it cut off? Actually, yeah, that's weird. It did, just before we go to Adara. And earned over 300K. Your team was best, David Blacklock. There we go. So thank you. I did the rough math there. It was close to being right. Yeah, it was close to being right. You know, but maybe with Fabian, it cuts off like a few of the, just cuts off a little bit of the message. Yeah, I think we just got to add like, whatever, 10, 15 digits or whatever there. Let's go over, I believe we're going to Adara.
Yeah, this small cap recap is going to have maybe some larger market cap names, but that are making kind of parabolic moves. We're going to start here with Trilogy Metals, TMQ. We know this one was one of the ones that the Trump administration announced an investment in. And again, it's a critical mineral stock. We know that as we get de-escalation between the U.S. and China, these stocks are going to be on watch, just over $1 billion market cap. The other one in that critical mineral space that's going to be on watch here is CRML, roughly a 14% short float, I believe. Again, slightly larger market cap Now, last but not least, let's talk here about Navitas Semiconductor. Navitas here, $2.4 billion market cap. It is in the Russell 2000, 28% short float. Now, they provided a progress update here on their development of the advanced, medium, and high 800 VDC voltage power devices. You can get more details on this story on our Trader TV live watch list, which is free. Make sure to subscribe. It comes right to your inbox every day. Before we send you back to the guys, we will take a moment to thank our friends at Trade the Pool. Did you know that instead of risking your own money, you can now trade with someone else's capital? No more fear of losing. No more moving your stop loss too soon. And you actually get enough capital to make it worth your time. So you could aim for big profits, not just a couple $100 a month. This is the revolution called limited risk trading. And it's powered by Trade the Pool. How does it work? Join Trade the Pool, hit the profit goal, and keep 70% of your profits. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now for 10% off. Back to you.
I was saying let's try to beat him.
Thank you very much, Adair. Appreciate you for sure. Look, remember, it's just all Fed speak today. Just keep it in mind. Like we always keep our ear to the ground, but we don't get any like economic data. The market has made that reversal. I know we're not green on the day, but we're at 1% down on the NASDAQ, and now you're breaking out some of that top. So for myself, the transition, about the first available dip here in ETH. It just happens to be the quarter level. So I got 24s, actually not even 25s. I'm going to play it back into 30. If it loses that, then I wait for the volume weighted average price. So a bit of a reversal happening. You got NVIDIA maybe leading its charge as well, holding VWAP. So that early sell-off is trying to get bought right back up. And you're seeing some strength in maybe some weird places. ARM is somewhat still going. I don't know why it's at 5%. I'm gonna try. This feels like a stock did. In the long term, I might take some profit on ARM. This is actually
why not?
Like this is the top on ARM, right?
Oh,
like
it's up there now.
Yeah, it's pretty much at 180. Like this actually makes some sense to me. If we get up there, yeah, forget it. I'll probably end up selling some in the 180 level. It's just in my personal account. I just didn't realize why it's so strong. I still haven't really seen a story explaining it, and I like it. That's great, but I feel like this is a good opportunity.
I think ARM just catches wind of like all of that
It
stuff.
could just be like sympathy.
I think it's sympathy.
Which makes some sense. We could always be missing something, though.
So the only thing that I'm missing is not following my plan to a T here, because AMD right there, we should have been long more at 217. I mean, we wrote down 217 to 250 long. So we have 216.70s right now up in the money now, 350, sorry, as this long is really starting to pump. So it's going to be a good trade there. Intel just keeps on going higher, and we've been able to get out. Like that last couple dips there at 20s, we're able to get something. I'm going to put a bid right now at 51 and just slap that out right now. So we'll get out right there at 50s, and then we'll see. We have a little small position right there, but yeah, there it goes, right into the high of the day again, 221. For advanced micro. So I'm going to offer upside there around that 221 area, hit offer, enter, and then wait to see if and when we get that fill right now. But we are basically out of this trade. So it's unfortunate, but well, it's very fortunate that we have it, but still.
I was able to find a story here for ARM.
Oh, okay.
OpenAI working with SoftBank's ARM on AI chip effort. That's the entirety of the headline there. I am taking some, that just makes me for sure.
But just that whole OpenAI thing, I don't.
When 11
like
o'clock
the story.
hits,
it's just I don't.
I take 10%
like
off of ARM when 11 o'clock hits. My personal account. I don't know what's going on with LAC here. I do know what was going on before, and it seems like it didn't really do much while I was gone here in Lithium Americas. But this could be breaking out on LAC. I just saw a few people put this one into the chat. This one looks pretty solid. Rounded bottom into a potential break. When I left you, 880 was a problem, and 880 still is a problem for LAC. So if you're watching the stock, 880 is going to be a key level. Before it gets there, maybe buy dips into it. But once it hits that price, I think you're looking for the other side, like maybe the fade side of the trade for LAC. So I don't know what the position board went, but I'm in ETH long and looking for this top here on Tesla. So it's almost at the high. It's got a nice trend off the bottom. So either break at the trend line, which would be under VWAP, or we wait till it gets to 427 and take our second shot at Tesla. As the market continues its reversal course and a nice little breakout. So good luck overall if you were buying them dips. Pretty much across the board, everything looking good. Keep seeing people ask me about Palantir. It's weird. Like, even when Palantir doesn't have much of a story,
yeah.
it always seems to be something people want to look at.
Yeah. It's a big cult stock, right?
Well, I mean, because it does things like this. Like, this is why people want to look at Palantir.
Yeah, keep looking, Neil.
Because when this stock reverses off the lows, or when the market does a V-shaped day, Palantir is usually like the best of the longs. Look at it, hold that 50-period moving average. If you like a stock, then on the daily, the 50-period and the 200 can be your place to be. So nice hold of 170. 171, check that on Palantir. Congratulations on that. Like, just zoom out the chart.
Yeah, oh yeah.
That's right off the lows from last Friday. Almost exactly off the same low, and now you go like $6 higher. Palantir green on the session as the market has an outside shot to maybe get there.
Holy shit. Guys, we're now $5 in. We got to do better on holding. And like I said, I keep going back to what Mitch was saying yesterday, is that to just worry about your losing trades and let your winning trades ride. And I think that that's something that we've done today here. We're almost at, now we're at about 2.5 times. But still, good trading right there. I think we beat Bill Ackman today, if that's at all possible. But thank you, Joe. Thank you very much. But there it goes right now. Nice upside trade there for AMD as it just continues to rip and roar here. So, you know, obviously pretty happy with the performance there today. And again, it's just a sticky note trade that is now $6 plus. Intel, we just got some more out. We're getting very, very light on that one. So let's just go back over to some of the banks to see, because that makes me feel a little bit better. Some of these banks now recovering just a little bit here with JP Morgan again. So nice play back there to the upside off of that 294. Remember I was saying like panicking never really works out the greatest. And so I think that that's another example right there, that if you sort of panic sold off the open there, again, if you panic sold off the open, you're fine because you were still in that area. We're still not even back to there. But, you know, if you were woe is me, like I tend to be sometimes, then you got to watch out for those little levels there, because that was definitely bought up. So now I'm thinking that the aggressive levels to worry about for JP Morgan would be where we made today. So if we break some of those levels, then that's maybe where we decide to get out. But the name that we wanted to buy was Goldman, and I think that's still some buying opportunities there as we're at the 50-period moving average. So banks continued to do quite well. I did hear, and I don't remember, Adara, maybe, if there was a story on Apple. I thought I heard something right into, yeah, no worries. I don't think it's anything major. The NASDAQ is on a straight line to the upside right there. But Apple falling down here, I guess it was just with the market. Yeah, don't worry about it, Adara. I thought I had heard something about their supply, but then now it's all the way back up, so I don't want to worry about that. Okay, yeah, perfect. Adara confirming there ain't nothing there.
Nothing.
And then, look, man, today there is 0% doubt in my mind that this 212 on Amazon, like, look, man, I know that we like this name, but Amazon broke through its 200-period moving average today. And obviously, if you have an order sitting there, congratulations. But that was probably one of the better pickups. I mean, there's going to be stocks that look a lot better today, like this move back, like Palantir, like a lot of different names. But that's a great hold on a great name that you could definitely wrap your head around. So I like Amazon. And then the other name yesterday that got hit pretty good, doesn't look like it's battling back today at all, is Uber, right? So Uber yesterday made that move down into $93, $94. You can see still trying to hover around as well. But Uber looking for that move back up, and it's a nice straight line. I'm thinking the market is probably overextended. I don't think we're near. I wrote down on the TQs 101.50, so we are getting close to that. I don't necessarily want to hop right back in to this name just quite yet on the TQs. Like, I'd like to see it hover up here just a little bit more and then go from there. So that's something that I'm trying to figure out now is where the next trade is. To take a word from my guy Obi, who you'll be seeing in a half hour with Obi and what's this guy's name over there? Joe. Oh, Joey. Joe or more French? Oh, Joe, Portuguese. He's Portuguese today.
You have Portuguese in your blood, Joe? I didn't know that. Oh.
No, okay, good, okay. Neil has it in there. I just didn't want to make fun of it.
I do.
You know, the Portuguese. Me and Neil go, he's got that Portuguese in there, and being Italian.
Yeah, my grandfather was my grandfather was half Portuguese.
Half Portuguese, yeah, Portuguese. I mean, good, man. Get some European up in there. All right, so Yeah, SIU, that's another coin. I see some people talking about that as well right now. But Neil's just in the Tesla. Oh, you're back in the Tesla shorts.
It'll end up being flat between the two because I lost on ETH and we'll make on Tesla off the, and then it's bouncing off VWAP. I should be out of that already. So trend break into the volume weighted average price. It broke the trend. I'm not going to redraw the trend line, but you can kind of see it breaks the trend here. It goes into the volume weighted average price. ETH just lost the actual price. It lost 40,000. Sorry. Before I left, I was saying 40,000 instead of 4,000, but you guys know what I mean when I say it. But we lost that support at 4,000 temporarily on ETH. It might bounce off VWAP, which I got to double check because this chart is missing some data. So therefore, VWAP will be incorrect there. But Tesla, look, Tesla's been along off the bottom. I get it. It found a couple of shorts on the way back into the upside. So if it continues to hold VWAP, maybe this stock ends up being a breakout. I don't know. But I'll continue to look for those little spots where I can find resistance and try to fade it. And if one of them can hold, great. Then we can be in it a little bit longer. As far as the chips go, ARM might pull back into VWAP to get us in again. Right back in here, that 176. Of course, their story being OpenAI is working with SoftBank's ARM in an AI chip effort. That's the theme of the morning. It's just CRM. AMD was with Oracle specifically, but CRM and OpenAI, ARM and OpenAI, Trader TV Live and OpenAI.
It was just announced today.
Everybody and OpenAI, because OpenAI has unlimited amounts of capital supplied by the people that they rely on. It's just a nice big circle of joy in the AI space.
Yes.
I think circle jerk is the word I'm supposed to say, but I was looking for something
no, you're not
else
supposed to say
other
that.
than.
You're not supposed to say that word, actually, I think.
I'm not allowed to say that?
Oh, yeah, you can say it. Yeah, you can say it. If you want.
It's not really offensive, is it? I guess
Circle
it is.
jerk? Well, do you know what it means?
I know what it means.
Oh, okay.
But it's like a figure of speech now more than anything else.
I get it.
I
get it. I get it. So you're just saying that they're circle jerking each other is what you're saying, basically.
I've seen that in print with regards to the AI story.
Yeah,
so it's not just me saying it.
All right.
I'm just saying. I've seen it in print.
Think about that. Where's the lube for my eyes? I was going to put some more in there. All right, so let's just check out Robinhood. Robinhood got, it is actually, I do actually have to put lubricant. Those of you that had.
No, you do have to. No, my dad, no, I'm laughing at myself being an idiot.
Yeah.
No, my dad had laser eye surgery. Yeah,
No, I know. Yeah. No, I just thought it was topical. That's
dude, put it.
Oh, I could actually do eye drops.
I can't do eye drops.
Yeah, I got steroids in there and
I can't do eye drops.
All that fun stuff right there. It's almost getting time to figure out what for lunch right now here today. You know, a name that was it a call for Adara, by the way, before? No, okay, perfect. All right, so yeah, Microsoft again. You know, Microsoft had that breakout of 520, and since then has been about 3 or 4 straight down days. I mean, obviously as the market goes, you know, a big, huge tech name like Softy will also hit the skids a little bit. So no surprise here as Microsoft continues to get to the downside right there. And again, good little opportunity there at $5 to maybe pick up some Microsoft. Let's see what's really hot here today again. So we still have NVTS, USAR now turned around actually. Wow, what a move on the metals names here. USAR, nice downside move, now down 4%, bringing it right back. I mean, I think it's frothy. We've talked about some of these levels. Neil just on Tesla, that's a top one there as well. EOSE, another name, EOS Energy, moving around 1750, up 3%. That looks like, wow, good little move there. Oh, yesterday we had a big deal with Bloom and Brookfield yesterday there, so the big infrastructure player there. Brookfield, you know, anoints Bloom as a $5 billion project partner, so that was a nice energy move there yesterday. We do have a pullback is happening, man, and we haven't had spaghetti in a minute, but I think Rigetti right now could be trying to find its base. So move down, back up into the 200 period, move down, back up, trying to figure out if it wants to take VWAP or not. So if you're on Rigetti right now, it's been a huge move to the high side, and you look like you want to fade through 53 now. So I'd go short holding this 50 cents. I think that gives you the trade. Short here, 53s or so. Give it to 53.30s, and that will give you 60 cents or so of coverage. And I think the move down is much bigger than the risk to the upside. So I do like that kind of a play there. That's Rigetti moving around. NVIDIA, we have UUU. Oh, TMQ is moving around again. That's another metals play. Their Trilogy Metals. This moved around for us a couple weeks ago, or maybe it wasn't even that long ago, but now up 40. Yeah, there it is right there. Wow. $2 to $5 to $7 to $10 goes TMQ. Crazy upside mover there today as well. Amazon looks like it's hitting the skids a little bit back down now into 16s. So that's, oh no, sorry, that's still going upside, so that's nice. 16 there for Amazon, 216 to 17. APLD, oh, let me check on AppLovin. AppLovin had that report there last week and did fall on that news, and now trying to find a base 550 for AppLovin. So just a couple little bit of a rundown there of some names that are trying to move around.
You can't talk about Amazon without sort of mentioning that Walmart story, because that was the one that I missed. Walmart was the one that I missed with regards to OpenAI. And it's right back up to 3% to the upside. But when that OpenAI story struck, it got to 106.5. But Walmart, didn't make a 52-week, I guess. I guess it made a 52-week high in there.
Feels like it did.
Although on an opening basis, right, like it hasn't been there again. So that's going to be a big one. That's the theme of today. It really has been about some of these AI stories, like no questions asked. But it's two things. One, NVIDIA off the lows. I like support to resistance and resistance to support, that kind of a thing. Support on NVIDIA was at $183, at least prior to today. It just tagged underneath that 183 on the way back. So kind of beat VWAP and then holding under 183. So if this is going to continue to be a short, that's not a good trend line, but it's kind of close enough, and I'll redraw in a second. You break trend here, I want to look short on NVIDIA, relative weakness here, or we just wait for it to maybe topping tail at that 183 level. So NVIDIA down 3%. A few other chip. I shouldn't say a lot of chip names because as far as I know, it's just ARM and AMD. Maybe there's if there's other chip names that are strong, you guys let us know. I really only saw.
Yeah, Broadcom had that deal yesterday, so
Broadcom was strong yesterday.
I'm saying could be strong today.
Is it?
I haven't really looked yet.
Not really. Broadcom's down 3 points today.
Okay.
I don't think there's a lot of strength in the chips unless you're looking over at ARM or AMD right now.
Yeah,
both of which had news this morning, which is why.
Yeah, we are now basically, we can go band for band because right now Intel and AMD are P&L tied for me right now, as Intel has been hovering here, trying to go back up, and AMD is trying to also go back up to some of those highs. So yeah, we're pretty happy with the performance over there. Neil's been on Tesla. Let me check out what's going on with Rivian the last little while here. A name that we sort of left a little bit, $13 for Rivian. Okay, I mean, I'm really surprised at this market turnaround today. I mean, it's making me feel pretty good. We do have, remember, coming up, we're going to go to Neil in 1 second, but I just want to show everybody that we still do have, first of all, that's a sticky note, who cares about that? That's over with now, but we do have this big day today on Fed. So we already had Fed's Bowman, and this is the big one, right? At 12:20, join Obi and Joe live as they'll break down, or, well, I mean, I dare will be more breaking it down, but they'll break down the trade when Fed Chair Powell starts to speak. I know we're going to Adair, or no, we're going to Neil in a second, but Adair, do you know if these are prepared remarks at all? But
they really never specify. We didn't even know Powell last week is pre-recorded until pretty last minute. My knowledge is it's not pre-recorded. It will be out loud, and because it's for the event it's at, I assume it's prepared. Sometimes there's a Q&A, but those are not guaranteed. We usually don't find out until right when they happen. So if I get any more info about a fireside chat or a Q&A, I'll let you guys know. I have no reason to believe it's not prepared.
Okay, so I was going to say, if Adara doesn't really have too much information, then I guess the market probably doesn't either. So we'll just stick our ear to the ground here and wait to see what happens come to 12:20, so an hour and a half or so from now, we'll have Fed Chair Powell, Mr. Roberts.
Yes, we will have Fed Chair Powell, but you know what? We can also have situation we all know is going to be worthwhile and valuable. Empowered women changing the world, and we can all make it happen together. The Woman Boss trains and mentors women and girls across Africa to lead, innovate, and thrive. Since 2018, we've reached over 10,000 women and girls, and your donation today can launch the next great entrepreneur. Scan the QR code on screen now and join us in building a better better future. Shout out to them. Let's go to Adara. We've got Sector Watch, and maybe talk about Lithium Americas when we come back.
Oh, yeah.
Let's talk about these sectors. We're really used to tech leading the market, but that is emphatically not the case today, at least not to the upside. Now, in terms of strength here, finance doing really well. Wells Fargo, American Express actually strong. Bank of America, as we mentioned, did not report today. They report tomorrow, but they're still doing quite well today. JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs, two of our earnings names from today in the banking space, actually read. The Goldman Sachs has buoyed quite nicely from its low of day. Health technology a bit weak here. Consumer services, though, really strong. Disney notably on watch. Reportedly, they're considering naming two CEOs to replace Bob Iger. That announcement likely to come in early 2026. Communications really strong. Retail trade, with the exception of Amazon, incredibly strong. And Amazon brings us to our tech sectors, which are quite weak, with the exception of Google and Palantir here in technology services. Microsoft, Meta, Oracle to the downside. Oracle and CRM both actually announcing some deals today, but they can't really get those stocks to do much to the upside. Meanwhile, NVIDIA and Broadcom both notably weak alongside Intel and Arista Networks here in electronic technology. AMD and Cisco trying to hold things up. AMD, a week after its OpenAI deal, now getting a deployment deal here for 50 of its AI GPUs with ORCL. Oracle, which also has a deal with OpenAI. There goes that circular revenue deal that Neil kind of referred to there, guys. Back to you.
Yeah.
That's obviously a much nicer way of putting it than the way I said it, but it's still the same thing.
I like
it accurately describes the situation, I believe, is the best way to think about it. So, it's all the same companies relying on growth. Well, and it's not that it's a bad thing. It's just that if something doesn't happen, let's say OpenAI doesn't fulfill a commitment to, I don't know, let's just throw Oracle out there, right? And then Oracle doesn't have the revenue that guidance was throwing out there, and then down the line, that could have a bit of a trickle down effect. And
I mean, what happens when one of these gets canceled?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Possibly. It just makes the downside risk worse. Is all. Everything's all well and good as long as the money keeps flowing. It's just when you have that kind of a situation, no one's gonna like it if one deal doesn't go through or one payment gets missed. People are gonna get a little bit skittish. That's all.
Yep. Yeah, no, I agree with that. You mentioned, did you have a thought on LAC?
LAC is Lithium Americas. Still didn't really see anything in particular with LAC, but it did. There's that 880 level, and it finally broke out. So finds resistance, breaks resistance, and now all it has to do is close above. On the I like on a 15-minute, because all these topping tails on the 15-minute are pretty clean. So a close above 880 on a 15-minute chart looks really good to me if you're chasing, because I think you're chasing up here ultimately. So if you're chasing, then you want to make sure you get a good entry. So on that 15-minute chart, which looks like we're going to get a new bar right about now. So there we go. Now we've held 880. Now let's see us hold on to the, there's a topping tail. Now you have to hold on to the 880 on the next bar. So that can happen. I think you want to be joining along there on LAC. But as I mentioned before we went to the break, or to Adara, not to the break, it's NVIDIA. The market's trying to break out the high. Well, guess what's not breaking the high right now? It's NVIDIA. NVIDIA is challenging breaking its relief trend to the upside by losing VWAP here. So this is more of a counter trend trade to the market, but on trend trade with NVIDIA. The market's trying to break out the top. NVIDIA's trying to break down. So I'm going to weasel on in. Ode to Sharif, who is not here today. Weasel on in on the trend break here on NVIDIA. And if the market gets down to VWAP, I think that'll give me the NASDAQ gets down to VWAP, that'll give me a place to look for the exit here. Prior bar high, always the out for me on a play like this. So it's about a $0.50 risk there on NVIDIA. And then look for this is the next trade for me to the south side, and look for the next trade to the long side. Might not be ARM, if apparently that bouncing a little higher than I anticipated.
Yeah. All these names continue to get a little bit higher. Oh.
There we go. I was muted there. Yeah, I was going to say that all these names continue to go higher right now as well. But there's something that we do around here that I know there's some people
get that tilapia.
A little interested in what is for lunch. we had talked about, we had actually some really good omelets this morning. I think it's one of our favorite things here. Today was omelets, veggies with cheese.
There's corn in there too.
Yeah, that's what I was, last week I was calling it like the Mexican omelet there, but there it goes. So nice move there for omelets. We like that here today, but okay. This may be why there was, Trilogy Metals now popping to the highs right now. TMQ, just right now, TMQ on the Amex. There it goes, man. Nicely move up to 1040. This may explain why we got a lot of veggies there today, because today's menu, and this sounds actually very, very tasty, and I'm very proud to announce, this is nothing that I've announced ever before. Chicken paella. Okay. Joe wondering what that is. It's fine.
You never,
like a jambalaya. Paella is like all these. So anyways, it has corn, peas, peppers, tomatoes, all kind of put together there. Paella. So we can Spanish, I believe.
All the things that were in the omelet.
Exactly. All things in the omelet are now in a chicken paella for lunch with steamed garlic. Steamed garlic broccoli. I like. And a little Caesar salad. So I don't know if that Caesar salad goes with this or not, but we'll have our salad. Hopefully there is some chicken paella on the side. Would love to test that out. So that is today there, Neil. Chicken paella. That's what's for lunch. I mean,
you can't go wrong with the paella.
Seafood paella.
Shout out to Seinfeld.
I mean, that would be.
It was.
We're not down in Nolans over here.
That was George's mom, right?
With the paella.
Paella.
It is definitely a Seinfeld thing, but yeah.
That was a Costanza thing. I think.
Yeah, I mean the paella is. I can't remember exactly the text.
I gotta rewatch
that, but probably it sounds like a George thing. Where his mom was making paella, yeah, that would make sense. Jerry's family, I don't think ever.
You gotta try new things, Joe. You gotta let Joe try some new things. Joe doesn't eat pie. Joe doesn't eat cookies. Yes. Joe has never tried paella. Yes. We'll get him on that dish. We'll get him on that dish for sure.
No paella, no pie. Oh, I get it. Anything that sounds like pie, he's not having. Paella?
Well, that seems like a
Joe,
really
man, you're a very complicated guy over there.
Way too complicated.
Very, very. Now this guy's not eating food that sounds like other food. Why? You have never had paella before, right? Okay. Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, I feel like your system is like, if something sounds like pie, you're not going to be. All right, well, Joe's going to give an update on the midday on what he thinks of paella. I like paella.
He's going to like it.
I like jambalaya better, I think, but.
Yeah. Oh, my seafood jambalaya. No. Oh my goodness. Don't even get me started.
Oh, swimming is canceled.
All day, every day. Swimming's canceled.
Yeah, this one's school because here in Toronto, all the pools are in schools. And I don't know what last week they were having. I thought they were having their high school tour thing, and I think that's why they canceled it. But it looks like it still is closed. Okay. So only volleyball tonight. So Aaron's swimming, no, or not yet?
Yeah, but that's tomorrow. We have it's Embers, but girl guides today.
Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah. Oh, there's always something going on,
there has
except
to be,
for Thursdays.
I look forward. when I don't have anything going on, I'm like upset.
Like, what do we do?
Yeah, I have no idea what to do.
Go to the court and play some basketball.
Yeah, there's always, I mean, these days, we live right near a school as well, so it's like, by the way, this TMQ is going crazy.
What is going on
right now? There's a lot of volume coming into this name right now as we break above $11, and this is just another metals play. You were talking LAC earlier, we were talking USAR. They all continue just to rip right now, almost uncontrollably to the upside there. So a nice, huge move up now, 70% upside for TMQ. So yeah, huge move right now for this name, and it doesn't look like it wants to stop anytime soon. So TMQ continues to go long upside there. On any pullbacks, I think I've made this clear for a little bit. I like a pullback in Amazon. So I think this would be a name to short. It didn't quite get to the levels. I was talking about 218 short right here, but those are levels that we write down earlier on in the day. So now we can easily adjust what we're thinking about, and that's been now 217 and change high. We get back up to there in the next little while, I'll be re-shorting I haven't shorted it yet, but I will be shorting Amazon at some point. We wait for Intel to fall down, and AMD has already been the one for me today. So we had really liked some of those levels down there, and we hit it a couple times. AMD. And what we wrote down was 216, 217 as the longs came right into play right there, and boom, upside right now. Advanced micro devices. All right, Adara, what you got over there?
What I have here is a U.S. dollar that is still consolidating and really struggling to get above that $100 level. Now, that $100 level last time we were above was August 1st. So it's been quite some time here, but we're still continuing in that uptrend from the lows on September 17th. Those were made on Fed Day. No economic data to speak of. We know the CPI has been pushed back to a confirmed date of October 24th, Friday, October 24th. That's coming from the Bureau of Labor Statistics itself. So just be aware of that. Now, I do want to mention here our lovely Fed team. This man in the middle here, Fed Chair Powell, at 12:20 p.m. So at basically an hour and a half from right now, 90 minutes from now, he will be speaking at a conference in Philadelphia. I will be covering that for you guys here live. So stay tuned on our midday show. Check out Opie and Joe Trading and check out this Fed Speak. I'll be covering that for you guys. Now, in the afternoon, we'll get Fed's Collins and Fed's Waller. Fed's Waller coming through at 3:25 p.m. Fed's Collins at 3:30 p.m. We already heard from Fed's Michelle Bowman, who's also the Vice Chair of Supervision. She spoke earlier today. So Fed talk keeping us busy, even though we don't have economic data. And it is worth noting, too, I just saw apparently in the prediction markets, they're expecting this shutdown to last until at least November 16th now. Back to you.
Wow, it just keeps, it's trending in the wrong direction, the shutdown.
I haven't checked call sheet. I didn't check yesterday.
I just literally, when Adaris said, I'm like, I need to get that back up there again. Because I always have it on the wrong sheet. Was it at 37 days? Yikes.
Yuck.
Yikes.
Right there.
The longest shutdown ever is what's being predicted in the market.
Yeah, well, we're on day 14 now, I guess, because I don't know if you count weekends. I don't know how these guys do it, but right there, we've been shut down since the 1st of October. So, yeah, not great, guys, for the shutdown. So
it's not what we're looking for.
Sorry about that. Yeah. No one's happy about that move, right?
Well, I can't imagine anybody should be happy about that.
No, I mean, the market seems to be shrugging it off somewhat right now. I mean, obviously, we're going to have to wait to see what the impact is on GDP and stuff like that. As you know, where are the paychecks now coming from? As we ask sort of rhetorical questions. I mean, hopefully, there are some employees that are furloughed that are going to get back pay and whatnot. But yeah for now, that's part of why the weakness I was thinking in Amazon and in some of these retail plays. But again, hoping that gets settled sooner rather than later. I mean, the question is, how much does the market rip when we do hear of said settlement? That would be interesting to see if that even happens. So
some of the retail type names could get a bit. They've been bad anyways this year, regardless. Like look at like I'm talking about things like Procter. Like those kind of companies have been pretty trash all year long. So maybe that's what would get them going a little bit. Would be you get a bit of a deal. But ooh, that looks a little bottomy.
We still need to release the government numbers too, right? I mean,
well, maybe we get some economic data that helps things out as well. Because we're not going to get any data until it's hard to speculate exactly when, you know, let's just say the government shutdown ends tomorrow. Like at what point do you get some of the past economic data that we've missed out on? Is it take a couple of weeks? Do we get some of it rolling out? That all remains to be seen, and it's sort of it'll be ad hoc for a little bit. I don't wonder if that should we get a deal eventually, but maybe we wait for a little bit of data to come out back after, and then you can catch a bit of a bounce. Would make some sense. To me. Airy Pages, just very quickly. Okay, so first things first. First support, trend break into first support on NVIDIA. That's a pretty hefty 181 bottoming tail candle, so 82. I got out at like 40, but it bounced pretty clean off of 181 there. And a pretty decent bottoming tail candle. Remember, there's a counter trend trade to the market because the market is going to the upside. Airy Pages, I did not trade Blue Ocean while I was away. But for anyone new, someone asked what Blue Ocean was when we were talking about it earlier. It's this simple. I'm on NVIDIA now, so I'll do it with NVIDIA. Blue Ocean is an overnight marketplace where you can trade pretty much everything. It's not like exactly every single stock, but most of the big names are going to have good liquidity. And so in the evenings on Blue Ocean, you can trade overnight. On NVIDIA, you would have had all kinds of opportunity here. Like look at the short. On NVIDIA. And you can take these trades if you have access to Blue Ocean. I know Robinhood does. Here at Real Trading, we certainly do. Every now and then the levels end up being pretty good. So like what did we, like this bottoming tail was at 185. Unfortunately, I don't know if you were, like if you liked 185, so that bottoming tail candle of support in the overnight market was at 185 on Blue Ocean. And then 185 was the level that dropped off right away. Like once it lost 185, you can see it just absolutely flush. So NVIDIA weak today. no questions asked. It was LAC that I was looking for that continuation, but it can't hold 880. So no hold of 880. Guess we have to wait for the volume weighted average price to try to hold up here. Up 3% here is LAC. Strong name. Looking for a place to buy this dip and join this trend.
Yeah, good look there. I mean, yeah, and good talk about the government shutdown. And I mean, we and Blue Ocean. I was actually going to say to you guys, we do have Joe and Sharif, I almost said, Joe and Obi coming up here, and both of those fine gentlemen.
Joby.
Or Joby, yep. Yeah, we've had Joby before a couple times. Good combo there. Both of these gentlemen have traded Blue Ocean, so they would be very advised on giving some sort of feedback on how that market works. So definitely shout out those guys on the show, which we have now 3 minutes to go. So again, guys, like, thank everybody for joining. I missed this. We had put down 101.50. We had talked about it when it was here, so I don't want to say it's missed opportunity here because we didn't necessarily grab the opportunity when it was there. But 101 just came in again another 10 minutes ago, and that's, to me, like, that's a really great base if you're looking to go short. And I still feel short in this market, despite obviously the turmoil that this market is currently facing. Right now, I'm still leaning towards the short side of that, and we just talked about the government shutdown, and we talked about the banks today, you know, beating but missing on their movement because it's a downside play today for the banks, but they've battled back nicely. A name yesterday was DraftKings. I think that there's, you know, could be some love for DraftKings at some point here as this name also tries to battle back here today, up 2%, so that's another battle back name that could get going some more. Brendan had a story in the pre-market, and I can't recall exactly what it was, but there was something about SMCI today as well, so maybe that was helping names like ARM and whatnot, but SMCI, nice upside play, and a name that we could get involved with. Dell Technologies has been a really good trade for the long. You know, if you are looking for something that, obviously there's going to be some AI here and some bubble action in Dell, but that's also had some nice moves, and they just recently reaffirmed guidance. So, and all of us talking about, you know, will some of these names hit and meet and extend some of their run. It's going to come down to earnings, and we're in earnings season right now, so we just got that with all of the banks. So it was Goldman Sachs. Let me just show you the banking sector just real quickly here today before we go back over to the midday and we talk about some chicken paella. Again, we got to get rid of this. That's not sponsoring anything, but here it is right now. JP Morgan down 1.4. It's Goldman Sachs down 2 right now today. And the name that we haven't looked up too much actually was SoFi and Robinhood. So let me just have a quick little look here on SoFi today. A name that I've recently bought some shares in. So we're, you know, I like SoFi, again, the bank. Big time movement upside for SoFi. So it's a big name that I like. And then Robinhood, not a bank, but another mover right there, down today, 2.6. But this could get picked up as well if we get back into the 50-period moving average. So great to have Neil back. And, did I get stopped out? No, so I still own Target. It wasn't... not a big play for me. We bought 89.50 or so. I did not put any stops in there for Target, but we did talk about that area right there, 86. So what I like to do for stops is sometimes you like to see it get retested. And yeah, I don't know if we mentioned a stop at all on Target, but that 86 was a decent spot. And if you got stopped out there, I still don't mind that stop. I mean, I don't think the market is necessarily going to boom out from now. So if you got hit out there at 86, it's only at 88 now, you know, so hopefully it's not that big of a hit, but I still really like Target, and it's a name that I'm long. So I like Target.
Yeah, Target, that's
just been beat up so much. I think there's some activism possible.
Oh, there's definitely some activism possibilities.
Yeah, so that was my reason to make it for that one.
Yeah, like it's been beaten up way too long. 11 o'clock already. Well, obviously we'll be back. You'll see us in the afternoon, but you've got Joe, you've got Obi. You're locked and loaded and ready to go. You don't have to do anything.
Intel's coming back
and relax.
Yeah.
We'll see you later on.
And good trades.
Hey, what's going on? Welcome everyone, happy Tuesday. Yes, it is that midday show. It's me, your boy Joey O, and next to me is Obi. Yes, Toronto taking big L's yesterday. The Leafs lost. The Jays got smoked. That is not fun whatsoever. But guess what? We're here. The markets are open, and we're going to be taking a look at some things. Obi, how are you, my friend, before we get into some roll call?
Not too bad.
All right.
From some crazy moves off open. But yeah, let's get to the roll call. Let's see who is here with us today. Thank you for joining us.
Who's here?
Everybody, yeah.
All right.
Get it going.
Obi, you're muted, my brother. Oh boy.
I'm not muted.
He's not muted. He's not. He's on. He's live in the chat. Who do we got in the chat? Always Taste. I don't know how you made it back in here, my brother, but maybe I blocked someone, the wrong person again. But who do we got? We got James. Doctor Strange, what's up? In I was gonna say metaverse, but it's the Spider-Verse. And the multiverse sounds kind of low. Bastone, self-cultivate, what's up? High vibrations, yeah, we like that one. What's else? Who else we got in the chat? We got Sage Mike, Jason Coloni, Joe Orama, Sage Mike, G-Talk, what's up? G-Talk 5150, let's go. Davey Trader, what's up? John P, YV, who else we got? Odyssey Flights, haven't seen my guy Gore, Mike P, the Rider, I didn't even see his name in there, but I'm gonna shut him out anyways. Rook78, Big 40 Nephew, what's up? JG, Dinkelberg, what's going on, my guy? Who else we got? Rusty Shacks, shout out to Rusty Dutch as well, my guy in the chat. Grey Worm, shout out to, what is it? Come on, come to me. Game of Thrones, there it is. Let's go, fam. Mateus Malfoy, Grey Worm, that's where I know him from. Bustin, what's up, brother? GG, how's everyone doing? Joey Option says, Liberto Calvo. Couple more here. Howard, Big Al from Ottawa. What's up, Alexandre? What's up, my friend Ryan O'Day? And one more, Mo Babaz says, gang. All right, gang. So yeah, all right, guys, let's see what we got going on. A little bit of a choppy one this morning. Don't pull it up just yet, Assassino. I'll tell you when. And now, there it is. All right, so we took 2 attempts on the short there on AMD. Katina Man was long. They didn't work out. We got out of those, so we started 0 for 2 on AMD. But then we stopped. We hopped into some IBIT. We caught the long off of the lows, took some off, added, and then took it out, and it decided to rip. So I'm like, you know what? Let's see if we can get a short rocking and rolling here. Try the short, stopped out, bang. Short starts working. We add and we start piecing it out. And then we get stopped out of our last little bit right there. So right now we're sitting on our hands. We'll go 2 for 3 on IBIT, and then also we'll go 0 for 2 on AMD short. A little bit choppy this morning. NVDA was selling aggressively, but the market decided to have a rally. And with that being said, not too much fun. But I mean, if you like the longs, I'm thinking short. I want to see some of these bigger names at lower prices. And are we going to get that on NVDA? I like our chances, because guess what? You want to buy the dip on these big boys, all right? So that's what we got going on. We're going to be continuously sitting on our hands, looking for that next opportunity. And guys, let me know. Jag, Los Pollos, I haven't seen you. Gorev, make sure you have those shout-outs for me today, because I am going to be on alert and looking for some potential fades. But again, you don't want to be standing in front of this moving freight train that the market is just continuously getting bought back up. Obi, what's going on?
Nothing much, man. Yeah, so this morning, I'll be honest, I got absolutely blasted this morning, right? That happens sometimes, but today I didn't follow my system for what it was worth, and I gave it the stop to high a day, or high of this consolidation. So absolutely blasted. AMD came in with some aggressive selling, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna try to get with these sellers, sell all the way into VWAP, actually get really aggressive here on the 219, 218, back through 217. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
If you were watching AMD tape this morning, it was a battle. It was absolutely aggressive. The wipes were crazy both ways, and the sellers kind of more, heavier than the buyers, which kind of, that kind of coerced me into staying in a little bit longer. It went against me. I held 220s. I was like, all right, let's see how we test 220s. I had a little bit of risk tolerance here. And then when it came back in, I was like, okay, you know what? I think my average ended up being 17 sixes, 17 halves, in and around there. And yeah, it came down to 17, held 17 really well. I had multiple times to decide to get out, to mitigate losses. but I chose not to. You know what? It's kind of one of my weaknesses is sometimes I do get stuck in like a deer in headlights. I'm just locked in. I'm just like, you know, I'm so, the move was sold to me. I'm like, okay, sellers are coming in. I was well in the money a little bit, and then it comes right back in and held on a little too long as this aggressive bid came in. Wipe all the way back up to 220s. And I gave back a decent chunk of, well, daily shutdown, stopped out of the system. But yeah, you know what? We can log into demo a little bit later. But that's what I wanted to talk about. Kind of, you know, there are times where I take losses, and it's due to kind of not adhering to the system. So that's what happened this morning. It is what it is. Got to review the mistakes, but tomorrow's another day.
Yeah,
Next
exactly.
trade is what I'm thinking. So
Exactly.
let's see what you guys have been up to. How's your morning been?
He's slightly red on it. Again, I was trying to short AMD with you too, Obi. So yeah, that didn't work out. I thought we were going to get a little bit of a fade today, but the buyers just kept stepping in. But I mean, there's plenty of time left within the session to kind of recoup our losses. And you know, if the opportunity arises, we'll be able to do so. And I think there's going to be some good opportunities here on the day. And it's still early in the week. Good thing, Obi, less than 24 hours from now, the market's going to be open, and it's a brand new day. And what happened yesterday is essentially irrelevant. So let's rock and roll on there. I would have liked to take another short on there, but it's not hydration nation. That was hesitation nation over there. So with the hezi and the confusion on that one. So yeah. Yeah, you like that. That was it with the hezi, you know what I mean? So yeah, we'll wait. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a move back towards the volume-weighted average price here on the day. So I'm going to look at the overall market. But if some of these bigger names like Google's climbing higher, Amazon's climbing higher, you don't want to go against those. So maybe the crypto space might be something that we want to look for. I want to see Bitcoin back to 100,000 wide so I could just absolutely load the boat and have a great time with that, or have a horrible time with that. It would go either way, but I'm a little bit more confident on that side. Yeah, other than that, I'm just sitting on the hands. Let's see what some of these big names. 180 on NVDA. We'll take that all day. Someone in the chat asked us about Amazon, and Katina Man was talking about Amazon this morning as well too. Ditto, hangry wife. Ditto, ditto, ditto. For those who know what ditto means, it means same. All right, so there it is. Let's go to the daily on Amazon here and see what we got going on. See, I wanted a little dip below this 210 area, and then I'm going to start to buy some of this as well too. Joe, am I the youngest person on the floor? No. Ramin is younger than me. Adara is younger than me. Fabian is, and yeah, then it's me. All right, and Obi and I are around the same age. I'm the youngest trader. No, Adara is. Adara.
Hello?
Adara is. Yeah, sorry. Adara is. Sorry. There we go. Sorry. Hello. We do big fail on that one. I mentioned you though, Adara. I said that you were younger than me. Anyways, but yeah. Pardon me?
You said you were the youngest trader. You said you were the youngest trader. That's why I got.
No, I said Ramin, Adara, and Fabian are younger than me.
Okay, but someone someone said that. Yeah. I'm the youngest trader.
I did.
Listen, guys.
Don't shoot the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger. Gee, all right. No, there. There goes Bitcoin right back towards the volume-weighted average price, guys. AMD starting to come in a little bit as well too. Let's hop on these lower time frames. But as for Amazon, south of 210, guess what? I'm a buyer. 110%. That was my next swing opportunity. But I think just the tariff talks, it's kind of the same. It's not exactly the exact. That's exactly what happened to Whip, just catching strays out here. But no, in all seriousness, I think with Amazon, a lot of this tariff turmoil is definitely holding this stock back. Once that starts to clear up, I think we're going to have a beautiful chance to start to recover. And don't forget about AWS and AWS. That's what I think is going to really get this name rolling once again, and I want to get involved around some lows. Considering we're still down, let's go off of this high right here, 280. We're still down 12.5% from that previous all-time high. So I like our chances there. We're going to grab some of that, and I was also looking at BMNR. Yeah, okay, so we're going to go over to Adara. Ramin, did you just douse the place with perfume? I said, we're going to Adara, but all I smell is perfume.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Let's talk here, though, about we're going to do a quick news update. There's a couple stories I want to talk about. We have a lot of executives from these banks that reported this morning speaking right now. So we do have an executive here from Wells Fargo saying that their office portfolio is likely to stay flat. This stock is still nicely at day's highs and probably the best performing bank right now. Take a look at Citi as well here. Citigroup CEO Jane Fraser announcing the launch of a new mid-tier credit card program. C taking a little bit of a dip here, and also keep an eye on Microsoft and NVIDIA, MSFT and NVDA. Now, apparently, Microsoft is set to lease and scale capacity in Portugal for NVIDIA chips. Now, this is a good sign here of collaboration between these two major tech companies, MSFT and NVDA. Back to you.
Thank you very much. But yeah, Obi, that's what I'm looking at. A nice little signal starting to be displayed on the TQs here. So maybe we're going to get a little bit of a pullback. We can use our risk profile just above the high of the day there, about 10, 15 cents. And there it goes, starting to come back in. So let's get involved in some TQs here, Obi.
What's going on?
Okay.
I was reading the chat. I'm like, okay.
All right. I know you wanted to do something.
So Trix is asking if we can look at ACHR right now. So let's take a quick look at one of those ACHR. Archer Aviation. A lot of people kind of watch this over the course of time. It comes into fashion and goes as well. So let's see what it's doing today. Not really any sort of relative volume. Nice move off of the open in terms of a short, and then nice reversion coming back in as well. When the buyers kind of step back in, that consolidation breakout, this little flag here, when that kind of breaks out 1180s, and then we're off to the races all the way back up to the highs for 100% reversion. So interesting stuff. I guess this had some sort of maybe some sort of a catalyst or something. 4 a.m., nice little dump there. Pre-market consolidation breakdown, that came in pretty clean off of the open there. But you can see bigger picture. This thing has been doing some things. So let's take a quick look at bigger picture here. Consolidation, higher. Right, 11s cannot be broken. Every time it kind of came in for the past couple of times here after the strong leg from this base from $8, we pull back into $11 and kind of hold. So we're consolidating above that. So that's what I see here. Consolidation highs at 1280s as of right now on Archer and NVTS. Yeah, we can take a look at that one, NVTS. I know people are watching this one as well. Navitas with a pretty crazy move overnight, and didn't really do too much off of the open. I was looking for a potential continuation here, but gave up that pre-market low, and since then just chopping it around a little bit there. So if you're looking at it short, that came in really nicely right off of the open or going into the open, but since then kind of within that range from the open. No worries, man. Lots of thank yous there for covering those. There's an IPO. Is it IPO for SEV today? Ross is asking Joe. We can take a look at the IPO calendar here. Okay. Right there. Boom. So it's first one right here. So today, let's see what it says. What's the date today? Today is, I'm forgetting. Today is the 14th. All right. So 14th, we have one RPGL, which is scheduled for today. Priced at $4 to $5 and a $10 million offer amount. I'm probably not going to be involved in this one, but oh boy, take a look at this. We got another one, boys. A $1.1 billion IPO. That's coming out at the end of this month, the 31st. And what is this one? On the NASDAQ. Navin. NAVN. That's interesting. I got to take a look at this one. We'll go straight to the filings here, and maybe look at their S1. Boom, there's the S1. I just right away, I want to see who the underwriters are. So that's my biggest thing. First thing I look for when I go to the IPO, go to the S1 filing, and then right here, the underwriters. We got Goldman Sachs, Jefferies, Mizuho, MS, Citigroup. So all the boys are on this one here. Pretty strong underwriters. So I like that. What do they do? You can go in and kind of read about this as well. So this could be the next potential trade here. Another $1 billion IPO. We've seen some of them do extremely well. Some of them a little bit of a dud off of the open. But based off of certain nuances, I think you can kind of figure out which ones might be better than others. And then look for confirmation when they do come out. So it says all-in-one travel, payments, and expense management program. Okay, interesting. So personal travel management, it seems like that's what they're into. So yeah. Thank you for pointing out a potential IPO today. Didn't know that this one was coming up, but NAVN later on this month. Only about next week or the week after? Yeah, that should be coming out. So we should be waiting and watching for that one. The more recent one was that almost $1 billion laundry company.
Oh,
and I kind of looked into them. It was funny idea, like $1 billion laundry company. But the thing is, they're like wholesalers to laundromats.
Oh, okay. So they're selling the machines.
They're selling the machines. They're selling the infrastructure. They're selling the businesses. So it's like, okay, it makes more sense why you're worth almost $1 billion. I was thinking a little bit differently. I'm like, wow, that's a lot of money you're washing.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a lot of.
Oh boy.
Yeah, they're washing everyone right there. Assassino, absolutely, my friend. So yeah, gotta stay away from that stuff. I know those New York laundromats get you in a little bit of trouble there. But all right, there it is. Man, oh man, there's Bitcoin right back down to the volume weighted average price. That was target, so that's why we hopped in, added to that, and then eventually we got stopped out. But now we're just adding a little bit here to the TQs, see if we can get a move back to the volume weighted average price. NVDA starting to head back towards a support level low. We got to keep an eye out on Google and what Apple and everyone else is. Tesla's starting to come back into the volume weighted average price as well too. So let's see if that can help drag down this market. What is Apple up to here today, guys? Because we are short the market, we want to see how some of these mags are starting to react. So let's keep an eye on some of them. There's AMD, a lot of sideways price action here, guys. Wells Fargo was nice, climbing higher and higher on that. There we go. Oh, so I added a little bit. There's Google around the highs. You got to keep an eye out on there. And then Tesla, NVDA. Let's take a look at what Microsoft has been up to. All right, so it's slowly starting to head lower. All right, let's take it down. Reject the volume weighted average price is way up here at 513.29. And then Amazon, we talked about this. We're a buyer of this name, anything south of 210. So I'm curious to see if we can get that rocking and rolling. But let's go the TQs back into the volume weighted average price. Is that primary play? And here it is. We're looking for that specific move off of these wick highs. Volume candle isn't necessarily isolated, but I like our chances of heading back into some key support levels. Gorv mentioned that this is yesterday's low, right around that neck of the woods. Way to call that one out. We like that there, my friend. And then there is some resistance that can be acting as support, but I think if we crack this neckline at 100, we do have a good opportunity to get involved and get back towards the volume weighted average price. If it does, then we'll add a little bit. Let's take a look at, okay, Always Taste says Phillies. I don't know. This guy says the Philly laundromats are the worst. Yeah, I heard it's really bad over there in Philadelphia. I mean, across the world. For some reason, I feel it's getting worse here in the city as well, too. Obviously, with the homeless factor is what I'm getting at, but that's two totally different things, laundromats and homeless individuals. Go roll. Let's take a look at this one. Individual S. Yeah, nice move all the way from 83 cents. This is most definitely Sharif's World. Gold resource right there. Take a look at the daily breaking out. That's a breakout. So, I mean, come tomorrow morning, if you get an open above that, maybe you can get a push a little bit higher. Not too bad of a look there. Okay, here comes the TQ starting to come back in. Katina Man and I were looking for this trade yesterday, so hopefully it comes into fruition today. I'm not surprised I'm surprised the SPY isn't a little bit harder considering the banks are doing half decent. Excuse me, Wells Fargo starting to continuously climb higher and higher and higher there. But yeah, let's go. We're rocking and rolling on the TQs here. Just a chip in a chair essentially here, guys. So we're just going to chisel away. And I think eventually when you see that prime time opportunity, just like a tiger, you have to pounce on the prey and try to make it as large as we can. But right now I'm not seeing anything substantially eye-popping, even though we are short. We're looking for that break of that 100. Once we hit that, Obi, we're going to start piecing it out.
Yes, sir. Yeah, no, looking for the next opportunity for sure. But yeah, no, I'm kind of just reflecting and just observing price action on the day today. I will log into demo just to kind of have some trades on board in a little bit here. But yeah, just kind of observing some of this action. So doing some write-ups on this trade on AMD, man. AMD was absolutely nasty off of the open. If you guys weren't here a little earlier, I talked about how, yeah, I got absolutely blasted, shut down on this. So here at the firm, you have a daily daily risk limit. So if you surpass that daily risk limit, you cannot trade live for the rest of the day until for about a 24-hour period. So that's where I'm sitting at right now. I definitely had an aggressive position. I was very, very convinced on the AMD short, and I definitely over leveraged on this trade. This definitely wasn't necessarily something I should be putting on daily risk for, but you know what? I kind of mismanaged this and got blasted through the 220. So we can talk more about this a little bit later after we get back from Madeira.
Yeah, I just want to remind you guys, Fed Chair Powell not speaking yet, but he will be speaking exactly 1 hour from now at 12:20 p.m. I will be covering that for you guys live, so definitely stay tuned with us here on the midday show for that Fed coverage. I will be giving it live for you guys. Again, Fed's Powell at 12:20. We already had Fed's Bowman this morning and Fed's Collins and Waller in the afternoon. Again, Fed's Powell, though, the key here at 12:20. Back to you. Oh.
Very much there, Adara. Yeah, I'm just talking with Gaurav in the chat. We're just talking about our accuracies on the TQs. It's tough, man, because it's so hard. There's so many factors that come into play, and I talk about it over and over again. When you're trading this, you have to look at the MEG because they're so heavily weighted in the index. So at the end of the day, if they're not all moving in tandem, then it's not good, right? So we're short right now, looking for that break of 120. We're going to hold our horses here, and then also NVDA putting in a little bit of some higher lows, right? So we got to keep an eye out for that. And Google's still grinding higher and higher as well too. So a little bit of a fluctuation on the P and L wise. So we'll pack our patience and see what we can get rocking and rolling, rocking and a rolling. So yeah, all right. Bang, 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 101. I got to give this some room. I averaged into this one. We don't want to take too hefty of a loss, right? Because we want to be able to grind throughout the day and wait for those opportunities. So I'm not going to give this too much more room, right? I would rather just get out, accept the loss for what it is, and find another potential opportunity. Joey, holler at me on some UVXY Drago. Anything, my friend. And we're going to definitely UVXY, pro shares, Ultra VIX. There it is, UVXY, coming from 1260 all the way down to 1190s. Did you buy puts or did you sell calls? I'm curious to know, Dragos. Adara, talk to me.
Keep an eye on MCRP. Nice push to the upside for this name. This is a $2.40 ticker. There's some speculation here going around on X that they could be partnering up with NVIDIA, or there could be, I guess, another robotics push here with this company, NVIDIA. Apparently, they've previously announced partnerships. So MCRP on watch with some NVIDIA speculation. Also, fun fact, according to Kalshi, I guess in these prediction markets, Kevin Hassett, who is the current director of the National Economic Council, he is now seen as the front runner for the Fed chair position. So interesting look there. Kevin Hassett, who worked for the Fed, though not as a governor or a Fed president, is now apparently the lead contender in the Fed chair race. That's according to the predictions markets. Back to you.
And back to life, back to reality. Yeah, no. All right, Apple's selling a little bit here. Come on, drag it down for us. Break it down now. Now, yeah, as for the UVXY, you have some calls on that one. Someone in the chat was asking me about pins earlier in the day, so shout out to them. Well, I don't know why I'm showing you out, but I know you mentioned you had some contracts or something along those lines. So yeah, just repost what you were saying there in the chat, and we will take a look at some of the activity. Let's pull it up right now, and see what we got cooking up for our expected moves, and we'll take a look at some of the earnings this evening as well too there, guys. Oh, you dirty dog, the TQs, man. Oh my days. All right. Options, expected move. Do they report this evening? First and foremost, I must do my due diligence and see what we got going on in the post market this evening. And Pins is not reporting. Okay, we don't got anything really overly exciting in my opinion. Tomorrow morning though, 1 a.m. Oh. Okay, I won't be up at that time. Maybe Obi will be up at that time. Maybe. Playing ASML at 1 a.m. All right, they're reporting at that time,
Definitely
Obi.
Possible.
Possibly. Well, I think he's going to do it. BAC tomorrow as well in the morning. Dollar Tree, Morgan Stanley, Progressive. All right, some good stuff. And then what do we got in the post? Let's take it up. Who's in the post? UAL is what I'm seeing over here. And that's it. United Airlines, really. Home Bank Shares, JB Hunt Transport is reporting as well, too. So, all right, not too bad. UVXY going down. That is not good for the shorts as the VIX is starting to slowly grind lower and lower. That is not what we want to see. Wells Fargo still hovering around those highs. Someone sent Joseph some Spankopitia. What is that? What is Spankopitia? Strobe. What is that? Hopefully I'm not saying something bad now. Hypercube. One of my favorite plays is when we get massive moves overnight. Look at CME futures for levels instead of the ETFs. VWAP held really, really well. Okay, yeah, we'll take a look at that one. DK Joey. What did I just say right there, DK? What's up, my friend? It's good Greek food? Bang. I love Greek food. Shout out to Mykonos or however it was pronounced. I want to go there. That's a bucket list. There in Croatia, we got to check that one. And DK Brosif, what's up, brother? What's your opinion on crypto crash? Aren't we destined for a new all-time high now since all leverage was cleared? Maybe, possibly. We got those mass liquidations, so I like our chances. I want to see Bitcoin come back down to 110, or sorry, 100 is what I meant, and then I'm just loading the boat. May as well get rocking and rolling on that one, right? Rocking and spinach pie, that's gross. I like spinach though, but I'm not the biggest fan of all these pies. Is spinach pie? Oh, okay, Spankopitia. No, maybe we won't be trying that one. We'll let Adara taste that, and then she'll get back to me just in case there's any spice in there whatsoever. So, all right, guys, what else do we got cooking up here? Starting to come back in there. Adara, I just volunteered you, so I appreciate for being a good sport.
Pretty sure I've already had it, and it was not gross. I do not know what pies ever did to you, but you have some kind of thing there you need to work out.
Give me a rating on it. 4 out of 10.
It was, wait, out of 10?
Yeah.
I mean, it was a while ago, but I would put it at least a 6.
Ooh, okay, all right. That's above average. We'll take it. A 6. Adara's giving it there for that form of pie. But let's go. Apple continue its selling. Help drag the TQs down. 100, we're going to start piecing it out. That's going to be 60 cents, probably 108K, says DJ Reese. Could you check out BTC on options? Any key strikes at 130. I don't even know I don't think we can. The futures, I was trying to pull that up, but I can't even pull that. Let's see. Let's see here. Okay, bang. Okay, yeah, it won't even let me pull it up. It has to be, okay, so it's not showing me what I want there, so nothing crazy. We'll go to iBit. What is iBit up to, right? Because that's equally as telling. Even though there's a little bit of a tracking error in there, shout out to Havana. Havana, I haven't seen you in some time. How's XRP doing? Genuine question. But yeah, there it is, right? Like, so I thought that we were going to tap into 73s. Oh, that's a real far expiration. You could tell that I'm looking to really load the boat over here. Let's go over to this week's expiration. Wow. 65. This is some large size at 65. What was our high of the day on IBIT? I can tell you that. 63.75, so 65 strike price, 46,000 contracts right there, and the volume relatively light, 4,600 on that one. But those 61s, 44,000. At the money IV around 50%, so cool off a little bit. All right, so David Chavarini, probably butchered that one, and I apologize. Should I sell 10,000 shares of Macy's stock for SoFi? I got the shares from my ex-wife in a divorce.
Oh boy.
All right. Wow, that's okay. Put a lot of weight on our shoulders here, man. No, obviously,
that's a little intense.
Macy's. What's the average price on those?
Oh boy.
I don't love. See, that's the thing, Strobe. I don't love shepherd's pie either, man. I truly don't.
So no kind of pie, just nothing. I thought it was just because of like the sweet.
No,
but not even savory pies.
But no, I don't. But I'm just not a fan. Like, so shepherd's pie, I don't love that much. Pot pie, I'm not a big fan of. Yeah, I just don't like. I don't like the mixture. Anyways, I dare.
What's going on in there?
You have to try Tourtière, Quebecois classic, really good pie. But let's talk here about BTC, which is cooking up a little bit to the downside, though I do want to note, since we kind of reclaimed this 110 area from Friday, we did dip below it on Friday, but since we reclaimed it, we've held it really well. 110,000 is showing up more and more as clear support on BTC in this daily chart. So certainly something to be aware of No real catalyst in this space, though I will mention one thing that is really being attributed a little bit to that run to all-time highs in Bitcoin was the fact that we had the government shut down. And some people are thinking that this could maybe be viewed as a safe haven play with the shutdown. Well, now, as I mentioned earlier, we have some prediction markets expecting this to be the longest shutdown in history. So if that is the case and the safe haven narrative continues, it could continue to be a good look for crypto, including BTC. Let's take a look here at Ethereum. The 15-minute chart there looks like identical to what we saw there on Bitcoin. The daily chart for Ethereum, though, as I mentioned earlier with Bitcoin, slightly higher low than what we're seeing with BTC, which is consolidating quite close to its Friday low. Interesting look here at Ethereum, also finding some clear resistance around that 4,800 level. Let's see where things go from here. And back to you.
Rivian Millionaire, multiple months. I don't want to have to stress about theta whatsoever. I just eliminate that factor. I'd rather pay a little bit more cash for that than have to worry about theta. That's just my mindset. It's just one less thing to stress about. Now, going back to our friend on the super chat here, David Chavarini. I mean, you have 10,000 shares of them. You don't have to hold on to all of them. I would rotate maybe a little bit into that if that's what, I mean, I'll take those 10,000 shares all day. Of Macy's, maybe not. I would look to trim a little bit, hold some. I don't know what your average price is or anything along those lines, but yeah, I would rotate a little bit there if that's what you got from that. So yeah, Rivian Millionaire, that's what I'm looking to do, brother. I don't want to worry about that whatsoever because for me personally, I think just holding the leverage derivatives, you got other factors that you need to worry about. If you can completely eliminate one of them, $6? Okay, bang. I would lock something, $6. I would lock some of that in on Macy's and then look to rotate, sit on some cash, see if you get some better prices momentarily. But yeah, I'm going to see if we can get this break here in the TQs, still hovering around these levels. So maybe another liquidity grab is in the works before it decides to make an additional move lower.
Yeah, it was this morning. I think I was looking for some continuations in some of the rare earth stocks as well. So let's take a quick look at some of those and see how they've been holding up. We know that MP and TMC, and there was a few other ones as well. Throw them up in the chat because I don't remember all of them off the top of my head, but holding up pretty well at the end of the day yesterday. Yeah, pretty decent look there on MP here. We did gap up and push a little bit higher today, but in a nice little flush as well. So I just want to go to the daily chart here. Okay, oh boy, yeah, a little bit of a miss on my part. Well, not really ish. This was, I guess it was a day two gap on this one. I thought it was day 3 for a second, but yeah, okay. So gapping up into that 100 mark. So maybe not really getting through that 100 too well in the pre-market. Not really sustaining that move through 100. Kind of brings in some selling off of the open all the way down to 90. So oh boy, on that one, man, absolutely crazy. So we'll see how these guys kind of hold. The thing is, what I'm noticing, Joe, is that we're still holding structure. After a strong sell-off day today, off of the open, strong sell-off session, we're still holding pretty well, holding this uptrend, holding higher highs and higher lows as well. Let's take a quick look at TMC, the metals company. Yeah, people talking about LAC at the same time. Yes, of course, LAC was one to watch out for as well. So it seems like a lot of them getting some strong selling on the day today. We did visit some fresh highs in the pre-market session. Today's metal runners saying West, y'all. AQMS, AREC, TMQ, and NVA. Yeah, TMQ was the one from yesterday, I think. There it goes. Wow, TMQ off to the races, blasting. So looking distinctly different from the rest of them as of right now. So we'll continue watching this one. AREC, we'll check this one as well. Okay, some strength. So yeah, you weren't wrong. These are today's runners. West, y'all calling them out for us. Thank you very much. AQMS. Oh boy, a little bit of a sideways chop on this one. So yeah, good look there. Have eyes on. Haven't really taken any trades on those just yet. But let me know what you guys are trading, man. We'll see WWR. Walmart, right? Walmart had that news right off of the open, or going into the open there. And oh boy, that one was pretty crazy. Okay, the bid did step back in. 103s seems like they held pretty well and continue to push a little bit higher here. Nice consolidation. This is a very tight consolidation, actually. You know what? This is a very tight consolidation at high a day. Almost like seems like a big consolidation. I don't know. We'll continue to monitor this one here, but I really like the way this is consolidating and flagging above that range high and above 105s as well. So Walmart's a good thing. I remember this one. Look at it as it goes right now as we speak. So beautiful stuff, man. Lots of opportunities market, lots of crazy legs, and OpenAI seems like they're the ones who are causing a lot of these crazy moves. We saw them with the AMD, we saw them with the Oracle, we saw them with Walmart today. So it's an interesting environment that we're in.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys. So, yeah, this isn't working out. Starting to come aggressively against us. Every single name in the mag is starting to climb higher. Apple, NVDA, Google, Amazon. So we'll just hop out of this one, man. Unfortunately, we'll take a loss on it. I'm not wrong at the break until the break of this, but I want to get out of it early and keep these losses a little bit smaller just due to the fact of the hits that we took on AMD this morning. So, yeah, I just want to stay extremely risk adverse here. I don't want to be going against this market. And you know what? I was talking with Gorev. I think it's just time. Sometimes it's really important to just put some names on the back burner for a while. And I think just due to my trading accuracy on the TQs, it's just avoided. It deals with too large of a basket and too many factors come into play instead of just individual stocks. So I keep it up to monitor it just to see what the overall market is doing. But we'll take a loss right there on the TQs, which is unfortunate. So again, we'll sit on our hands a little bit longer. It could be an additional fake out, but that's going to be my last attempt on that name. With that being said, let's run through some of our scans. Let's get the TQs off of our chart so we're just not looking at it all the time. There goes NVDA. Let's get our eyes on this one, 182. NVDL, a pretty good vehicle to use right now because it's trading around 90-something plus dollars. So yeah, another strong rally here. I thought that we would get some continued bleeding, but everybody seems to want to buy this dip at some point. I don't know if individuals are going to really start to getting trapped long, but I'll tell you one thing. I ain't buying a thing up here. I'm waiting for specific levels. Patience is key. Adair, what do you got for us?
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know here, Tesla, pretty strong, no news on this to clarify, but I saw some chatter about it, so I wanted to address the strength there in TSLA. Let's talk here as well about the just the market in general. We have commentary coming from U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer, specifically about rare earths place. Keep an eye on MP, TMC, USAR, TMQ. He's saying that the U.S. has had constructive talks with China over the past 6 months, and that the rare earths measures from China, quote, came out of nowhere. So some comments there from U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer on China. Again, guys, just to clarify, Fed Chair Jerome Powell has not spoken yet, and he's not speaking now. He is speaking at 12:20 p.m. So again, 12:20 p.m., we'll get commentary here from Fed Chair Jerome Powell. I will be covering it live for you also. Definitely stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Back to you.
Ooh, what do you got there? What do you got there, Obi?
I'm honestly watching this Walmart consolidation here in and around that 105. Pretty interesting. I think it says something where you get that leg pullback, and then once again leg, that strength coming in. So okay, buyers were there off of the initial mention of Walmart and OpenAI together. Bit of a reversion. I was watching this as well. Beautiful reversion of some of those highs, maybe getting a little too far too fast, and pulling back in pretty nicely there for a decent retracement as well, about a 3% fallback into those 103s, but finding base, and it seems like VWAP was the place to be when it reclaimed that VWAP and finally broke this kind of flag through that opening range high. We just kind of grind it up.
There's some serious volume stepping in.
Push. What's happening there?
I don't know, but in the overall market, there's some pretty big volume stepping in there, Obi. Yeah, so the TQs is starting to put in a massive print here. And then also we're starting to see some pressure on some of these bigger names. Sorry to interrupt you, but there it goes. There goes the TQs, the volume stepping in. Something might be going on here, Adara, because not yet anyways, because there's substantial...
It's just the stuff with Jameson Greer. He's talking. There could be some volatility there. As I mentioned, he's talking about China, but nothing else. It just looks like kind of a...
Yeah, that would be it. Thank you very much. Sorry, Obi, continue.
Yeah, no worries. Seems like, a little bit of a wicking dance happening on this 15-minute candle on both the ES and the NASDAQ here. Not quite back at that 25K mark that we've been kind of orbiting around. 24/7s today, 24/750. We're kind of struggling to push through today. Look at that consolidation since about the open right there. You can see 10:30-ish to now, which is about 11:30. But yeah, for about the past hour and a half, we've just been kind of consolidating and attempting to push that 750 there. But tight consolidation should be interesting here. We'll wait and see what we're lining up for. I think we got some more news with Adara.
Yeah, we have more like super back and forth commentary here with regards to what the U.S. is going to do with China tariffs. We know that they had previously said, or Trump had previously indicated there'd be some 100% tariffs on China on November 1st. Then he said, don't worry about China, it'll all work out. And then he indicated he'd still be pushing in these tariffs. Now, as part of this commentary from Jamieson Greer, who is, again, the U.S. trade representative, he said that the China tariff could happen sooner, but it'll depend on what China does. So more uncertainty here with tariffs, but nothing brand new. That's just coming, again, from Jamieson Greer, where he is speaking. I'll let you know when he appears to be done. Back to you.
All right, yeah. So, yeah, there it is. I mean, we'll see, right? Like, we're going to be patient. I think sitting on our hands for a little bit here. I'm not going to be buying anything up here, so I want to wait and see if we can get any form of indecision and then a high-quality setup where we can just eliminate a large amount of our losses on the day. We got risk left, nothing substantial, but we can still be in play, and a couple wins in our favor. We're right back in the game. We're right back in the thick of things. So the DIA hitting 4-hour resistance. That's why we saw the Qs and the SPY moving upside, says Andrew or Andre Emerad. Yeah, thank you for that, and much appreciated. But it's continuously growing. Yeah, the Dow Jones. Yeah, the Dow. Hey, it's me. I'm a Joey too, says Dude Star. What's up, brother? Congratulations. Yeah. But no, in all seriousness, guys, we can run through some of the volume. We'll go over top performing sectors. We'll do some options activity as well too. Someone mentioned pins. I seen it, but then I took my eyes off it and lost it once again. Wow. Okay. All right. Who does this think it is at this point? All right.
Who do you think you are?
Yeah. Who? I am. Dude, you have that one there. So there it is. Yeah, you have that one there. Sharif's got that one.
Nice.
So yeah, I mean, there's a nice little breakup there in Morrow. We'll pull it out on a 5-minute once again. We'll go through a couple of the names. There is Ford, pretty strong session. Tesla, pretty good one there. AMD. Again, just stuck in this choppy mess. I would avoid that one for today. There is the Quad U. Yesterday's session, you get that breakout in the post market. Adair, what do you got?
Yeah, this China saga continues with Jamieson Greer, who is, again, the trade representative here, U.S. trade representative. He's saying that there is a time scheduled for the Trump-Xi meeting. So it looks like it's still on, again, according to Jamieson Greer, U.S. trade representative. Now he's actually saying that they also watch the stock and bond market. Like, lots of commentary coming in from him is worth noting here. And then he also said it's hard for China to find an off-ramp on rare earths. Here is USAR, one of the rare earth names that's been in place. So just keep an eye on these names. But again, he's saying that this tariff is going to really depend on what China does, whether or not the U.S. decides to put in that 100% tariff. And again, that November 1st date given by Trump, it could or could not be sooner, depending, again, on what happens. But also, I really want to add, too, kind of another odd comment here from Greer. They apparently want to make sure that the market responds to appropriate information. Back to you.
They will distribute $300 million to users who lost it during the October 10th crash. I'm sure you mean Binance on that one, Mopar. Okay, yeah, so there goes Bitcoin, there goes Mara continuing to climb. The Google putting in a new high of the day. Yeah, glad we got out of that short, guys. Look at the TQs start to rip. That one didn't work out for us. Bang, putting in a new high of the day on today's session, but still inside of what we got going on from that Friday. So keep that in mind. Okay, anyways. So yeah, that's what I got cooking up. NVDA could be a potentially good long here. We went through a couple of names. We'll go through a couple more in the top performing sectors before we send it back to our guy, Obi. What's Amazon up to? Ooh, I don't think we're going to get 210 on Amazon. BM&R, this thing is not a very good intraday trader. I've tried it a couple times before, and look at this, just completely sideways. Why did I like BM&R? Well, look, we have this wedge starting to be formed. We did get to the top end of the range, and we're holding the lower end of the range right now as well, too. So I like that as a potential opportunity. I want to take a look at Amazon's daily as this hammer candle as support levels is starting to be formed. So what was that low here? Approximately 212.50. And starting to bounce off of that. So I want to buy some of these mags at the lows. I just got to be patient and wait for that prime opportunity in order to do so. EOS Energy, I mean, there's plays outside of the GPUs, cloud, and all this tech boom. The financials have been doing pretty good. This energy name's been doing pretty good. LAC was on the rise for a while. Let's pull it up there. And there you go, putting in a new high as well, right around $9.50. So not a horrible look. But the more extended this market gets, the more I like it. Am I going to be shorting the TQs? Again, probably not. We're going to find a different vehicle, Obi.
Yeah, for sure. I think you gotta be careful when the markets is very, very directional. Right now, we talked about that consolidation. So we had that strong reversion from some strong selling off of the open there, and consolidating at the highs. So consolidating just underneath that 24,750 that I was just talking about. I'm like, okay, this is pretty interesting. We've been consolidating here. Can't really get through that 750 just yet, but nice consolidation on top of the 700. So really, really tight. Top of the range, so I like that, and it gives us that continuation right now. So really, buyers are stepping right back in here into this market. So I just keep eyes on this Walmart, because with a strong market like that, this consolidation is very, very interesting to me. Because look at this. This is what I mean. Nice grinding bid, some strong volume. Like, I know you like to look for these strong volume nodes right there. So that made the high a day there. And we've been consolidating sideways for just over an hour and 15 minutes here, with a range that's here. Let's just be specific. Let's measure the range. Right? A 20-penny range, roughly. Let's say it's about a quarter. There it goes right there, attempting to push at the highs once again. So I'm going to pull it up on my chart here. Walmart, which trades on the NYSE, see if that breakout is going to be NYSE here as we attempt to push a little bit higher here. So 05.19s. So now the range high is 21. So 105.21s. We're trading at 15s right now. So should be interesting. I'm keeping an eye out on this one. An open AI catalyst with an unusual partner. Like, yeah, sure, Walmart. You know, I was kind of laughing, had a little bit of a chuckle when I was like, oh boy, Walmart now associated with OpenAI. What an interesting market, man, and a lot of traders kind of reiterating that. Now, I wasn't around back then, but a lot of traders reiterating that, like, this really starting to really hone in and feel like some of those .com times as well. The way we're just kind of elevating on anything that's associated with an OpenAI or anything like that. And the market moves have been absolutely wild as well. Like AMD, for example, today was an absolute battlefield, a crazy chop. Like the thing would wipe like $1.50 within like 15 seconds. And then just right back.
The ATRs, ATRs through the roof.
Yeah, the intraday ATR is being the ATR is definitely getting explored.
Yeah,
let's say that. But I think we got something with Adara. We'll be right back.
Yeah, keep an eye on some of these beauty plays. I have ELF up here. Not a ton of volume, but a bit of a pop on this most recent 15-minute candle as we get results from LVMH out in Europe. So again, just be aware here, LVMH earnings. We know sometimes when European companies report earnings, their American counterparts or rivals will end up moving in tandem. Same thing with Nike when Adidas releases their reports. But yeah, it looks like LVMH revenue up here 1% organic on a year-over-year basis, so slightly better than expected. Fashion, leather, revenue down 2% year-over-year, but perfume and cosmetics revenue up 2%. So keep an eye here on ELF. Estee Lauder would actually be another one to look at here. Estee Lauder to see what they're doing on this, and they are moving much more notably higher. So Estee Lauder on watch with these LVMH earnings. Back to you.
Right on. Yeah, I mean, usually the top-end consumer isn't affected that much. It's the lower end is where you really start to see things slow down. They usually just tend to pick up. The rich just get richer, as they like to say. But yeah, Obi, I don't see anything right now. The TQ's still grinding higher. I'm glad that we got out of that one there. Volume has stepped in on it. But with that being said, let's take a look at the top performing sectors. At the top of the list today, Obi, we have the industrials leading the way, up about 9/10, financials up about 8/10. Utilities sitting in that third spot, 6/10 there, 0.63 to be exact. And then we have energy down about 1/10. Then we have healthcare down 1/5, and technology sector taking it on the nose. But as for the year to date, it is still drastically outperforming everyone else, right? I mean, on the year, not year to date, but in a year span, we're up 20%, SPY's up 13.25%. We have the IWM up 10%, and then the Dow up 7% as well. For the week, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, a lot of negativity. activity. Why does it say double SPY? I think one is meant to be the Qs there, my friend Obi. Yeah, the green one, we're down 1.4%, and same with the SPY there. So tough, not going to say tough look, but I mean, negative is negative, and I wouldn't be surprised once we recover from that, because it seems to be the case regardless of what it is, 3%, everybody wants to get back in and start buying this dip. So David Ciavarini sold them Macy shares and went long BMNU, going hard in the paint. Need a new lady already up, he said. All right. Yeah, I appreciate the $5 super chat. Let's take a look at BMNU. Okay, what's this? It's a T-Rex, too long, BMNR. Okay, you're up large. Did BMNR break out? Oh, you sly dog, you BMNR. I had a feeling it was going to do that. Don't forget, these leverage ETFs are not investment vehicles, right? They're intraday vehicles. You do not want to be holding on to these for long durations of time. Why? I'm going to give you the prime example right now, and we're going to do some comparisons. All right, so off of this previous high, whenever this, actually, no, this isn't good. But anyways, you're down 35% off of that peak. BMNR, I think it's down substantially more, but it's different there, 66%. This is going to be the prime example on what I'm going to bring to you. So we have Coinbase, right? So Coinbase 444.50, that high to where we're currently trading at is 22%. Now let's take a look at ConL. That's going to be the 2X, and we go back to exactly from where we're trading, and you're down 45%. All right, so that is essentially just in a short term why you don't want to be holding these leverage products for too long. All right, they are not investment vehicles. But there goes Bitcoin, there goes BMNR. What is ETHA up to? I haven't been looking at it. I'm not going to get too on the fritz about this or anything along those lines, because I still think there might be some potential downside, and we might be able to get involved in some lower prices. ETHA starting to grind, entering this or about to enter that gap. So not too bad of a look there, but don't forget, BMNU is not an investment vehicle.
Yeah, you got to be careful with some of those products, especially the ones that kind of decay. As well, it's funny. People talk about like, oh, you know, I got long the UVIXI, or you get long some sort of VIX product, and they're like, oh, why is this kind of dying on me? You got to be careful with some of those products here. But no, looking at some bigger picture stuff here, I'm pulling up the Dixie, the dollar index here, just to keep eyes on what we're doing. So I'm not really getting too much information here on necessarily the hourly chart. So I'm just going to go straight up to the monthly, and I know where we're sitting here on the monthly, relative to the beginning of the year. Right, beginning of the year, we had a nice strong bid going into January. Right, December, January of the beginning of the year. Kind of Dixie's up at 109s. We're all feeling great. But since the beginning of the year, sure, the stock market has been pushing all-time highs. Sure, things are more expensive. Sure. But take a look at the dollar. The dollar is significantly down relative to where we started off at the beginning of the year. 109s all the way to sub 100s right now, 96s. So trading at some consolidation lows. Sure, we're making some higher lows as well. But you know, there's a lot more other factors that move this thing around. So I'm not really being like, okay, you know, support, resistance, whatever. But yeah, sometimes there is some there are some interesting levels that we do respect. So that $100 level can be interesting here as well. So the eyes on the Dixie for sure. I'm kind of watching those, and then maybe wanting to keep eyes on some of these bonds as well. I know a lot of people not really watching the bond market necessarily, because again, the stocks are absolutely going crazy. But nice little consolidation and increased volume as well in this consolidation over the past few years as well. So that's the monthly chart on the bonds, and kind of maybe making a bit of a base here since COVID, right? COVID absolutely smoked off of these since then, and nice little consolidation for the past couple of years here on that one. So yeah, man, I don't really see anything too crazy. Let's take a quick look at some of the volume gainers on the day, and we'll find maybe we'll find some opportunities. Like I said before, I will kind of hop into the demo soon enough, and maybe take some trades, take some reps on potential opportunities that I see. Bit farms, okay, interesting. BBAI, there's the next one. This thing, man, every day, just a little bit higher, a little bit more of a chop, a little bit higher every day. Yeah, there you go. That's I know Sean's definitely big on Bear AI for sure. But yeah, there you go. Beautiful chart on the higher time frame on this one as well. Trilogy Metals, TMQ, coming in with a bit of a reversion. When we last looked at this one was high in the sky, but it seems like the sky is falling right now with some of these breaking down. So $10 consolidation, that breakdown coming in real nice. Take a look at this, man. Sometimes it's so straightforward. I don't want to call it easy, but it's straightforward, right? The market is showing you that we have a bit of a linear bid, right? This bid has a linearity to it. Every time we come in, we hold, we extend off of it, we come in, we hold. Once that behavior changes, once that behavior is done, we can either go one of three ways. We can either continue and rip up higher, we can either go sideways and consolidate, or we can go a little bit lower. But the buyers were there for about, I would say they were in charge from, let's say the day low to this wick high. They were in charge for maybe about an hour and 15 minutes. And since that's when the bid dissipates, maybe we get a bit of a reversion back down into VWAP. So that's a good look there on TMQ. That's coming in real nice. Unfortunate to not have that one there, but where is the next trade? That's what I'm asking. Nvidia not really doing too much. Strong flush off of the open, grinding kind of chop in and around VWAP. Sure, relatively higher highs and higher lows as well. SSKN could have been interesting this morning, but wasn't as interesting to me off of the open. Navitas, we know a lot of people kind of mentioning this one in the session. So yeah, still kind of grinding up. That selling off of the open was very interesting through the pre-market lows, almost straight selling, no real looking back. And you had the confluence from the market as well. When the market's kind of selling off and the stock you're looking at is selling off, I don't know. Sometimes that gives me a little bit of confidence, a little bit of confidence and confluence because of the parallel action there. So LAC, we were going to look at this one earlier, and oh boy, this one's one that is continuing to push a little bit higher. You're making me laugh, Dynamic Driver.
Yeah, don't
heard
deny
of that kind of VWAP. That's not an indicator that I use, but you want to be careful because that can be a slippery slope. So it is what it is. So Seals Q. It seems like there's some runners here. Rigetti, yeah, this one was on my watch list for sure. Bit of a gap down continuation coming in off of the open there. So 55s trading. Yesterday was pretty nice. That imbalance that came in, the imbalance actually grew from like 2-3 million to about 4 million, and we had a strong close. Look at the volume bars. That came in real nice. Continuation definitely had people thinking for a potential push coming into the day today, but gap down. A little bit of a bloop all the way down to $50. So yeah, that's a good look on RGTI. Right now, we're going to be right back from Madeira, and we also got Neil's lesson of the day. Been missing that.
This market got a little excited. It's starting around 11:30 a.m. when we had commentary coming from U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer, and he spoke a lot about the relationship with the U.S. and China, specifically saying that both countries are in talks and that 100% tariff on China could happen or not happen, depending on how Trump feels about the matter and how the negotiations continue with China. But the other thing he said that was pretty interesting was that, it could actually be earlier than November 1st or later if it ends up happening. Either way, the market having a bit of an issue here with $600. Again, as I mentioned, these trade tensions with China and the U.S., remember to always keep an eye on the rare earths minerals place. You know, your names like MP, TMQ, USAR, AREC, any ticker like that. Now, guys, in 20 minutes, we're going to have commentary coming from Fed Chair Jerome Powell. I'll be watching that and covering that for you live. Here he is right in the center. Fed's Bowman. She already spoke today. We'll get Collins and Waller later in the day. So busy day for Fed Speak. Tomorrow is going to be even more jam-packed with Fed speakers. So again, as we await the FOMC meeting for October and the end of the government shutdown, Fed Speak is going to be really the thing to focus on here. Now, before we send you back to the guys, make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, and make sure to get ready for Neil's lesson of the day. Take it away, Neil.
Thank you very much, sir, Dara. Today, pretty simple one. Pretty simple lesson. Like sometimes you've got to just join something crazy. And LAC, look, LAC at the open, like everything else, or like a lot of other things, I should say, tank city. Like 830 down to 770. Looked like it was going to be a breakdown day after a big open. Yesterday, I'm purposefully leaving it out. Then this happens. So you get the V-shaped recovery and the monster breakout. You're going to wonder what the lines in the chart are. Get to that in a quick little second. Because when you see something like this, you know that to a certain degree, there's got to be some shorts that are offside, right? Whether they're selling early or selling here, or looking at resistance at yesterday's highs, they're in trouble. And V-shaped recoveries where you lick grab at the open are good longs. But where do you try to get in? Now, ultimately, you saw me zoom it out and look at the 15-minute chart for the multiple day resistance and say, look, that 880 level, you've already, remember the stock's already broken out. Let it dip back in, and if it holds on the 15-minute, there's it holding, just go long on the next bar with the stop at the prior low. But here's where it gets more interesting. Like make sure when you're zooming out, you kind of look at the whole structure, because if it's done that liquidity grab, the whole reason you like is that it's got some room. So yeah, you've got long if it holds here, that's step one. But the next resistance is at $9. So there's a scalp trade in here from the 860s, 870s into 9. But once it breaks out this level, what is there to look at? 940, 970. Like when you get this dip, once it's broken away from 9, all you have is just another big leg to the upside. And that's where like the hold through comes. Because you have a lot of established liquidity zones in this stock, like very clear liquidity here, very clear liquidity at like the 830 level. Then you have the resistance that it's breaking out. So once it breaks all of this, you've got to let it try to work into the high. And until it makes the topping tail at the top, there's your exit. Now, arguably, you go short off of something like that if you really like it. But when you have that clear a structure, rounded bottom, break of the resistance turning into support, let it work to the obvious levels, especially when it's the kind of stock, you know, LAC is known to do double-digit type days where it'll go $1, like $2. Let it work. So A, you've got to be willing to join when they lick grab that bottom and it's the one going. B, let it work from station to station, and when it breaks out that new top, let it get to that next resistance spot before jumping out of the trade. And if you are going to short it, like at least try to short it at a key level. And if you try to short it here, great. If you try to short it at like $9, not bad. It could have worked out for you a little bit. But ultimately, sometimes joining a trade when it's already broken out can still be done. And then on top of that, give it enough room to work from level to level. This is the kind of name that is going to have days like this every now and then while it's in play. It requires a little bit of patience because it was consolidated for 3 or 4 days. And on that day that it breaks out, it's going to be worth it. Now, is it going to do it every day? No. You have a big breakout day, then a bunch of nonsense to the downside, and then you get another breakout day to the top. That's twice in like 6 or 7. So you need to be capitalizing and allowing yourself to hold from level to level. So zoom out that chart, look for the liquidity points, and that's where you want to execute. Don't get too much out too early. Hold some for that absolute high. There's your quick lesson of the day. Market grinding higher. Don't forget, Powell's going to be talking. Can always move the markets. It's been a nice recovery. I think Powell's going to determine whether we actually get green or not on the NASDAQ.
Yeah, I think so too, Neil. It's going to be a big moment here coming up momentarily. But there it is, guys. Short AMZN. We're starting to collect a little bit here. Not going to make the same mistake twice. Now, will we? Bang. There it goes to the downside. Yeah, man. Let's stick to the individual stocks. Bang, Katina, man, boom, we'll take a little bit there. Nothing substantial. Come on, Amazon, give us that 210 that we want to get involved with. I'm not saying that's necessarily going to be the case today. Drop $7, I highly doubt that. But there goes the crypto space starting to come back in a little bit as well. Jared brought us Goldman Sachs. She was talking about that off the lows. 741 all the way up to 774. Wells Fargo was definitely the play. Also, yeah, this is what I forgot to show you guys. Man, so I was trying to manage the IBIT trades, and I was in some Wells Fargo, and this is essentially what happened. A break even stop there, and it just goes way higher. Can't get much higher. Walmart. Hey, there you go. Thank you, Adair. Yeah, I mean, Walmart turning on the Jets. Obi was talking to this about this to me not too long ago. Here comes Amazon heading right back in here, guys, as we were looking for. That signal was at the highs. Let me pull it up for you momentarily. So not a horrible short right there. Again, we're not crazy heavy. I think there was a good add opportunity. We'll take a little bit more off there. What? What's that, my friend? Amazon. Do you have 218 short? Oh, I'm short 217.80, my friend. Beautiful. You're beautiful. Adair, I was waiting for you to come in there, but I didn't know if you. Oh, okay. Who sings that song? You're beautiful. It's true.
Are you? Well, you have to be louder. What are you singing?
You're beautiful.
Oh, James Blunt.
Oh, is it
But
James
fun
Blunt?
fact, that song is not a romantic song. It's about stalking. It's about stalking.
I thought Katina Man was right on the Maroon 5 there. You're beautiful. James Blunt, yeah, it is James Blunt. There we go, bang. All right, Katina Man shows you how much.
James Blunt? You guys talking about James Blunt?
Blunt.
James
like
Bond? James Bond.
Like Snoop Dogg, yeah, exactly, like the Snoop Dogg version. There it goes. 218 short, says Katina Man. Bang. Here comes Amazon. Man, we didn't have very much size on that one there. We'll take another. Benson Boone?
Who? Who's man?
Who's that?
That is a different song called Beautiful Things. And also, why are we talking about Benson Boone, guys?
I don't even know who Benson. I don't even know who that guy is. I have no. Yeah, I have no idea who half of these people are. Anyways, what happened?
What's going on?
It's because we have some mystical and magical trades. That's why we're talking about Benson Boone.
I think I know that.
The next big thing, Benson Boone.
Right, what did
if you could buy stock, you should be buying stock in Benson Boone. But it's probably already way too high. All right, I gotta go.
The chat will let me know what this guy's done because Adara does not.
Yeah, we keep hearing the eels. So
yeah,
I'm
she
curious.
does not like this individual. So we'll wait for the chat to let us know.
Mark Zuckerberg gets dressed up as Benson.
Oh, really?
Okay. Okay.
What thing? Flip on what thing?
Flip the script?
Are you looking it up right now?
He flips off his piano and stuff like that.
Oh.
Okay, I have no idea who that guy is. Anyways,
Interesting.
yeah, I mean, to each their own, man. If this guy wants to flip off pianos and all that stuff.
Just read charts all day?
Yeah, pretty much.
Like, yeah, what do you do? Just like trade? What do you do? Like actually trade? Yeah,
I mean, like Obi doesn't even watch sports. Like the guy is just charts. Man.
I'll play sports.
This is his sports.
This is my sport. There you
go. Okay,
go.
what sport are you playing? Like if you could play
basketball.
Ball? Okay.
I like basketball. Basketball, pickup game of basketball. I'm down for whenever.
Okay.
I like volleyball. Pickup games of volleyball.
I like
kind of rare. Obviously, you can't just
unless
you gotta be at the beach or something like that.
Yeah.
To do that. What else do I like?
Or LA
Fitness. Soccer. You know the funny thing? I used to be a pretty chubby kid, and I hated running.
Oh.
For that reason, and I was just like, I was like running off me, and that's why I never really liked soccer. But I don't know why. Soccer never really was a thing. High school, we used to play a lot of ball hockey.
Yeah,
that was elementary. Sorry, not high school. Elementary school mainly. But yeah, no, basketball is my definitely number one. For sure.
All right.
Maybe some badminton too, but you can't.
Badminton's sick.
I like badminton because like fast reaction time.
Yeah.
And you gotta be quick, and sometimes you gotta be so quick that you're not even thinking about it. You're letting your neurons do the work for you. You know.
You're letting the instinct.
Muscle memory. Let the instinct run. Right. That's what I like. That's really what I like.
Pickleball is sick. Hey, Matt M. Don't get it twisted. Ball hockey is tough. Katina, man, I used to play over there at Grenadine Park. You know High Park right there, right? It's hard, man, because it's not like ice hockey. You can't glide. So you actually have to be consistently moving. So, yeah, ball hockey is a lot tougher than what you think it is. But, yeah, I mean, here it goes, guys. We're getting that short here in Amazon. Not too bad of a move as we head lower. 217.80s. We're trading 50. We got 50 cents roughly on that one around these lows. So not a horrible look there. Crypto space coming back in, market just coming back in general. Excuse me. And then here's the TQs, right? You could take a Yeah, exactly, Katina, man. So there it is, 101.87. You can take that high, but I wasn't going to take another attempt at it. I would have just been frustrated with myself, sticking to the rules. Amazon really starting to cook up for us. Let's see if we can get that move back into the volume-weighted average price. A retest of this high. We failed to construct a new one. Therefore, we put in a new lower high. I'm going to look to add to that position. Ozan, come on, man. What is that? Obi, what do you got going on?
Nothing much, man. I'm watching this at Walmart. Like I said, Walmart was the one that I was watching, and I was like, the way it's consolidating at high of day is very interesting to me. I think this is very valid trade, kind of a nice long consolidation at high of day, a catalyst and a strong leg extended away from VWAP. So this is something like I love reversions to VWAP, but this right here, this is a big sign for me where I'm like, I am not taking this reversion. It doesn't matter. I am not taking this reversion. This is way too bullish of some price action there. And I pointed out a couple times. I pointed out to my pod as well. Shout out to everybody who kind of took that trade, had an idea of what this meant, and then look at this continuation. On something like a Walmart, I said this is a 20-penny consolidation at high of day, and that was around 105.14s. We're pushing 105.90s right now, on the brink of pushing 106s. Pre-market reaction high was 106.58. Now, I said this morning, Walmart with an OpenAI news, oh boy, this stock is not used to that kind of participant volume, so it should be interesting. And yeah, some interesting price action for sure happening on Walmart today. So shout out to anybody who got involved with that. I don't know if it's a big dog, but definitely a little bit of a consolidation there at that 105 on that one. So if you know what that is, shout out to you for that. Obi has a pod. Yeah, of course I have a pod. What do you mean? What do you mean? I mean, it was beautiful when we had the trading floor, right? The trading floor, like you had bodies around you. You had ideas that you can bump off of. We had meetings, morning meetings. We had midday meetings. We had everything.
Had it all.
That's not there anymore. So guess what? I can't be like, oh well, that's not there anymore, so I'm just not going to do that anymore. You got to get a pod. You got to have a group of people that you don't really you bounce ideas off of. Not a podcast. Sorry, a pod just means like a group of traders that's like your team, and then you're kind of like you bounce ideas, you do meetings together, you review your trades, things like that. So. You got to have a good team on your side, man, and that is very, very important. And being on the floor definitely gave you some of that. But being in a bit of a, so we call it pause, and I think that's been kind of thrown around a lot over the past, I could say, couple of years. So yeah, basically a trading team-ish, but you're not trading in a team. In a sense, no team trading, but trading team. As with like a sorry, am I team trading? Not that kind of definition, but no, I understand what you mean. But you share ideas, you share your top opportunities. You're like, what do you think is the best day? What do you think is the best opportunity on the day? There's 106s right there on Walmart, right? I was just like, I was looking for opportunity, guys. I'm gonna log in. You know what? I'm gonna log into the demo. I'm gonna log into the sim soon enough, and I'll throw some orders around. But if you guys were here earlier, I already mentioned that I shut down on the day on what I thought was the best opportunity. I was wrong. I was more than wrong, and that's okay. Next trade, next day. A little too much of a risk expenditure, but that's fine, within range, I'd say, of our stats. So that's all right. But Walmart was the next one. Walmart was the one where I was like, yo, guys, look at Walmart. Look at Walmart. Walmart's doing something that's very, very interesting, and that is getting to go as of right now. But that's the thing. You got to have a strong community. You got to have a strong group of people that you're talking to every day, and they're just as serious, if not more than you. You want to try to get together and be a little bit better every day as a group. Yep. So yeah, that's my little spiel on that.
Nice, good little spiel there. All right, guys. So we got that move down there on Amazon. Comes back to the break even. We hop out on that one. I like what oh man, I'm gonna butcher it. Sanderjeet. I think you would pronounce that one a little bit better maybe than me. Sanderjeet said that he's all out of his position now. So yeah. Okay. Inderjeet. Okay. All right. I apologize.
Sanderjeet.
Sanderjeet. There you go. Well, we're getting it going. Daryl, what do you got?
They're currently introducing Fed Chair Jerome Powell at this event. It looks like it's in a connection to something called the Adam Smith Award. If I get more info, I'll let you know. Video is weirdly being protected over Zoom, so audio's not perfect. I'll be covering it for you guys. If anyone has any questions, I guess just tag Obi and Joe and they'll let me know. But yeah, currently he is being introduced. Once he takes the podium, of course, I will keep you guys apprised. Back to you.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Take it over, Obi.
Yeah. I know exactly why you're laughing.
Adam.
Yeah. This guy's a problem. This guy's an issue.
I know, Adam.
This guy's an issue. You know what? This guy shows up every day as if it's his job.
Yeah,
the unemployment is definitely very apparent.
It is 7.1%.
This is your full-time job. I get it, man. You're doing great at your job, Adam. So
7.1%.
keep it going in the chat. So on to the next one. Irrelevant, unnecessary. Don't need that.
Even look, Neil's laughing now.
Yeah. Neil's laughing as well. It's a funny joke. I get it. Not here. But it is what it is. Where's the next trade? I was looking. I have Goldman Sachs here on my chart because Adara was talking about how she took a Goldman Sachs trade earlier. A nice trade as well. It worked out pretty decently. Beautiful reversion off the 750. So that's what I'm looking at as of right now. 750. That was a beautiful reversion. So something I can kind of review today was this consolidation and then break back above. It gave you over 100% reversion off of the opening high. So that was interesting. I know a lot of banks kind of did the reporting this morning, but I kind of looked away from all of those and then just looked at AMD, and I had eyes on Walmart as well. So it is what it is. Walmart doing the thing and continuing to the upside. So we'll see. We'll see if that has some multi-day moves. OpenAI bid, man. Everything's kind of you attach OpenAI to a company name, and we're getting some crazy moves. We kind of saw that happening with AI when it first came out. Everyone was like, all these small caps were just like, oh, we're adding AI. Oh, we're buying some quantum chips. We saw that with the crypto reserves, right? Oh, okay, companies are moving around. If we're going to become the next MSTR, maybe following that kind of business model, and then they catch a little bit of a bid or a multi-day run. So interesting stuff here. Now, a big name like Walmart catching a little bit of that push there as well. High a day almost 106s we went to. So what is the specific high a day right now? Intraday 105.97. So just chopping around there. So we consolidated, we stepped up, we consolidated around 105. Now we're stepping up again. The question becomes, do we form structure? Because we haven't really made much structure up here. It's just been a leg up. We form structure, do we hold structure? Do we step up on that structure? That's all going to be good information on the day today on Walmart. And maybe defining some of these structures and consolidations could be interesting. This 105, definitely, I'm going to be watching this for the rest of the week with an hour-long consolidation.
Nice. All right, guys. And now for some exciting news out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on the stream. Beta Pro by Global X Canada, Canada's largest provider of leveraged, inverse, and inverse leveraged ETFs, has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs offering 3x and 3x bear and bull exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and on U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special rebate fee, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. Plus, the U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, offering the potential for pure performance and exposure. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca 3x daily to learn more. All right, guys. Now, we got Powell coming up here momentarily. Pardon me? He's going right now. All right, so yeah, he's rocking and rolling. Thank you, Adara. Please tell us what he's got going on. Adara, keep us posted.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm seeing commentary come from Powell's speech, though I am watching the event right now, and it doesn't look like he's actually said anything, so they might be prepared remarks. He's currently stepping up to the podium, at least in the stream that I'm watching. But he did say that right now there is no risk-free path for monetary policy. I think that's the biggest thing to know here. Fed Chair Powell saying there's no risk-free path to monetary policy. He's also saying that the future path of monetary policy is going to be driven by data and risk assessments. So again, commentary coming through here. Looks like he just stepped up to the podium and is taking a photo with his new Adam Smith Award, as far as I can tell here. But I'll get more info and I'll let you guys know.
Very much. I got it going on in my ear here as well momentarily. I got some options activity. We'll take away some of these things. We got to close some of these tabs here, and we're going to listen to what JP says. I'll tell you what he's got going on, and so will Adara. So yeah, keep an eye out. There goes Amazon. That's why you get out when you're supposed to. That pullback was relatively shallow, 218.24. Now we're currently trading at that one. So let's see if we get any more indecision. The more extended we get today, the more that I like it. But if it's too strong, and we don't see sellers step in, then we just got to avoid it at all costs. Yeah, it's good. It's probably going to go green, Katina, man. I agree with you on that. Let's turn this volume down here. There you go. So, okay, so yeah, Amazon rip off that hammer. Yeah, Jag. Are you in that one there, Loss? I'm curious. So once that hammer was printed on the 5-minute, I decided to get out of that one there. So we take that move to the downside, and then we get stopped out 20% right there. I was happy to take off more on that one there specifically, right? Because I didn't want to go against the market and just have to be happy with some of the profits that you decide to take. BM&R going right back, putting in a new high. Crypto space starting to rally a little bit here as well, too, guys. I'm flat. I'm only holding IBIT in the long term. I no longer have any contracts. I would have not been having a good time holding contracts, especially after that news that came on Friday. So for me, it was good to flatten out. We've seen a couple super chats coming in as well, too, guys, just referring like, hey, I'm glad that we got out of all of our positions, and hopefully you were able to position yourself relatively better than what we had going on. But BMNR, are we going to get that daily breakout that I was referring to earlier? Let's take a look at this name. Oh, man, we sit on top of this range. I'll go cons right there, contracts that is, and see if we can get a little bit of a move higher. Not too many because it's extremely volatile, even though the ATR has most definitely started to compress here. So keep that in mind, but bouncing right off the lows. You know what? I might just get involved with some shares around here. Even though we're climbing higher on today's session, I like our chances. Risk profile relatively defined. I'm going to give it a couple dollars, and then we'll just buy a little bit, get our toes wet, and see what we got going on there. Adara, I hear as soon as we get it, bang, $6 AMD, says Katina, man, rocking and rolling. Adara, what do you got for us?
Yeah, Powell's just talking here. Again, a lot of this is stuff that we kind of already knew or we've already heard from the Fed before. He's just saying that there are concerns here with the job market, saying the downside risks to the U.S. job market have risen, and that apparently the rising risks to the job market are the reason they cut rates in September. Again, nothing new here. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, keep bringing us all the news, whatever updates he gets there. I got him in my ear as well too, but I'm obviously rambling on. So yeah, other than that, guys, we're starting to climb higher. The market might go green this morning. As soon as I open my eyes, obviously you take a look at the old cellular device, and on here we have just this going at all times. So I looked at it, we had a massive gap down, and I'm like, okay, maybe we're gonna break some of these lows, start to cool off, but that has not been the case whatsoever. Individuals buying the dip, but keep an eye out on everything up here, because if it's starting to get toppy and we start seeing that selling pressure step in, there might be a good opportunity to the downside, and maybe even possibly hop in some Amazon once again there, Obi.
Yeah, for sure, man. I think that's a good look there. Another thing I want to mention is, yeah, okay, finally I'm logged into the demo, logged into TMX here. So let's take some reps. I'm looking at what potential next trades that may show up. Again, Walmart, I have on watch. That 105 to 106 was quite nice. So I still have eyes on that. But where's the next trade? Let's put on. I want to put on some reps here for the rest of the midday session. As of right now, AMD with a bit of a grinding bid happening there. So in terms of chips, we got some strength here, a little, not really across the board, I would say, but it's coming in maybe. TSM and Micron are some of the strongest ones. So take a look at these. So we can take a look at TSM first, and you can see nice grinding bid to the upside. 300 potentially coming in here on TSM, 30 pennies away from 300, came all the way from 291 as well. And guys, we got some news. Did you know that instead of risking your own money, you can now trade with someone else's capital? Oh boy. No more fear of losing. No more moving your stop loss too soon. And you can actually get enough capital to make it worth your time. So you can aim for big profits, not just a couple $100 a month. This is the revolution called limited risk trading, and it's powered by Trade the Pool. This is how it works. Join Trade the Pool, hit the profit goal, keep 70% of your profits. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now for 10% off. All right, so going back to some of those chips there, TSM strong, like I said, and then not MS. Micron, that's MU. Micron also just as strong. You can see that nice hold of VWAP extension through that high a day as well. Some decent volume coming in. Where did that come in here? So, okay, interesting. Right here at a higher low, volume comes in, and then we break that short-term downtrend and reclaim some of this bid that we saw, not only off of the open, but from the pre-market as well. So, yeah, that one's a little skewed, but would you take a look? Would you take a look at it? So general uptrend right here, and we're kind of holding some of these areas as of right now. So overall, Micron pretty strong, TSM pretty strong, SMH as well, kind of following in step. But when you take a look at stocks like Nvidia, you can see not really looking similar. Selling off of the open, sure. If you kind of remove that piece there, you can be like, okay, sure, we've been kind of uptrending. But after a quadrunk, we've only retraced about 50%, knocking up into some of those pre-market lows on Nvidia. Intel as well. Intel not looking similar to that of TSM and Micron as well. Kind of a sideways chop. You still had that strong selling that came in off of the open, more than 100% reversion back to open on Intel. And now, of course, AMD, we're watching this one as well. Kind of grinding all the way back, pretty much made it all the way back to those market highs. Those are sitting at 223.88s. We're attempting to push this to 223 right now on Advanced Money Destroyer. Duplicator, I don't know. I definitely got destroyed, but this morning, duplication is definitely the name of the game on this one, as it's holding, man. It's holding pretty well off of that catalyst that we got last week, right? We had that strong catalyst, bit of an OpenAI bid. They're like, okay, we're finally going to be implementing some AMD chips, not just NVIDIA's, and it seems like that sentiment is being taken pretty well, and maybe some positioning happening in and around some of these reference lows here. So 202.78 was that pullback, that initial day on day one. We had that 35% gap up, which was absolutely wild. Pulls back into 202s from a high of 228s. And then we haven't really seen those lows. We pull back into 207s on that aggressive sell-off on Friday. Can't really get lower. Monday coming in, we had a little bit of selling this morning, but curling right back up into some of those prior days highs right now, 223.20s as I speak. So continuing to push even more. So I think Sean said he's in that long. Yeah. So good stuff there for sure, all the way back to high a day on AMD. So let me know in the chat what you guys are trading, what you guys are up to. There's a lot of things happening in this market, and it's tough to keep eyes on everywhere, eyes on a lot of opportunities. It's easy to overtrade in this market because there's so many things that look so attractive. So I think it's definitely stuff to watch out for. But that's the thing. That's why we love having a community like you guys, so that we have not just 4 to 8 eyes to 16 eyes on the market. Maybe we got hundreds of eyes.
Yeah,
we got thousands of you. So don't forget to hit that like and that subscribe, and make sure you play your part in being the community.
The amount of numbers that we got going on here.
Say again?
I said precisely double the amount of viewers. So we got 4 or 5,000, 10,000 eyes. Bang, just like that. Did you ever watch that show? I think it's called 1,000 Eyes.
1,000 Eyes?
Yeah. But it's about the blind samurai.
No.
Pretty sure it's based off of Iron Fist. Marvel.
Iron Fist. No, I'm not familiar. Like I know of him, but I'm not. I don't know about the. Yeah.
Okay. I think it's derived from that possibly. Okay, so we took another attempt there on Amazon. So yeah, that's starting to just rocket right back up there. It might break through this high of the day, and then we just hop out of that trade. We'll give back a little bit of what we made on the other trade, on the other short there, as it's starting to climb higher. I started relatively small, so not too horrible, but let's see if we can get that move. So there's another dark pull down to 218.20. Don't fight Amazon, just let it happen. Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to for sure, Kyle. If it breaks through this high, then we'll go 1 for 2 on that, 150% accuracy on that there. So if it comes back against us, then no worries whatsoever. Now, as for some of the other names, see, this is the thing, it wants to draw you in just from our system standpoint, is that, hey, we see this volume started to increase as well too, bang, we want to take the move back towards the lower end of the range, but I don't think it's going to happen at this point. What I think we experience is a test of this pre-market zone, and then maybe you'll get some fades there. We're not too far off of it, so just keep that in mind. If the overall market wants to continue to sell, we're going to be participating. If Amazon wants to tank or just continuously grind higher, then sure enough, we'll just hop out of that one. The longs are definitely in vogue today. So the bank, I've been watching Wells Fargo all day. 84.46 is what we're currently trading at. So nothing horrible there. And again, just with this risk management, just get out when we're supposed to. Still completely alive on the session, so we're not worried about it. All it takes is that one prime time opportunity, and next thing you know, you have a couple of bad trades, a couple of losses, and that one trade just eliminates all of that. So that's precisely what I'm looking for. What was I going to do? Yeah, let's take a look at some of the options activity. I didn't put my scanner on this one here yet, so we'll do that later. I was trading a little bit of Blue Ocean last night. I was trying to work on some hotkeys on something else, and I was just messing around, and then I ended up trading a little bit of Tesla to the short side last night in Blue Ocean, which was pretty fun. So
how are you setting up those hotkeys? I'm curious. Are you crossing, or are you like just like limit posting?
Yeah. So no, essentially what it is those hotkeys are just like they're limits, but they just punch me in right away, essentially. So when I hit it, it's just like bang. You know what I mean?
It's like a market, almost a market order.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah. But for some reason, I got the buy one to work, but I couldn't. I still have to use the order book to close the position. I don't know what I did, but I got one to work, didn't get the other one to work. So yeah, I'll have to figure that one out there later on this evening, just in case we get some activity in the aftermarkets. I'm going to be looking to participate there. I like the price action in Blue Ocean. I think it's a lot of fun, more subdued, and I think if you have the ability to catch it in the right direction, as simplistic as that may sound, there's pretty good opportunities, and the pullbacks aren't as sporadic and as deep as what we experience sometimes from an intraday standpoint. So I like the smoothness of the ocean.
I mean, I think you should stay swimming, because like I said, the first time I traded, oh boy, those pullbacks were pretty rough. So the ocean can definitely be a little rough sometimes. The waters can be unforgiving. For those of you who are who are familiar with sailing the seven seas, you guys know that the ocean is nothing to be.
You don't want to underestimate the ocean.
Nothing to be underestimated, for sure. I said that, I think I was talking to, I might have been talking to Sharif about this. The first time I traded the Blue Ocean, I just it didn't really occur to me that it's going to be that illiquid or that directional. And I forget what it was. It might have been a Tesla, and I think I placed a bid, failed me. And it continued to go lower. It went down $1, it went down another $1, and I'm like, all right, let's actually see how far this is going to go. I'm not risking anything too crazy. This thing goes down about $4 or $5 before kind of catching the bounce. I was like, all right, cool. I got familiar. I'm like, all right, cool. I understand how you move now. When that other move came back in, I definitely a lot more aggressive on that push. But when things get going on Blue Ocean, they can really get going. The opportunities, I would say, relatively the same. So price action is price action. I'm going to go back to the same thing. Whether you're trading in the ocean, whether you're trading in the open market, whether you're trading after hours pre-market, whether you're trading tulips, or whether you're trading, I don't know, anything. It's all the same stuff. Price action is price action. Everything is based off of some sort of a core supply and demand mechanic. So that's always going to stand. We'll be right back from Madeira.
Guys, I want to let you guys know here, I went to check here on the version of his speech, the prepared version of Powell's speech you can find on the Fed Reserve website. And as I indicated earlier, the monetary policy discussion is at the very end of the speech. He's mostly spent a lot of time just kind of talking about Fed historically, specifically the balance sheet. But yeah, it looks like we're soon at the point where he's going to be talking about the monetary policy. It's a pretty long speech, guys. I haven't provided too many updates because I think all of the main things that needs to be said were in the, prepared remarks that were released. But yeah, he did say here it's kind of hard to tell where the policy is going to go from here. I did just want to provide an update, though. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I know, yeah, Gaurav, that's done. Like, we're 60 cents against me right now. Good thing we're just small, so we'll hop out of this one here momentarily. Short's not working. Definitely a long day. Friday that's crazy, man. Did you think after Friday that it was just going to be a one-off event, or did you think that we're going to see some additional selling?
So I thought. So I remember having this conversation. I was like, yeah, the sellers were pretty aggressive Thursday, Friday. I'd be, excuse me, I'd be really surprised if buyers can bring us back to those highs. And some stocks actually came back. They kind of came back into those ranges. So I'm like, oh boy, all right. Even those sellers kind of showed themselves. There was some aggressive selling, but we're holding up. So I'm going to continue to watch for signs of potential sellers coming in, or maybe not even that. Maybe potential signs of buyers attempting to kind of hold onto highs and then not really being able to do that. As well, so I want to stay with eyes on. But yeah, I think coming into the week, I was a little bit short biased, but at the same time, I knew that I have to stay nimble. We could catch a little bit of a bid at the beginning of the week and then continue selling at the end of the week, right? A lot of that selling last week just came in on Thursday, Friday. Yeah. Everything else was fine. Monday, Tuesday was absolutely okay. Right? So if we're going to continue to sell off at the end of the week, so it's just like, okay, well, if that's kind of the thing that might be happening, I want to watch out for that. I don't know. But coming into the day, strong opinions loosely held is something I try to do. I try to practice. Funny, ironic saying that, as today I definitely held on to my opinion a little bit too strong, but it is what it is. That's the ideal state, right? You can't be doing that, and I know what I did. It was definitely wrong. But, that's kind of the case. So having a strong opinion, but letting the market really tell you that, okay, this is we're gonna do this. At the end of the day, my job is as a trader, not as an analyst. Like, you know what I mean. The market will reward me for participating in what I think are good setups. So I'm just gonna try to do as well as I can for that. But yeah, it was interesting. I was looking for that. It didn't come in. That's surprising.
I mean, with Donald, it's like, why even say anything? Like, why post that stuff and then a couple of days later be like, oh, everything's going to be fine? Like, what is? It's all part of the plan. It's all part of the plan, apparently. All right.
I mean, here's the thing, man.
Remember that.
We can go into those conversations. I don't wear a tinfoil suit. Sorry, I don't wear a tinfoil hat. I wear a tinfoil suit. And the market price action sometimes tells you much before the news, much before some other things. So it's like, sometimes you can see positioning happening, and then you're like, something's going to happen, and then boom, something happens. You're just like, you don't know what it is, but maybe you want to participate.
You remember that scene from Austin Powers where she's like, zip it, or he's like, zip it.
On what?
Zip it. No. Zip.com.
Zipit.com.
But I think it was Dr. Evil talking to his son or whatever. I
haven't seen that movie in the longest time.
A bunch of them, Zip it. So yeah, exactly. So just don't say anything, man. Yeah. At the end of the day,
I think that's an impossible feat for
Zippy Longstocking. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
That's something. I mean, the guy he talks. He talks. So can we expect him to say more things? Of course.
Ramin, what are you doing back there?
What we can do is just be prepared and be prepared for anything and everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
We talk about you got to be a warrior in a garden, right?
Yeah. Rather be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war. That's for sure.
There you go.
I can tell you that without any question. Scotty don't. Yeah, Scotty don't. Yeah. Anyways, I didn't get I heard Adara. I didn't get the green light. Let's rock and roll, Adara.
So Powell finished his prepared remarks. Now Fed Chair Powell is going to be taking questions for 30 minutes. So prepared remarks over, 30 minutes of questions. He seemed a little daunted by the amount of time of those questions, but either way, they will be happening, and I will keep you all posted. Back to you.
What's going on?
The top two.
Oh boy.
Ramin is the new IT individual. Now she's got something going on there. She's under the desk. It's like a mechanic. She's asking me to help her out, troubleshoot. She's just eliminating screens one by one over there. Okay, the top left there is rocking and rolling, Ramin. You're good. All right, guys, let's see if we can get this cooking. I mean, again, we're holding this a little bit more. If it comes back down, then we'll add to the position. There you go. You're good now. And we're looking at the overall market as well, too. The thing is, though, we tried multiple shorts. I think the better trade of the day for me personally was that IBIT long, and it's just unfortunate that we didn't hold on to it long enough. I mean, you can call me Devin Haiti today, and I won't get offended. Look at this VWAP bounce on IBIT, still down 3%. Maybe I got to buy a little bit of this stuff and BMNR as well, too. But there's IBIT. I just don't want to buy anything. Joy Panic strikes again, says Artemis. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily call it that. If you want to compare yearly P&Ls, then I would gladly do so. DM me on X, and we'll definitely go band for band there, Artemis. Put your money where your mouth is. Adara, what do you got?
Fed Chair Powell indicating that inflation is still on the way up. So yeah, Powell's saying inflation is actually still on the way up, and if the Fed moves too quickly, it may leave the inflation job unfinished. So I guess his fear here is that if they start moving rates now, they won't be able to adequately deal with inflation. So interesting look, he said that there's a risk of a slow pass-through of tariffs that will start to look like persistent inflation. So tariff concerns and inflationary concerns weighing on Powell's mind here, guys. Back to you.
All right. Yeah, good stuff. So, I mean, there was the long there on IBIT. We get that full move, we add, and then we just got out. Then we got the shorts, but there's just no continuation to the downside, right? Everything just get bought right back up. So yeah, you definitely want to look for the long. There goes Amazon putting in a new high of the day. So we don't got too much more. We'll give it $1 if it decides to climb up to $2.19. Then we'll just hop out and take an additional loss there. And yeah, I mean it's going to be bigger. It's not good. Our risk is slowly starting to decay away from us. So again, patience is really key. Let's see if we can get this. I'm not going to add anything more, but we might be able to find a top. Well, let's take a look at the chain to see if we have any forms of open interest that are going to be like, hey, yeah, this is where we're going to go to. We get the magnet effect. We move into those specific levels, or it's just going to be like, you know what, there's nothing substantial there. We're just going to grind higher and higher and higher. And I don't know what's up with this. Let's get this sorted out. Bang, bang. You just got to scroll it a couple of times, and sure enough, they'll come in. But a lot of these at-the-money contracts aren't showing any open interest. But 220, bang, we're getting the volume in on that one. So I'm curious to see what more we got there. But Amazon been a steady uptrend on today's session, all the way from the lows of 212 to 218. My days, that's all I'm looking for. Well, a lot of my swing trades, guys, full disclosure, I'm looking for 5 points, right? Like, so when I put on a trade, it's like, okay, 5 points, whether it be a couple hundred shares, 100 shares, 5 contracts, 7 contracts, 10 contracts. 5 points is always my objective. I don't know why. I just feel that's like a number that I like. I find a level, I try to grab off the lows, and then I start piecing out at 5 points higher. But there goes Amazon OB just continuously grinding. I'm going to hop out of this momentarily.
Yeah, the thing is, this market is continuously grinding to the upside, right? So if you take a look at both the futures here on the right side of my screen, we're coming into that, we're attempting to push into that 25,000, just about 100 points away from that one. 24,900 is the NASDAQ right now with the 6,700 on the ES. You've got the SPY running, the Qs running, I just said that. NVIDIA is attempting to push as well. There's that bid coming in. Tesla's also pushing high a day as of right now. So Tesla's almost back at prior day's close. So, oh boy, on that one. So bidding all the way from day's low, maybe a reversion into prior day's close. Amazon's pushing for the same as well. Alphabet's already done that. Yesterday you asked me if there was one stock, it was Google. And Google is definitely relatively strong here as it's straight line up. So Google is one of the stocks that is literally a straight line up right now. So let's take a quick look at that one. Strength, absolute strength on this one, Joe. Crazy. On goggles.
Yeah.
These goggles, 240s all the way to 247s. Bit of a supply area from last week. That was the selling that came in on Thursday, and that reference high is about 2770. So 2770 currently trading at 4770, 247.70. Currently we're trading at 46.5. So just about $1 away from there, grinding up a little bit higher. What else do we got here? Apple's almost at high a day. So yeah, we're seeing the Mag 7 taking a bit of a turn, 100% reversion, almost across a few names of that initial sell-off. So Nvidia's almost there, not quite there just yet. That's a little bit higher, but actually, you know what? That's the 9 o'clock 15 or 30-minute candle. Oh boy. Let's go down to a 15. Let's go down to a 3. What is the opening range high? What is the opening prices right here? I'm looking at 184.76. Oh boy, there's some bid right there. 184.15 is currently trading. So can this go back through open on NVIDIA? We already were gapping down, and sellers were aggressive off of the gap down that happened in the morning on NVIDIA. So a beautiful continuation if you're looking for that gap down pre-market low fail breakdown. That's 183 halves, and guess what? 183 halves did not look back all the way down into 179.70s. Oh boy. Some of these pre-market levels, man, when they go, they go. Sometimes they don't, but that's the thing. The better ones, they just keep going. That's the kind of look there. I'm still watching Walmart here. Did participate. Don't forget, I did say earlier, just taking the reps right now in the sim, but taking real reps, taking reps that I would probably take and definitely take if I was trading live as well. So that's the idea here. Even when I'm practicing, you got to practice like you play. Right? We hear people say this all the time. You don't want to, how do you say, ruin that process, ruin the mental. We already ruined the mental this morning, so this is my exercise for getting back in the zone, back in the game, making real decisions, so we can come back tomorrow a little bit better, a little bit stronger, a little bit harder, and maybe a little bit faster as well.
Ooh,
so,
a little bit faster.
We'll see if Walmart can push through that reference high. We said 106. What was that reference high? Let's pull it up and let me show it to you guys real quick. So 106.58 was that reaction high on the OpenAI. We're coming into that level right now with a grinding bid and stair-stepping. This consolidation was huge. I like this consolidation as well, but we're getting a little extended here. Let's see if we can push, what is it, 20, 30 pennies more roughly, and then take out some of those highs. Oh boy, some of those algos that came in and maybe took that reversion back down, absolutely beautiful. That happened real quick. Maybe they're starting, well, algos don't really sweat, but you know what I mean. Maybe they're starting to ramp up some of those gears for those potential stops. So we'll see, I don't know. Yeah. Sometimes I'm just blabbering. Market's really strong. If the market continues to stay strong,
Obi,
better probability. What am I looking at?
You weren't buying in 08, brother?
Dude, I wasn't buying in 08, man. You weren't buying in 08?
No,
I thought I was, dude. Should have been buying in 1980.
Freaking hell, man. I mean, this stuff, the grand scheme of things.
I mean, if you bought specific stocks, if you bought market leaders in 01, you're not doing too hot right now. I don't know. We'll be right back from the Darren.
Yeah, I don't know.
Keep an eye here on the market. Fed Chair Powell talking about data here with regards to, of course, the government shutdown and how that impacts employment and inflation data. He said that private data is going to be a little bit better for employment than it will be for inflation. But he said the issue is Fed's going to be missing some data, and it'll become more challenging if the shutdown continues here and if October data is delayed. Now, in case you guys missed it, some prediction markets are pricing in that this shutdown is going to go till November 16th, I believe, which would make it the longest shutdown in U.S. government history. So it could be unlikely that they'll actually end up having these numbers. But back to you.
Thank you for that one there. Yeah, let's take a look at HIMS for you there, my friend. Daily day trade. Do you play options on earnings? I am selling outside of the expected move on stock on earnings. I usually don't, but if I am, it's going to be like a straddle or just straight up contracts. I usually wait for a while after, regardless of what happens. I talk about options trading all the time. There's a lot of individuals here on the floor that we agree upon the same things, and even a lot of savvy vet traders, is that there's a time and a place for them. Yeah, for me personally, it's just not a vehicle that I use for every single trade. Do I implement them as much as I possibly can? Obviously, but I'm in no rush to get into them. If the trade tells me like, hey, let's rock and roll, let's get a little bit heavier, let's leverage the system, then that's when I use them. Other than that, options. Yeah, okay, let's take a look at HIMS there for you. And yeah, what I was getting at is, other than that, just use a hybrid system. I think that's where you're best off. I know Ozan loves to just trade straight out contracts all the time. And to each their own, right? If that's what you're comfortable with. I know Ozan's got a lot of the money. Right? So by all means, he continued to check out Bull. Air has been beaten down. Risk reward play. exclamation mark says keep fighting. Yeah, we're always, man. We're always in the grind. Shout out to Hims there. A support level right there. You're getting a little bit of a bounce. Could there just be a rebound day? I think so. So be patient. We're all out of Amazon as it's continuously grinding higher now. 219s. Wow. 219s on Amazon. Still down 0.5%, but a big time recovery. Hims, again, I'm not going to be getting involved in. That's just me personally. Intraday, a lot of chop. You can see the ebbs and flows here within this price action, so just keep an eye out on that there. But now, as for Tesla high of the day, TQs, yeah, there's no shorts today. There's no shorts, lads. That's just here it is. Smooth, my fellow drink. Here's a play. CMG, go make some money. Swing this, bro. All right, I'll take a look at that one for you. Chipotle Mexican Grill. When was the last time you had Chipotle, Obi?
I think I had Chipotle for the first time, I think I had Chipotle for the first time, I think like sometime last year.
Okay.
If I remember correctly.
Okay.
And then Chick-fil-A as well.
For the first time?
For the first time again. That was that was.
I've only had it a couple times.
I'm super impressed with Chick-fil-A.
You were impressed?
I'm so impressed.
Really?
Just the level of efficiency.
Oh, the customer service.
The customer service, absolutely crazy. Like the burgers are okay. They're pretty decent. I like them. They're not bad. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, literally, the level of efficiency that happens is just amazing. Yeah. Like that is like I think peak fast food. Yeah. You go in, you have your order, you give them your name. It's like which fast food place brings your food to you?
Yeah.
Right. To your table, so you can just go grab a seat. They'll bring it to you. So that's amazing. Within 120 seconds of the order.
That's crazy.
I timed this.
Yeah.
Within 2 minutes.
I'll tell you one thing. When I
placed my order.
Yeah.
And go sit down, I had my burger.
When I was in Dallas, downtown Dallas, and went to the Chick-fil-A there, dude, they're coming by you. They're like, hey, do you want a refill on your pop? They're taking your drink away, taking the lid, giving you a new straw and everything. They're like, hey, you want more dipping sauce? So it's like, hey, you're almost at a 5-star restaurant, but
they have a compressor in their garbage. That was crazy.
Was that?
That was
okay.
So I went to go throw out the garbage after I was done. Right? I could it was like hold on 1 second. It's compressing. So I was like, okay, that's interesting.
Oh,
so it has a machine that pushes the garbage
like the
down.
Garbage truck.
So it's like, okay, so first of all you're compacting the garbage in house, right? And then you're throwing it out. You have less time spent by your employees that are taking the trash out. Right? So it's just like, I don't know. It's just like the small things, the simple things. Whoever those engineers are at Chick-fil-A, they're doing an
Neil's saying Rigetti. Neil's saying Rigetti. Yeah, there goes Rigetti
as well as running.
Filling that gap, quantum space. Oh, let me guess, it's running. All right, so there it is. What was the?
I wonder if Shkreli's.
What was the quantum ETF?
ARQQ?
No, there's a quantum ETF. QUTM, yeah, QUTM. Bang. How's it been doing? Let's take a look at this from a daily standpoint. What's going on here? It's not very liquid.
Yeah.
Oh.
They're not.
That Vanek Computing ETF, Vanek Quantum Computing ETF.
That's the thing. So some of those ETFs are not really.
Tina, man, you froze my thing with that one there, brother.
Think.
That's all right. I'm only playing. I was looking at this CIBR, cybersecurity ETF. If we can get that up, man. Oh, I want to get involved in that without any form of concern. That might be my next allocation. Sitting on my QTUM. Yes, QTUM. Thank you very much. I'm sitting on cash in my swing account, 100% cash, just to trade Blue Ocean with, because I sold all my contracts, everything like that. And I'm sitting on like about 5% in the long term, which I'm just ready to gobble some stuff up. There it is, the Quantum ETF. From those April lows, $62, you're almost up 100% right there, 82. So an almost a double. And then CIBR, we like this one a lot from the daily. Not too bad from that perspective. But then we had CYBR, which is CyberArk. that I want to get involved in, waiting for some pullback on that. Gobble it up, exactly, Thomas Condo. That's what I just want to eat a lot of these ETFs, brother. Get involved with them, just get the mass exposure instead of going with individual names, more conservative, and then essentially what happens, whatever gains from other underlying assets, I'll just remove from that and then start buying some other things there. If you were talking ETFs, guys, please look at URA for the fam. Anything for West, y'all. URA ETFs. What is this one? The uranium ETF for the family, says West, y'all. Anything like this, man, oh man, you can't go wrong with some of these things there. Obi, look at this monstrous run in this name. Oh, yeah. Off those April lows, $20. Now you're north of 60,
long
200.
And strong uranium for sure.
Long and strong too. Yeah. So shout out to the ETF land. ETF Landia, it's looking really good, especially we just went over the Qs as well too, SPY, so get involved in a lot of them. Some of them are still relatively cheap in my opinion. Am I going to be buying them all the way up here? No. I'm going to wait for a little bit of a pullback, maybe just to get the feet wet, and then you just buy more aggressively on any form of pullback. A lot of people saying bubble this, bubble that, but I think if the bubble can continue to expand, and is it ever going to burst? Who knows? Only time will tell. You have to be patient on that one. Darwin, that one blew his mind, says ADL, shout out to you. But other than that, Obi, Amazon continuing to grind 219, Wells Fargo back up to 84.5. We got Goldman Sachs hovering around the volume weighted average price. BMNR putting in a couple signals, but we will not be shorting just yet, my friends.
No, I mean, here's the thing. Walmart's coming into those areas, 106.50s. It's trading at now. So 106.58 we said was that reference high from this pre-market. Just want to continue to kind of point that out there. So 106.58. We're just a few pennies away from there, 5 pennies away from the ask there as we're trading on 53s. So interesting stuff. Nice continuation of this trend happening here. So kind of to reiterate, we had this very strong consolidation in and around this area. We broke out of that 105 over an hour-long consolidation above some of these reference highs right there, and beautiful continuation happening. And we get that market tailwind alongside as well, so that's definitely some wind in our sails. QBTS, another one. Again, we just pointed out, I'm watching this one. QBTS right here, aggressive bid. Where will it stop? Nobody knows, but eyes on for when that bid finally does dissipate. What's going on in there?
Yeah, Powell was just asked here about the, I guess, heightened scrutiny with regards to Fed decisions as of late. And he said, the Fed is going to keep making the decisions they make. It'll be obvious if they make changes based on politics. But he said overall, these decisions are going to be close calls that happen in real time. Consensus is great, but the overall goal of the Fed is to get to the right policy decision. So to let you guys know, Fed is addressing that, or sorry, not Fed. Fed Chair Powell is addressing that. Bit of a move down here in the market. It is worth noting here, could be some geopolitical updates. Donald Trump saying that apparently phase 2 of Gaza and the Middle East plan begins right now. It is worth noting he is set to meet with the Argentine president here at 1 p.m. So I'll be keeping an eye on that too. Back to you.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, we're just one truth post away from, and one more truth post away from just hopefully tanking the market. So hopefully that, I'm not saying hopefully, but I just want to buy these names at lower prices. How do you feel about that?
A little bit. I mean, I feel like that's the thing to do. I think I was saying this yesterday, right? So I explained. So my younger sister, she's gotten into the stock market as of recent. She was talking about it with me all of the beginning of the year when we had that initial drop. She's like, yeah, I definitely want to get involved. And I told her, I was like, hey, listen, wait for those days where we sell off pretty aggressively and make sure you can you have some shots to pick some up. So guess what? She messages me on Friday after the market closed, and she's like, hey, guess what? I picked up some Qs and SPY. And I was like, absolutely amazing. I was like, solid, good stuff.
After the selling too?
Like on the selling. She saw that we had sold off. I told her, I was like, look for discounts. And look for days where we get aggressively sold. And I kind of reminded her, I was like, I sent her this thing where he's talking about, okay, the market has pullbacks over time. It'll have 10% pullbacks. It'll have every now and then it'll have a 25% pullback. We're in bear. That's when we can be in like a bear market. But over time, if you kind of participate in things like the SPY or the Nasdaq, those are some of the best times to buy. Over time. So I was so proud. She's like, yeah, I bought some. I was like, get ready to buy more if we get lower. And she's like, I know. just doing well. So I am definitely an advocate for when things are on sale, I like them better. I think that's what
absolutely.
it is.
Oh, yeah, me too.
I was literally saying last week, being like, oh, you guys think inflation's not here? It's literally costing me more dollars to buy the same stocks that I want. So when they get on a discount, like a Thursday, Friday, when we have a sale like that, maybe, I don't know.
That's not a fire sale. I want a fire sale.
I'm not saying like, okay, I don't know if that's the market top. It could very well be. It could be that you buy there and then we never look back. But that's not what I'm trying to go for.
The thing is, though, Obi, we're rolling into earnings season. Yeah. And if we get some moves to the downside in some strong names like the Mag 7, if any of them happen to miss on any form of estimates, like Google misses on cloud, which I highly doubt. I'm just saying, speaking hypothetically, it's like full on. I'm blue ocean. I'm at whatever time of the day it is. I'm looking to get involved in some of these, the mega caps for sure, and take them for potential swing trades, especially if they get oversold to the downside. So that's what I'm looking for, man.
I'm buying some things as well. They're not Mag 7 related, but I'm looking at certain things that, like, okay, maybe these are getting poised for the next cycle, right? So it's just like, what are some things that are potentially like, I like the stocks that are kind of beaten down and they don't really have much more selling left in them, or it doesn't look like it. And it's kind of showing us because bad news won't sell it off. Maybe even good news won't sell it off either. But any sort of catalyst. We kind of observe that with Intel over the past couple of years, where it's just like, it was kind of down in the dumps even throughout the whole time where AMD and NVIDIA and a lot of AI-related stocks were just ripping. Intel didn't really do too much for the past couple of years. And finally, it was kind of beat down. Any sort of bad news and even good news, we just stayed within that range. But finally, we've started to break out. So maybe kind of like an example. But that's the idea there. We'll be right back from Madeira.
Yeah, keep an eye here on the market, specifically some of these AI plays like Oracle. I'm seeing a report here from the Associated Press that when Donald Trump meets here with Javier Milei, that they are likely to discuss the Stargate possibility for Argentina. So we know Project Stargate here with, amongst others, Oracle, OpenAI, etc. Now, apparently, Trump and Milei are reportedly going to be discussing the possibility of a Stargate-like project for Argentina. That's reported by the Associated Press. Again, we'll get more details on that very soon when they meet up. Back to you.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, here comes the crypto space, man. Those signals definitely coming into play. Just had to be patient enough. 15 million candle on SPY, says flow grade. Yeah, it's in there, right? I just told myself that I wasn't going to take it again just to save the mental frustration. But as soon as you get at these highs is what we're looking for. You have to be patient enough. When did that come in? Around 1 o'clock. Ish, yeah, above 1250 right there, boom. Now you're moving to the downside. Look, same thing there, same thing here. You don't break through the high, heading back in towards the volume weighted average price. Same thing here on the SPY as well too. So inverted prints, no volume supporting that type of thesis right now, but they're starting to really come back in. So yeah, it's overextension. I think at some point things were going to cool down. Amazon coming back in. Gorv, I don't know if you're still holding on to that one. I'm out of it. It climbed. We were in at 218s or whatever it was. Climbed $1 against me. Got out of that trade. So yeah, I'm just gonna run through the scanners once more, see if we can find any quality opportunities. As our guy Mitch Hogue would like to say, we look for those laggards. So we'll pull those back. This is me messing around with thing last night. Where was I going to? All right. So let's take a look at these. So NVDA grinds higher north of that volume weighted average price, 181 all the way up to 184. NVTS was this, Navis Semiconductor Corp. Okay, very interesting stuff. RGTI on the warpath, coming back in a little bit here. TSL, INTC, Katina Man, you're reloaded, INTC? You're long or short? Short Marvell, Katina. There goes it. There you go. Bang. Hit it. It went upside there. All right, so reverse that one there. Reverse it. Okay, bang. All right, Ford, let's see what's going on with that one.
Of bang? What is that? If we were to come up with one.
Fail.
Yeah, but it's not as it doesn't have like it's not as
dramatic. Yeah. No. Can we do this?
Slam. No, I don't know.
Slam. What is the opposite of bang? That's a great question.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, what about that? You know that the sound from Roblox? No, not Roblox.
Yeah, it's Roblox.
Is it Roblox? Okay. We'll be right back from Madeira.
When that's like
Intel breaking out here. We have news on Intel. They're revealing their data center GPU called Crescent Island. This follows another GPU update for Intel last week called Panther Lake. This one is now Crescent Island. That's going to be a 160 gigabyte energy efficient data center GPU. So that's on watch here being reported. Back to you.
Thank you. Yeah, there goes Intel. See what's going on there. We'll pull that up here. Joby, oh my day, Sharif. I know you're watching. Oh, what a recovery there, my boy. Right there on Joby. Look at this, straight to the top side. Like 6 red candles on the 5 minute there. If we go to a higher time frame, oh. All right, bang, just get it in there. All right. You have the option to like and subscribe. This trade has unlimited upside. All right, so don't forget you guys have the option to like and subscribe, but I would most definitely exercise that option and look to like and subscribe because it's good and we get to have a good fun time here. There goes Joby on the 15-minute. Nice print there, no volume supporting it. Let's pull up INTC. Enough of this noise, guys. Let's get back into it. There goes the crypto space once again, bouncing off of the volume-weighted average price. Insane. INTC. What's going on? What do you got going on here? Oh, bang. There it is, 3606, starting to climb higher. There's some of those wicks there. Let's pull it up on a clearer chart. INTC. Can you do the laughing soundboard? Absolutely, brother. I know we want to hit that one, but let's be a little bit patient and wait for that prime time opportunity. Let's see if we can find something that's going to give us some a good conviction to hit that laughing, because that's definitely one of the hottest ones out here. Jake, okay, and anyways, you guys got going on, we would disagree on that. You guys do your own thing, just keep it PG and have respectful conversations, as it seems like you guys are doing over there. Los Pollos, you mean 5 minute? What else we got going on? Yeah, there's the hammer candles at those lows. So what that tells me is that we ain't going any lower today, Jack. That's a fact, Jack, says our guy Mike P. DeRider, who has taken the day off. Adair, what do you got?
Yeah, so another update here for Intel. Apparently, they're adding that new GPU to their AI accelerator portfolio. In case you guys missed it, they have that new Crescent Island GPU. They're also apparently adding a new graphics processing unit to expand their AI accelerator lineup. Now, circle on watch as well. Keep an eye on stablecoin-related names as Stripe adding a stablecoin payment option here for subscriptions. So again, Stripe payment processor going to be adding stablecoin payments for subscriptions. It is worth noting comments from Fed Chair Powell are coming to an end there. Looks like that talk has ended. He stood up out of his chair. Powell's done, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Adair, for that one there. Bang, bang, da-doom. So yeah, let's see what else we got going on here. Obi, anything that is starting to catch your eye?
I mean, I guess that QBTS caught my eye a little bit there as we start to pull back. And another thing that is continuing to stay in my eye, we talked about that Walmart consolidation. I called this out. I was like, 105 consolidated for over an hour at the day's high. We pushed into 106s. I wasn't even there at 105. So I was like, oh boy, I missed that one there. But again, don't forget, trading in the sim today, shut down on AMD this morning. Intel. But taking the right kind of reps, as if you're playing the game. You're only playing the game. When you're practicing, you play like you're play like you're playing the real game here. So anyways, QBTS, yeah, a little bit of a chop here, so it did get involved, but let's see if it can kind of sustain this high a day. As of right now, strong bid here, all the way from 10:30 off of those day lows, all the way until now. It's about almost well, it is 1 o'clock right now. It's past 1 o'clock. That's let's see if the sellers can step in a little bit. Where is VWAP, you may ask? I'm looking at VWAP all the way down to 47s. I don't know if we're going to get all the way down to VWAP if this bid is that aggressively strong, but it's starting to break trend. It's starting to break some definitions of trend here, especially the tighter definitions of trend that we've been holding from that consolidation breakout, high a day breakout, pre-market high breakout on QBTS, and maybe that 42 prior day high breakout as well. So that 42 is what I'm watching as well. So that was resistance yesterday. We haven't really seen it turn into support. Let's see if that 42 turns into support, or do buyers step it up even more? That's the question that I'm asking. So Walmart seems like it wants to come down a little bit with a little bit of a distinction there. So that was nice. I liked it, but I'm kind of, you know what? I don't really want to be in there anymore as of right now. But great move. It could still continue to go. It hasn't necessarily broken trend, but maybe some tape coming in right now. But I don't really want to kind of being that anymore. That being said, it could go to 107s. It could go to it could go past 107s, right? But that initial high, that high from the pre-market session was right at 58s. We pushed that 58. We got to the next quarter, which was the 75. So current high a day is 106.81. We keep pulling back like 15, 20 pennies and then bidding right back up. There's definitely a little bit of a buyer here on Walmart today, but I just want to sell into that strength. That's the only reasoning there. That's the rep that I want to take, the decision making that I want to have there. What do you got going on for us?
All right. In Africa, a new generation of leaders is rising. The woman boss empowers them. We provide the training and mentorship women and girls need to start businesses, create change, and build sustainable futures. We've already impacted over 10,000 lives. Your contribution creates the next opportunity. Scan the QR code. Empower the next woman leader today. Check that out today. Ramin's struggling over there. Yeah, I mean, okay, we took a little scalp on INTC. Not a bad move there on the pop momentum to the top side. Bang, and then we only took a little bit off, comes back against us, and now things are starting to cool off. There goes the crypto space off of you up one more time. I think that ship has sailed. So let's see if we can find an additional opportunity. I don't love the positioning of anything right now, so I got to be really, really patient and risk adverse here, just in case, because if anything steps in around 2 o'clock, 2:30, I want to be able to participate on that front there, Obi. So, yeah, that's what we got going on. Let's hop on the 1 minute time frame. You can see the selling pressure in INTC slowly starting to kick in. PA is not that clean, right? Like, it's not curling over or anything. You get buyers pushing it, sell, sell, sell. The same type of noise as usually typically. From a daily standpoint, Donald Trump takes stake in INTC. Bang, you're off to the races on that one. So you buy it after that, $30. Bang, you get up to 40. So anything along those lines, as soon as this guy truths anything, I'm long it. Whatever it's referring to, yeah, that's it, right? It's that simple. I'm not going to complicate it or anything in that realm there, Obi. It's just he mentions the name, boom, staking it, boom, right away, buying. So, yeah, let's see what we got going on. Brian Hart, I want what's the Trader TV TikTok? I don't know how else. I can't help it right now, Ozan. I'm here on the desk. INDI says sports and stocks. Let's take a long on that. Let's take a look at that one, not necessarily a long, and see what we got going on there. I haven't looked at Tesla too much, but what was INDI, Indy Semiconductor, yeah, consolidating. So it might break out here. You have this bull flag starting to be formed. Catch the lower end of the range, and maybe you'll get a little bit of continuation to the top side there. As for Tesla, let's pull it up. Let's get Apple off of the charts. See what Tesla's up to. Ozan, Tesla long, baby, especially if we can break 435 to the top side, he says. All right, so we're already into that gap. Running into some, see, look at us reject that pre-market low pretty aggressively, puts the inverted right there. Then price says, yeah, you know what? Never mind shorts. We're going to step right back in. Buyer step in on that hammer candle and continue to grind. Holder, critical, alt, escape, $2 super chat. SoFi, my goat, he says. Let's take a look at SoFi. Yeah, I mean, this thing has been absolutely phenomenal as of late. And it's looking really good off of those April lows. Big time move up, 218%. It's a thing of beauty, my friend. It's a thing of beauty. So shout out to Critical Alt Escape. What's my good friend Vlad Tanev and company up to? Bang, a nice little rebound. We sold at 22s. We sold half at 22s. All right, and it decides to climb a little bit higher, 25 points. To be almost exact there, 23 points. Joe, can I cash now? Can I advise on what, my friend? What can I advise on? So yeah, I mean, I like Robinhood. I like some of these fintech names. And there goes the crypto space grinding higher again, and there goes the market right back towards the high of the day there, Obi.
Yeah, the market's attempting another push there, and Walmart continues to stay strong, man. Like I said, this could very well go a little bit higher. Still feel comfortable staying in, but it is what it is. You know, to each their own. In terms of a trend, it hasn't necessarily broken. Look at this trend, man. This is a 3-minute chart, absolutely clean. Even if you threw up some of those moving averages on here, you can see how clean it's holding. Yeah, a little bit of a wick shimmy dance every now and then through maybe what you're defining as that short-term trend, but overall, buyers just keep stepping in on this name here on Walmart. Nice continuation through that high. So I guess this was kind of target-ish, where I was like, all right, if it can kind of push through these, I'm looking to take it into some just a little bit higher there, through where some of that supply did come in the pre-market session. So Walmart, great push on that one there. Let's see, rather than buy the dip opportunity. So Nick asking, can you explain that QBTS short? Don't see why you took that as a reversion rather than to buy the dip opportunity. This sector is very strong, not only on the daily, but also today off of those lows. No, you're definitely right, man. I said, yeah, let me talk about that QBTS. So I'm likely going to be wrong on that if it's going to come in once again and stop me out here. But I'm willing to take multiple shots at this one, right? So yeah, very, very strong on the day. I was just looking for a quick counter trend scalp, which it did give me right off of the bat, but maybe I was looking for too much. I was looking for a pullback into 42s here, but we started to slow down. So the only reasoning really was that we had an aggressive bid for a while, and the first sign of a bit of a slowdown, so I'm getting involved with that, participating with what I think is potentially the exchange of hands in terms of control for this, just a short amount of time, right? Just a short amount of just a short frame. This is you are 100% right. This is very strong on the day. The sectors are squeezing. The intradays are the stocks are squeezing. You know that there was some popular I guess people. Shkreli, he was like, oh, I'm short some of these quantum names. Buddy got blasted. You know what? It happens. It happens. You know,
people get blasted, man.
You want to get involved with the front side on things that you don't necessarily understand. Not saying he's not a smart guy. It's just not his niche, right? It's just he's really good at understanding biotech and science that's related in and around that. So he can call the fugazi when companies report certain drugs working in certain types of ways, right? But when it comes to something like a quantum, yeah, a lot of this stuff is straight speculative. They're getting billion-dollar valuations. They don't really make that much money at all. It was funny. I saw a post recently saying this. It's just like, yeah, most of these companies don't even make more money than like a Starbucks location. So you know what I mean? I thought that was pretty funny. I forget who that X post was from, but absolutely hilarious. You know, you see thousands of posts pretty much every day, and yeah, some good stuff there for sure. So here's some selling coming in on the back through 43 here. Let's see if that can kind of sustain. I'm looking for a potential 42 push. All it is just the reasoning was buyers were there. Buyers were kind of look like they're done. Market shows that they're kind of slowing down. Sellers look like they're stepping in. So I'm getting involved. I can keep it just as simple as that. Whether it'll work or not, whether we consolidate here, push those highs into the end of the day, yeah, that's very possible. We can see how strong this was end of day as well, right? Even when something is aggressively uptrending, I like, you know, yes, it's very valid to get involved with that and take that continuation. I'm a little bit, I guess, on the other side of it. I'm just like, okay, it's showing me that there's buyers, so I want to participate as soon as it's showing me otherwise. So I'm looking for that moment of distinct difference. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. You confluence that with actual setup, playbook setups, then you have maybe a trade on your hands there. So that's kind of my reasoning there, a little bit of that QBTS. But again, don't know if I'm going to be right or wrong. We talk about this. Sometimes it's just like you got to know your own stats. When you're wrong, like over 50% of the time, you just got to be willing to accept those losses. Willing to accept, okay, I'm going to be wrong more than 50% of the time. So how are you, if you knew you were going to be wrong 50% of the time, but you still knew that your systems were positive and profitable, how would you kind of act in that specific scenario? Would you get tilted with every loss that you took? Would you feel any type of way with all the losses that you take if you know that you're going to be losing, let's say about 70% of the time? Right? Yeah. That 30% of the time that you're on top kind of makes up for everything and more, right? So that's kind of the perspective there. or the reasoning in and around some of that. Now, this could very well hold, right? Let's define some trends. If we're really going to talk about this, let's define some trends here. So, okay, we started to break out. So we had this chop, chop, chop consolidation, and then we start to break out out of here, and we start to trend a little bit higher, right? We try to start trending a little bit higher. It's consolidation, We extend away from that, and then if you're using this as a little bit of a trend indicator, just this line, this very arbitrary line that I just drew on the chart, we're starting to come in and test a little bit of that, right? And if you want to be like, all right, no, I want to draw the trend from the low at A to the next point, or whatever you want. So, and that's if you want to do that way, that's coming in over here. So we're still kind of holding in and around this trend. So I'm watching this piece right here. If we do have any sort of a distinct break of this. How long has this trend been bidding up for? From the lows to the highs for about 2 hours and 48 minutes. So now we've seen stocks in this market pretty much trend all day long, 4 or 5 hours straight. So the bid can be pretty aggressive on some of these names. Now, reasonably so. We talk about how some of these quantum names, there's a lot of players that are sitting short on these, swinging short on these, getting absolutely blasted. Maybe initiating swing shorts every single day, getting blasted and then retrying because they're trying to catch tops, right? They think the sector is overextended, but guess what? The market's going to stay a lot more irrational from your perspective than you can stay liquid. Right? Market doesn't care if what you think, if the price action you think is irrational, it really doesn't care.
Nope.
Right? So that's the case there. So I don't know. A little bit of I just want to participate with some selling that I saw.
The big boys.
Don't know if this is going to be it. More than willing to be wrong there. Right?
All right. Good stuff there. All right, we got some important stuff there. Ob, Tab TV Gaming, the forgotten mentions. I got Tesla, OB, at 417.5 puts, expiring this Friday. Beginning off Friday, I'm down 60% on it. How would you deal with this position? What's the smartest thing to do here? All right, let's see how much did you pay for those? Let's pull that up and everything along those lines. You're down 60%, so we'll add a little bit to those value, to that value a little bit. But we're gonna exercise our potential opportunities that we can kind of just mitigate. We're gonna pull these up. It's Tuesday, it expires in 3 days. We got the 417.5s on the put side. Sorry, those are worth $3.65. Right now, so at some point I think you bought them for around $7. There goes Intel to the top side. We're long this one. We'll take 10 cents on that one. Not too bad there. So yeah, there's a couple things that you can do, right? Which isn't bad for today. You can roll these over, right? So you're gonna pay the difference in between the premium. Go Intel, go, you dog. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Ramin. All right, we'll take a little bit off there. So this is what we're gonna do, Tab TV Gaming. So what you can do essentially, if you want to remain bearish, okay? What we can do here is we can roll over to the next week's expiration cycle. So you're just gonna pay the difference within the contracts, which isn't that good, right? You gotta pay it substantially more. The more that I look at it is not a pretty premium. But what you can do right now to mitigate some of those losses, I don't know how many contracts you have, but what you can do, or was I on the bid there? So those are worth $355. You can go down to the 410s, and you can collect $2.10 per combination, right? So it's not going to completely write off all those losses, but it will mitigate it, right? So if you have 3 contracts, you paid approximately, what were they, $6 each, so you paid $18, we'll say, on for those 3 contracts. You can collect $600, and you end up, instead of losing $1,800 or $2,000, you can collect $600 and lose $1,400 bucks, right? or $1,200, whatever it may be. So that's one thing that you can do is you can write those once they expire worthless. Then sure enough, you keep that premium, but you also lose the whole amount of premium on your previous ones. Another thing that you can do is go to a further expiration cycle, which I wouldn't suggest considering today's price action and what we're experiencing on buy the dip and Tesla continuously climbing higher. You can buy that, extend it a little bit more, and then write something. So say if you were going to go and buy these, you can roll that over, which I highly wouldn't suggest. We're just kind of exercising our opportunities. Those are worth $16. You have to pay the difference, but you can write the 410s and collect $13, right? So you also need a little bit more of that capital, but that's something that you can do for your situation right now. I would just go with maybe cutting your losses short or writing a little bit here at the 410 strike price. That's something that I would do in specific. So yeah, that's the really important thing with those losses, with the options contracts. You have to have in a stop loss. Otherwise, you're going to have a really bad time. Only one contract. Thank you so much for the time. I appreciate it. Yeah. So you get one contract, not too bad. $600, right? You can write that for 210, collect $210, and then sure enough, you only lose 400 at the end of the day. We could survive that. You can just also average into the premium price and save expiration, rolling it over. That's what I was saying, B-Bowling. But I wouldn't suggest averaging in. I don't think that's a good idea right now, considering what we're seeing with the market. You're going to continuously roll over puts and just pay the difference in the premium. I personally wouldn't do that. That's just me. Again, roll it over, you pay a little bit more, you pay the difference. But one contract, I think that's survivable, down 60%. Write it, get out of there, and look for that next trade there, OB.
Yeah, for sure. And the next trade potentially happening here on Walmart, as again, I like that push into those highs there. Sure, didn't get the high, not going to be able to clip highs and lows like that. But you can see here a little bit of a pullback off of 106.92s, and when the sellers come in there, you can see on the break of that short-term trend, pretty aggressive selling. So we drop all the way from 90s back down to 40s as of right now. So yeah, nice little push into some of those highs, those pre-market highs is what I'm talking about here on Walmart. It seems like QBTS, I'm definitely going to be wrong on this one as it's ripping to the upside there on that. So Nick, it seems like that dip buy was definitely much better, a much better idea that's working out nicely. Again, with trend, it's doing pretty well here. So almost back at those high days there on QBTS. Now this is a Tesla book. I gotta go back to QBTS, and that trades on the NYSE. So we can see the book here. It's only about 10 pennies away from that day high as of right now. 43.60s are the current prices on QBTS. So yeah, man, this quantum space absolutely strong, absolutely killing it with some of those longs there for sure. What do you got going on?
Control Alt Escape. Buy 30 contracts, SoFi, 30 strike price. 16, it looks like they're expiring January 16. You advised on the dip, Joey Hard, not to sell after today's move, but I'm looking for that big cash out. Spend the money. Spend the money. I mean, things can turn on a dime, but by all means, congratulations on those trades, man. Let them ride, let them ride, let them ride. For me personally, I just piece it out. Whatever I get from this market, I take, and I try to be happy with it there, OB. But there goes Intel. Not too bad of a move there, OB, on Intel. As we put in a new little bit of high, I got right back into that bad boy, and we'll take a little bit more out right there. Bang. Second on the reload on Intel. Sorry to interrupt you, brother.
No worries, man. Yeah. But yeah, interrupt me whenever you want, man. This market's absolutely crazy, and like I said before, if you're seeing something that's happening, I'm more than willing to kind of shift over to that potentially. Wow, sellers are definitely coming in here on Walmart. Oh boy, what a reversion there. Just like sometimes I find myself selling into reversions a little too early on the left side, and I was getting a little bit of that feeling there on the left side on Walmart, and when that right side selling steps in, oh boy, all the way from 80s to almost 20s now within a few minutes, within about 6-7 minutes there, but it took us forever to get up here. So yeah, a little bit of taking the stairs up and taking the elevator down happening here on Walmart. So or the escalator even. Sometimes it's an elevator, sometimes it's an escalator. It really depends. But distinctly different is the selling than the buying, because buying sometimes you can see it. Buying happens with a little bit more of a methodic push. Sometimes, especially like if it's not squeezing, that's different, right? And then selling comes in with a little bit more of a panic. There goes QBTS. So yeah, stopped out on the push through that high a day. It seems like we're going to be pushing even higher. This market pushing even higher. So against the trend, yeah, not going to more often than not, the counter trend trade is probably not going to work as often as you might think. So that's fine. Where is the next trade? That's what I'm looking for here. Seems like that quantum wants some more. So let's take a look at some of these other quantum names and kind of identify what's going on, if there is anything that is distinctly different amongst these. So I'm going to start off with IONQ. That hasn't hit high a day just yet. RGTI, let's go. That one right there. Okay, so RGTI, Rigetti's pushing for high a day as well. QBTS we're looking at. So QBTS almost at $44 there. And then QUBT as well. QUBT, okay, so 2180, 2192s are the highs. So QBTS seems like it is the one with relative strength. So it is the strongest of the bunch there. Oh boy, I was thinking about hitting the Walmart short, but I was like, I'm gonna be patient. I'm not gonna say here do it all, but we're gonna be a little patient with that one. But great selling on that. When that buying started to dissipate, started to slow down, we couldn't even get to 107s, and it's pulling all the way back down, almost a good 60-70 pennies now from the highs into 106.28. So where's the next trade? That's what I'm looking for. That short was, the long on Walmart was nice. The short is nice as well. And it seems like QBTS, the short definitely was not nice. We're attempting to push 44s as of right now. What else you guys got going on? Let me know. LAES saying sports and stonks. So let's take a quick look at LAES. Here, Seals Q Corp. Okay, 757 highs with this consolidation low coming in, or this dip low coming in at 686s. Where's that day low? Day low is at $6.09. So LES, interesting push there. It's giving us that continue. So buyers off of the open pull in about 50%, maybe just a little bit more of a retracement of this strong leg, and then buyers step right back in from those 668s there as of right now. So I don't know if we're going to get back all the way to the highs, but the buying definitely seems like it is definitely there. It was there in the morning. It's there once again as of right now in the midday session. Carter in the chat saying Circle. Okay, yeah, that's a name I haven't really participated in at least a few weeks, I would say. There's a time where I was just borrowing shares pretty much every single day for that Quadunk, but it wasn't around for some of the stronger days there as well. You can see that Friday, pretty aggressive selling. It seems like this is the name whenever sellers find a good reason to get involved, they have been. So let's take a look at a higher time frame on this one. So a lot of players had this on watch. What is that blue line? Oh, it's a VWAP. Okay, cool. Had this stuff on watch. You can see beautiful swing short on that one, kind of sideways action, holding up pretty decently as of right now. But this is what I mean. Boom, selling. Consolidates. Friday happens, some more selling. So sideways action, bigger picture. As of recent, but even bigger picture, we've been in a downtrend and forming a little bit of a base that was on top of 100 off of the IPO.
It's a base.
And then maybe the base that steps higher on top of 120s. So that's what I got going on.
All right, rocking and rolling. Yeah, but let's pull up the old chart ski there. Assassino, thank you, my friend. So yeah, there it is. I mean, we get in there, momentum to the top side, it gets wigged out, hop right back in, we're piecing it out, and we still, excuse me, we still have 65% there. So let's see if we can get in a new high. If the shorts weren't working, well, guess what? You just flip the old screen up around and you go long. So trades don't work. Turn the screen around is what I was advised to do in my earlier days of trading, which kind of frustrated me.
No, you just got to turn it upside down.
That kind of frustrated me. I'm not even gonna lie. That when people said that, it's like, why are you making light? Even though I was just making light of it. And
of the position of like.
No. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're wrong all the time, just turn the screen upside down, and then sure enough. You know what I mean?
I guess.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, it just. I think it goes to say like if you're wrong all the time, there's definitely something distinct there.
Yeah.
So you might want to be doing the opposite of what you're doing. I think that's pretty big.
Yeah, exactly.
I talked about this. It was just like when we were on the floor, we'd have our daily meetings and we'd go in and review our trades. There was a lot to learn from how people lose, right? And some people
I think those were the most
lose kind of. Yeah, exactly. You learn the most. Some people, just back to back every day. You get to learn like what not to do. That's the biggest thing. What do you not do? And over time, I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. I don't know what the right thing to do is when you're starting off. But over time, once you accumulate and build, okay, I shouldn't be doing that, I shouldn't be doing that, I shouldn't be doing that. Over time, your compass starts to align in the direction, in the right direction. So as a process of elimination of all the things you shouldn't be doing. But we'll be right back from Madeira.
Yeah, just be aware here, we have not had any commentary here from President Trump yet, meeting with Javier Milei of Argentina. They're set to meet outside the White House. There's coverage of that stream. I'm watching the stream right now. But either way, just a quick update with Trump. Now, keep an eye on NTAP. This did get a little bit of a pop higher here around 10 minutes ago. I'm just seeing this circulate on X now, though. NVIDIA and NetApp announcing a partnership, guys. NTAP. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that one there, Adara. There it is. I think the crypto space might have put in a double top here. Same with the overall market, right? Like it looks like it's kind of toppy, but look how shallow these pullbacks are, and then they just get bought right back up. So keep that in mind. See similar PA right there on BM&R. There's IBIT right there as well too, guys. Same thing on the SPY and on the Qs. So keep an eye out for that. What's Tesla been up to? Toppy, nice signal right there, Gorev, so not too bad. Just the pullbacks are so shallow, my friend. Adam, 31. Any analysis for RGTI? Very anxious with 200 short at $34. Yeah. A RAM 31. Let's take a look at that one. RGTI. I know you've been asking pretty. Oh my God. All right. Yeah, it's not too good. It's not good at all. I mean, you're short. You can buy puts, right? Sell puts. You can always sell puts at this point.
RGTI?
Yeah, that's the thing. What he said there, what he said is that he had a covered call scenario or something like that, and then eventually they got exercised and they got taken away, but he had more naked calls than what he did of actual shares, so they got called away. Yeah, that's really bad. How many shares did you say you had? 200? Ouch. Yeah, that is not good. 200 and you're $20 out of the money. That's not necessarily a great day, but let's pull up our options chain and see what we can do for potential game planning here. RGTI, and then we're going to take a look at buying some of these puts at lower prices and see what they were going to be collecting them at. Because, I mean, you may as well just do that at this point, is just consistently roll over puts. This week is expiration, the at the monies, 55s. We don't want that. Let's go down to the 45s. So this is what you're collecting off the jump, right? So $121. You can take that out. And the objective would obviously be getting assigned at a lower price. Well, guess what? You can even roll it out a little bit later. We'll go to the October 31st. We'll go back down to those 45 strikes. You're collecting roughly $300. So that's $600 right there, especially if it doesn't continue to grind higher. You can collect a little bit more premium, but that's something that I would look to do. Considering you're already in the options writing game, you may as well go ahead and start writing some of these puts and mitigating those losses, unless you're willing to accept being short 200 shares of RGTI for the foreseeable future. Just go with the rolling of the puts options, selling them. I think that's your best idea. Who's rocking and rolling there? Assassina.
Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's right. Which one is it? I could do it, no problem. Oh yeah,
okay,
for sure.
I can.
We got it. New traders.
There you go.
listen up. I got it. That's right. Cool thing. First month free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with back testing, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading. Scan the QR code. Check the link in the description. So yeah, RAM 31. I think that's your best bet. Hopefully you were listening. Even if you go over to the November 45s, you're collecting 355. You get $700 bang right there on 2 contracts. Yeah, that's it, man. A little options writing. Yeah, when you run into trouble, it's not good to be in short shares, the space that's probably one of the hottest in the market right now.
Yeah,
so
it's because like especially if you're shorting overnight.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can be kind of sketchy because you don't know what's going to happen overnight. Any sort of PR, you know that there's crazy moves that are happening off of any sort of AI-related or AI-related, quantum-related maybe as well. But I'm just talking about AI space and how that kind of action is happening. So if we get any sort of crazy kind of news on these quantum names, yeah, overnight or in the morning session, you can have in the pre-market session, you can have some crazy moves that could put you very, very much offside, especially if you're unable to take some of those options in the pre-market or after-hour session, right? So I think that's something definitely you want to keep in mind and remember. Earlier on, we were talking about the whole the buying the SPY thing and what were the market leaders during the .com?
Yeah. Oh yeah, did you look up that?
I have a little bit of the answer there. So yeah, of course, sheer size. So it says that the crash already kind of started. We were mid-crash in around 2000s. So 2001 was already mid-crash. So right before the crash is late 1999 to early 2000, and during that time, the price leaders were, I guess, Cisco. Cisco kind of had the number 2 global market cap. At the time, there was JDS Uniphase, never heard of them. Ciena, never heard of them. Corning, who are those guys?
I know Corning.
Nortel, I might have heard of them. Lucent, who are those guys?
Again, Nortel.
Semiconductors and wireless, some of those we still have. Intel, Qualcomm, and Broadcom.
Kramer likes Nortel,
So they're still there.
I don't know.
Right? Yeah. So some of those names, I don't, they don't exist. Maybe they still exist, but I don't really see them. I'm not aware of them. Software enterprise, Microsoft, of course. Microsoft was there. Oracle, we still have. Sun Microsystems. I don't know who those are.
Don't know who those guys are.
And then EMC. There was internet portals as well. Yahoo, AOL. What happened to those guys?
Oh, whatever happened to AOL?
Right? So, but the thing is, SPY was still there.
SPY was still there.
SPY was still there. That was still around. That thing's been doing absolutely well. That stuck around. And that's why I say the SPY's almost rigged to do well because what they do over time is they bring in the best performers and they kick out the worst performers.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's almost poised to do well as long as you still have, as long as you're still printing more money, as long as the economy is still going strong. I think that's a good SPY's a good indicator.
Yeah, absolutely. Obi, did you see Marathon Digital today?
No, what's happening on Morrow?
Man, oh man. I have same, Madera, same. Morrow, there it is. Someone else mentioned another name that I want to take a look at. Oh yeah, Gaurav mentioned something on NVDA. Let's see what we got going on. What is this name doing on the 1 minute, 5 minute right at VWAP? Have an indecision. Oh, bang, Gaurav. Yes, Gaurav, yes. Yes, my brother. Let's get involved in this as soon as possible. Every second that is wasted is a wasted opportunity there, Obi. Thank you, Gaurav. Waiting for this one all day. We'll hop in NVDL, now trading at 88 and change. A little bit of a pullback we're experiencing right there. But let's see what we can cook up here, my good friend. Let's start small. It's starting to come in a little bit more. I still like the print a lot there. The volume is supporting it. It is coming in pretty aggressively there, Gaurav. So keep that in mind. But anything, if we hold the body of that 1 minute candle low, then I like this a lot. Wells Fargo, no way. Wells Fargo all the way up to 85.71, so not too bad of a look there. Someone just mentioned another name that I caught at the corner of my eye. BTC is still climbing. Yeah, we were looking at BM&R and company. Let's see if NVDA can hold up this wick, and then we're going to get involved in that one there because we like everything that is kind of correlating with that right now. More as a data center play. I mean, it's a Bitcoin miner. Fiber needed for data centers. Glass. Okay, what's Glass up to? Glass door. Oh, you thought the darkness was your ally. What is that? Oops. GLAS. Okay, that's not even a name, so you're not even putting any tickers in there, actually. So, fiber optic is Glasses, maybe what you're getting at there. But the IREN is moving. Holy IREN, everybody's saying. All right, let's get to that one ASAP, Obi. Yeah, I mean, this one's been an absolute grinder as well, too, man. So yeah, it's not too bad of a look. Hammer candle right after that 5-minute print. You get this opening range, you get that print, and then it's essentially gone all the way from the lows of 59, trading up to 70.54. So not too bad. Gorev, the thing is though, now that wick's starting to be filled here on NVDA, and I don't love it. Let's see, we're going to get involved anyways because it's right at the volume weighted average price. We'll start really, really small here to see if we can hold that level, but the market is slightly toppy, and there's a reason why NVDA is not participating with that rally to the top side. Henry Wood said, let's go AMD. Which direction are you going in? Are you going up or down? AMD has just been a steady grind higher. Obi and I both were trying to short it in this realm here, 218s, 217s. So yeah, I mean, same Madera. It is what it is.
Yeah, it's been a long day.
Absolutely. So 88, and it's only Tuesday, Obi. Don't forget, you still got 3 more days to rock and roll. But I'm in light with position with average up with another one. So yeah, we're in some NVDL here. Let's see if we can get rocking and a rolling here.
Yeah, for sure, man. Grinding bid continuing to happen on this market. So Walmart found a little bit of a bid here at, 106.20, just above 106.20s. So a nice little aggressive selling after a couple hours of bidding from the opening session there. And first little pullback finds a little bit of a base here at 106s. So yeah, just watching it, I took a rep on what I thought was an okay opportunity there, and that came in decently. QBTS kind of got back into this one there. We got back up into 44s, and then it's starting to chop around. It stopped me out a couple times there already, but we'll see. We'll wait. There's still, I think it has room to VWAP. It also has room for extension if we're going to continue this grinding bid to the upside. But you can see the market, the past 4 15-minute bars is a little distinctly different from this grind up, right? A little bit of an overlapping action happening there as these bars are starting to trade inside of each other. So kind of maybe that signifies the slowing of momentum and the slowing of the bid that we've been getting, because we've been just sideways for an hour after all-day bid well, maybe not an all-day bid. We kind of consolidated sideways here as well. So keeping that on watch and making sure we're in line with what the market's doing as well. Let me know in the chat what you guys are doing. What are you guys up to? What are you guys trading? So we can keep eyes on what you guys think is the hottest stuff in the market. Alibaba, oh boy, a little bit of a pullback here, maybe poised for some reversion. If I can find my chart here, I'll just pull this one in. Let's go take a look at Baba. So again, a similar story, all-day bid. The sellers start to come in. When was that? Around 12:50, 1 o'clock. They start to sell in, and we're starting to get a little bit of a pullback. Oh boy, there's that QBTS slamming down here. So now finally maybe some panic happening there. So ideally, this is what I said before. Stair steps up, elevator down. I like maybe the idea of selling on the stairs and then just riding the elevator. So sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but it is what it is. Like I said, the style's always evolving in a sense. I'm always trying different things, different ideas as well. But QBTS on the day, we know it's definitely in play. We know it's squeezing like crazy. We know the quantum sector is running pretty decently, and we're starting to overextend pretty nicely as well. So Alibaba looked nice for a potential reversion, but I think that getting involved around 165s was a little bit better, because you can see here just a simple definition of the all-day trend. You just draw the line, boom. See, it wasn't that was easy, right there, Staples button. So boom, right there. As soon as that cracks, sellers start to step in.
Oh.
So sometimes the trend is defined very cleanly. Sometimes the trend isn't defined very cleanly at all. So you know, that's the hard part. That's the hard part, being like, okay, well, if the trend breaks, what's the probability of a reversion? What's the probability of a slowdown? Now, there's different nuances that can factor into that. Yeah, no, I like that part of the price action. I really kind of like, I'm trying to get familiar with it. When those buyers finally exchange hands with sellers, and when sellers finally exchange hands with buyers, like, how does that look like on the tape? What does that look like on the chart after it's already been done? Because it's already been done by the time it's on the chart, right? We talk about things being lagging indicators. The tape is definitely king. The price action is a representation, if you're talking about the charts, of the printed tape that already happened. And then indicators even more further derived from the chart, right? So it's like you're tracking a lagging, it's like the indicator's lagging, and the chart's also lagging as well. So yeah, take what you will from that concept.
Yeah, for sure, Gaurav. I agree with you on that front. I mean, the Qs are grinding higher, AMD's grinding higher, and NVDA has yet to participate, down 3% on the session. So let's see, I added into it here aggressively on that wick. Let's see if it can continue to hold up. Other than that, we're going to be patient on it. I think you're right there, Gaurav. As long as we continue to hold these wicks, then we'll be just fine. But again, got to keep those risk measures in place. I have substantially more size up here than I did get in right there when that was the initial entry. You should have got in a little bit more because you grabbed 30 cents just right off the jump on that one there. So yeah, let's see if it can hold up. The signal is there. Can't do anything more. Stops and plays. Exactly, Gaurav. I love how you put it there. I don't know look at Wells Fargo go on today's session there, OB. This thing has just been steady to the top side. So really, really nice play there. Let's take a look at it from a daily. So yeah, I mean, there it is. Breakout on Wells Fargo potentially at the top end of this range. Look for that continuation up there, guys. Open up here. Maybe you get an additional long. Shreve, I know BMNR. Let's take a look at this one. We were talking about this here. So 54.29. He's in at the lows, looking for that breakout, that one more wedge. Let's see if we can get that to just climb to the top side. Hopefully the crypto space rallies. We most definitely need Ethereum to participate on that one, because I want to get involved in it too. That's what I have my eyes on, is those two names, BMNR and Amazon, for potential next swing trades here. But precision is extremely key. So yeah, there it comes, starting to come back in there, Gaurav, which is unfortunate. Let's see how much longer we can hold it. Not much. So yeah, again, I'm heavier than what I can actually give the risk-wise. So a pop would be more ideal. Go short, don't work. Go long, it don't work. So anyways, what else we got going on? The signals there. Oh, you mentioned that. Went in heavy long NVDL, says the others. All right. Or sorry, yeah. All right, never mind the others. Bros and Blunder, Rivian Millionaire. All right, Mohammed Mukati says, Joe, puts for AMD down 50% right now. They expire Friday. What do you think about rolling or selling and taking the loss? Ooh, thank you for the $5 super chat. All right, so we had this conversation at our lunch table yesterday, and we've had this conversation countless times throughout my tenure being here. And when we talk about options, is that the pricing of them is meant to kind of lure you in, the near dated ones. So essentially what I'm getting at here, guys, is to just start buying the time, right? If you've been trading options for some time, if you're writing, you want to go a little bit longer out as well too. Regardless of what it is, unless you have a specific system, but if you're looking to swing trade options, or if you're looking to invest in them, you don't buy a week out. You don't buy a month out. You don't buy 2 months out. You buy multiple, you buy 3 months, 4, 5, 6 months. You buy a half a year out, to the point where you don't have to worry about theta, because every single day we have individuals coming in here, Joe, I got these contracts that are expiring this week. What do I do? Well, would you be in, let me ask you this, would you be in the same scenario, and would you be in panic mode if you decided instead of buying a month out, you're like 6 months out? No, it gives you more time to react and to come up with a game plan when you're not, just in case you're not thinking straight. All right, but we're gonna pull this up here. Because it just sucks seeing people lose money consistently just due to not buying enough time. It's such a simple fix. You go down the timeline and you pay a little bit more. Just buy it. I've been through it. That's why you can hear the frustration in my voice. I started off that way too, and I'm like, wait, why am I doing this to myself? Just because it's worth $2 or $3, I think that the stock is going to move substantially higher? No, just buy the more time. And if your delta is highly correlated with the nearer daters, then it essentially doesn't matter. All right, so let's figure out what we can do here. The expiry Friday, what do you think about rolling? AMD puts, I have no idea about your strike price or anything along those lines, so I can't tell you, hey, start writing against it, and all I know that is it expires on Friday. When you're putting in the super chats, please make sure to let me know the strike price. That's going to give us a lot of information, okay? So now, listen, I don't think, okay, we're gonna go to Adara here as soon as I get in my ear, and then we'll get back to your scenario.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know, Trump and Milei have not started talking yet on screen as far as I can tell. I have several streams up. None of them show that anyone is in the White House, but I will let you guys know Spotify and Netflix unwatched. Here's SBOT. Basically what's happening here is Spotify Studios and the Ringer video podcast are going to be coming to Netflix. So Spotify and Netflix, here's NFLX, previously reported there was going to be some kind of partnership, or at least talks of a partnership there. Looks like that partnership is coming to fruition. Spotify bringing Spotify Studios and the Ringer video podcast to Netflix. Back to you.
I'm out of NVDA, guys. All right, so as for AMD, let's see what we can do. Now, you're buying puts after the stocks. First of all, the at-the-money IV is elevated. You're buying it after these massive gap ups. There's a time and a place. This is a perfect example of when and when not to use contracts. So here it is, right? Like, I don't know your strike price or anything along those lines. Do you think it's going to head in towards these gaps? I like our chances, right? Considering how extended we are, we're up 40%. Chips are selling. NVDA is selling a little bit. It's had a couple sessions where it's recovering, and it's like, maybe we sell a little bit more. You can roll those over. I think that's your best case scenario. You just have to pay the difference in the premium if you're looking to extend your time. And if that doesn't work out, it goes back to what I was referring to with the individual, a Ram 31, who was like, hey, I have all these RGTI calls. What do I do? Well, you just start writing the opposite of that. So you have, let's say you have these, let's say you have the 220 puts. I have no idea. Once again, a lack of information. 370. What you want to do is go down to 310s, collect $1.22. That's going to, or sorry, no, what's it? 220. So 380, $10 spread right there. You come and collect $1.22 per contract combination just to kind of mitigate those losses. So yeah, that's all the advice that I can do you. But guys, as from an option standpoint, start buying the time, right? Like, okay, let's do this one more time before we send it over to Obi. This is great. Oh, I get to have 100 shares of AMD for $622. Well, guess what? That's just going to diminish day by day, 3 days away. All right, but instead we're going to go over to the March expiration. That's going to give us 150 days. Yeah, you've got to pay $3,500, but you're substantially more protected. Let's pull this up. We're going to take a look at, again, from a profile. Let's take a look at the profile. For you to lose a substantial amount of money, look where this has to start falling to. So this is the at the money. You still haven't even lost everything essentially, and that's trading down to $166. So it gives you time to work with it. Guys, buy the time, buy the time, buy the time, Obi.
Yeah, for sure, man. I think I definitely agree with you there. On making sure you have enough room, right? Making sure you have enough room.
That's essentially what it is.
Buying time definitely gives you that cushion, gives you time to be right, with time for the price action to settle itself before coming into fruition from your perspective, right? I think somebody in the chat, Harsh, keeps on asking for VSAT. So let's take a quick look at VSAT here. on the day. So that's electronic technology, telecommunications, Viasat Inc. What do they do? Okay, so communications tech, nice, interesting. Cool stuff. Let's go to a higher time frame. So it's bidding up nicely on the day. So if you're long, that's absolutely solid. You can see the selling from Friday pretty much reverted all of the selling from Friday. So yeah, that's looking pretty solid there. Pretty good to get back above some of those highs. We kind of said that if we're able to reclaim some of Friday's highs on a stock that's sold off pretty aggressively, that could be a piece of information that might be worth kind of thinking about. So interestingly enough, bigger picture, uptrend, even though Friday had a pretty strong sell-off. So we'll go straight up to higher time frame, hourly, and we'll keep working our way up a little bit until we have enough information right here. So even on the hourly, this is looking absolutely solid. Gap up on this day. Okay, that was earnings. So earnings on August 6th. Nice gap up, holding the base. Even strong pullbacks hold the base, and then we're trending higher. So VSAT, bigger picture, looking absolutely solid here. Let's take a look at the weekly now. Where does that stand? Okay, so we got some turbulence here. We're coming up off of some of these multi-year lows. I like that. We've been consolidating. This is what I was talking about. Stocks that have sold off pretty aggressively and then just kind of hold, and they can't really sell off as much anymore. Even bad news, good news, doesn't matter. There's no more selling left in this stock, and eventually, boom. It kind of does more of the same, or more of what it's capable of doing. You can see when it gets on a big run, it's really able to extend and maybe potentially go pretty aggressive. I don't want to say parabolic, but go pretty aggressive off of where that bid does step up. You can see that just going back on the chart, how it kind of behaves. So it seems like we're getting one more of those times here as we push a little bit higher. So yeah, this thing has been a few months kind of. So that was June of this year. We kind of started to catch a little bit of a bid and to push higher, and then now it is October. So in about roughly, it says here about 133 days, this thing is up almost 200%. So VSAT, good stuff. Good look on there. I think if you were along this name from down here, when volume did start to pick up and we start to break some of these consolidation lows, multi-month, some could say multi-year kind of highs as well, we start to get going. This is looking real nice right here. Expanding volume as well on the push. So yeah, I like it. On VSAT, VSAT. Let's see what else is happening here. QBTS potentially coming in. That's so sellers is kind of still there on the short term on Walmart. We tried to push above 106s, pulling back in, and maybe some sellers here on QBTS now as well as we push into the last couple of hours of the day. Let's see, can we come down into 43s? Like I said, a little distinctly different, right? So we had the grinding bid, boom, 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 boom. I was watching it. It was on the corner of my screen, watching it, boom, 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 boom. First sign of selling, I want to participate. I know I'm going to be, more often than not, I'll probably be wrong, so I'm willing to be like, okay, cool, give that to the high, and then step back in with some more sellers here as well. Let's see if it finally comes into fruition. This is still holding pretty well. I'm looking for a full-on crack. Don't know if that's going to happen, right? Like I said, the pedigree of some of these things, how they've been building up, the story around them, and like the way that shorts continue to get blasted on these is a very interesting kind of price action that's happening in the market in this theme, in this sector right now. But yeah, shorts got to be careful for sure.
Absolutely. All right, guys, it's that time. It's 2 o'clock.
Oh boy.
It was Obi and I. Time flies when you're having fun. I hope everyone's having a fantastic day. I'll be over at the desk here momentarily with the rundown. While we're at it, guys, we're leading over into the next segment here. Make sure you put those dollar signs and the tickers in. Let's do it before we leave. We're going to accumulate some of those, and we get that game rolling. Once again, thank you guys very much. Just like that, Mike Peter Ryder. See you later. See you, Rusty Dutch. I hope everyone's having a fantastic day. Dollar sign, ticker. Let's get it rock and rolling. Sean, Neil,
take it easy, guys.
Talk to us, my guys.
Stevie.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome back, everybody.
Welcome back. I went to McDonald's and got I got this coffee because it's Monopoly.
I love McDonald's
so
Monopoly.
Like you just buy these stupid things because
it's so much fun.
You never win anything.
You know what? It's one of those things where you're not going to win.
Yeah, but you're doing it.
But you do it anyways for the fun of collecting it. Like, you're going to drink a coffee anyway.
That's it. I'm looking for those instant wins. I know you guys are working on a board and stuff like that. Those are fun to do, but I don't feel like I'm not in McDonald's enough to like actually get like that boardwalk or whatever.
No. Well, remember there was that big scam with McDonald's too.
There was? Wow,
Dude, this was mafia.
Oh, okay. So the Italians were involved? Okay, so now it's
straight up. So there was this guy. Sorry, guys, we'll get to stocks in a second. No, there was a dude who had this like he worked at like the security firm or something. It was security for the place where they had all the stickers. And so for years he was jacking the ones, so he had them all. And then he'd have people that he knew that would cash them in. And it got so big, like the mob even got a piece of like his pie.
Okay.
So like they were taking their cut. I think they made a movie or something about that. Anyways, this is a crazy story. Anyways, let's go to Adara for a quick little second to start things off.
So for one, Spotify and Netflix are just now reacting to that story I mentioned a couple minutes ago. Spotify is set to start putting video podcasts on Netflix beginning next year. Netflix officially announced this. That's why we're getting this pop a little bit delayed here in Spotify and Netflix. Again, initially it was reported. Now it seems like it's confirmed that Spotify and Netflix are going to be working here on this video podcast deal where Spotify's podcast will be put in video form on Netflix. Also, U.S. President Donald Trump just started speaking. So that is happening right now, guys. Back to you.
Okay, so we pay attention to Donald speaking right now. The only position that I have on, I mean, that's interesting about Spotify and Netflix. I mean, I think that Netflix is always looking for more content. Yes. I always feel like Netflix is going to move and grab somebody part of that late night because now there's just so much about, you know, Kimmel and Colbert and all that. I think that's a good move. And I think it's also a good move that they do something with videos and whatnot. But I guess the big one that is, what's his name there? Rogan, I guess, is the big one. I guess if that goes on Netflix, it just gives people an easier way. But the thing is that my kids, and probably same in your family, and probably all of us as well, YouTube, like, has a standalone app on Samsung TVs, on all the TVs, the Fire Sticks, whatever, Hulu, not Hulu, Roku and all that. You just now download the YouTube app, and I feel like everything you need to stream, as far as podcasts or anything, is probably right there. But I mean, I guess there's a lot of people that, you have the ads. I don't know if you went and did that paid version.
We have YouTube Premium now because look, at the end of the day, my daughter went from, I'd say Netflix was 60 to 70% if she was watching the TV, and then maybe there was like 10 to 15% Disney, and the rest was YouTube. Now it's 90% YouTube.
Yeah, but you're not watching anything long form, right? They're all shorts or quick 5 minutes.
There's some channels she likes that EY stream guy because he does all the Minecraft stuff. Okay, he's one of those. I mean,
but they're just streaming stuff. That's what I'm seeing. That's pretty short.
And she loves the short form stuff too. Yeah. So YouTube wins everything. Netflix is okay. Netflix is having an okay time of it, but it's been kind of mad lately on Netflix. It's just, Netflix has been sideways for like 3 or 4 months now.
We're still trying to watch that Alice in Borderland, which
I actually haven't started the new season myself.
No, we're just started season 2. It's okay. I felt like it got worse as it went on, but I do still like it.
But like anything, it's like anything.
Yeah.
The first season's usually the best.
Yeah. Someone super chatted and said we gave a bad pick with Alice in Borderland last week. I think it was Charlie, the guy Charlie that always is messaging.
You tell me what. You tell us what to watch.
It's to each their own, right? I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out.
I'll take any suggestion
myself. So I think just right now with President Trump, I mean, we have Adara to the ear to the ground here. I'm going to figure that out if there's anything going on. But I just I want to make sure that we are also paying attention to the fact that it's Intel that I'm in. So any sort of a chip talk here, and maybe some Intel ideas maybe on Boss Man's mind. So I'm going to watch out for that. We're also going to stop out just above 55 here, as we got a good story in the middle of the day, and we just started shorting it there. It was something with Intel and AMD.
There's news.
Hold on a second. There's not. It's getting ready right now. Let me just call this up here. Intel. Where was it? I thought there was something about Intel ripping because I was short. Walmart's always ripping, I guess, eh? I don't really see anything here, but I thought there was something about Intel, but maybe there wasn't.
Here it is, 117?
That makes sense, yeah.
I see Intel reveals 160 gigabyte energy efficient inference GPU as part of new yearly cadence, blah, blah, blah.
I actually saw that story and I passed it thinking it wasn't it, but maybe that is.
Maybe that's what it was. It doesn't seem like that big of a deal. Yeah. But Walmart continues to go higher, of course.
107 finally?
106.80.
Ooh, it's right there.
Right.
That's what it was. Oracle's buying AMD. Oh, it was Oracle and AMD maybe. Okay, maybe that's what it was. We had a great AMD trade that we wound up getting out right there. This is our long from the morning. And I know Obi talked about how he was short. I mean, this is what I mean. Different traders on the exact same floor will have different ideas. There's the long here on AMD, 216, 217. As we wrote it down, it got right back into day's high right there. And that's when I finally got out of the last bit of our AMD trade.
No.
Right there, up $4. Now
great,
what?
Oh, sorry. It's not nothing to do
Someone
with
passed
trade.
away.
It's a great trade. D'Angelo.
Oh yeah, R&B
The
legend.
singer. That guy survived
How
like
old though?
50,
Yeah,
51.
that seems young to me.
50. He was in that crazy car crash. He like wrapped his car and he survived. And
That's not why he died?
No. That was years ago. He was in a huge car. Yeah,
I didn't know about that part.
Mess.
It's funny because I was with my parents, and you have the same issue too, because our parents are similar, obviously, in ages as they get up there right now. It's like, now I'm hearing all these stories. Oh, this friend is in the hospital and suffering from this and that. And I look at my parents, I don't want to say it, but it's like age is undefeated, like time is undefeated here. And it's kind of like, just try to spend as much moments, this is about this D'Angelo thing, try to spend as many moments with your family and loved ones and enjoy. And if you're not, that's fine. Enjoy your life to the fullest if you can, because it's way too short. And obviously we just had Thanksgiving around here. So a lot of time spent with family. So I don't know, where is, who is Trump speaking? It's at a forum or something, I believe. Right now, Trump, people ask us about that. Oh, it's with the Argentinian president, so it's probably at the White House there. They meet in their little forum there. And
yeah, he's like, if a socialist or a communist wins in Argentina, we will think again about investing.
Okay, so he's threatening now the people of Argentina, so that's great. News over there. So yeah, let's hope that they can vote however they want to, but if it was Trump's opinion, obviously, no socialist, and I think that's probably a good thing. But hey, every country can pick their own as we go. But here we go.
That went out 50 years ago.
Yeah, you would think that's an older problem. All right, there goes Intel right now. Nice little move back in. We're just not making any money yet. We're taking out at 30. Let's see if it can fall back in. I'm bidding 25s on INTC. Feels like the market's a little over pushed here. I mean, we just got back to zeros. What a day it was on the market. Like, we came in and we're like, oh my God, the short is really starting to print here, as it did. And we were like, oh, woe is us. We didn't have the short. And then it was like, oh, you don't have the short. That's a nice story. Good thing you don't, because we just made pretty much highs again, bouncing off 25,000. That's been, I know you haven't been here for a minute, but 25,000 has been pretty key. So we'll wait to see if anything happens there. We are not shorting the TQs. We did not look. No trades on the TQs today. We were going to look at 102 is what we wrote down initially, which would have worked right there. But just to strengthen the market, I've learned my lesson, man. Sometimes I'll come back from that swimming and it's just like, what the, it's like these stocks have just gone ape. You do not want to stand in the way of many of these names. And the market, as you can see, is upside as well. I know, Ethereum, go ahead, yeah?
No, the only thing I'm in is ETH, which it's weird because I had a failed long, and then it's like on a strong day, you lose long to make short. I don't know. Sometimes it's just the market's weird like that, where it is what it is. Like, you get to a level, we're at 41, and as Sean said, the recovery has been absolutely insane. It just feels a little bit top-ish, like some lower highs being put in. I take one more shot reloading this in the quarter range, 31.25 to 31.30. But the weak name, I know we're going to do the rundown?
Is there Tesla? Yeah, well, whatever we're ready, we'll do the rundown. Yeah.
NVIDIA's back under VWAP here.
Yeah, no problem.
Like, the market's still chilling at the highs. Like, we're just right up at the top, maybe going sideways, looking like we're running out of steam a little bit at these highs. But NVIDIA, 3.5% down, relatively weak. I did short VWAP before, and thankfully it was a short trade because, like, right after we got out, then it started ramping. But I'm going to look to VWAP again here on NVIDIA. So 182, quarter-ish. If we get a pop and then some kind of a fail here at the volume-weighted average price, like something like that, would get me to go short in NVIDIA. Relative weakness, no questions asked in this name. So, either be at resistance, a good resistance level you like, or be relatively weak if you're going to take a shot as this market looks to roll over.
I wanted to ask everybody, I just got on my phone there that as the car's downstairs, it's updating. And we just got here in Canada Grok for the Model 3s and for Tesla. So I want to know if everybody in the chat, I was trying to watch a video of if it does anything. You can ask it similar stuff like, tell me a story as I'm driving, or the guy was asking it like, hey, are there any good burger joints like where I'm located? And the thing did it all. So I don't know. I didn't know if it was very impressive or not. I wanted to ask everybody as we get set up here, as Tesla continues to rip higher right there. Tesla almost going to green. But let me know, Chef Joe or anybody else that's in the chat there, if you have Grok mode or anything like that on your Tesla, is it any good, or is it just like the rest of the AI, we're just playing games right now with it? So yeah, it sounds fun. It sounds like you could do the good thing about Grok is I don't use it enough, but there's different modes. You can get like sarcastic mode, like asshole mode, like honestly, these are what they're called. All these different ones, romantic mode, unhinged mode, NSFW mode. Like there's all these different things. So I was like, got to figure that out because I've got my kids in the car every once in a while. So I don't want to have two different modes on there, but.
You gotta watch out
for people are loving it. And you can have a conversation. That was what else it was saying. It's like, oh, if you're bored, you can just. I'm like, I have no conversation with some random AI in my car. Like, I don't know. But there it is. It's fun. It curses. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it sounds pretty fun. Like that.
I could just see people like you're in your drive, like you're commuting and you're stuck in traffic, and you're just gonna sit there and like argue about like, let me just argue about the Buffalo Bills with Grok.
Well, that is what you can do. The other day I asked it something about. No, because
actually, I'd be all for that.
You can ask if
because you're bored as hell in the car. Like I just sit there talking like sports or something with Grok.
You could say like, oh, tell me a little bit about the stock market. Like I'm going to try to fool around with it. That's why I was trying to ask these guys if there was anything or anybody watching.
Really cool.
Yeah, if there's anything in there. So I think that's pretty cool about that. And then there's Tron mode, which I guess is that new movie, and I think it turns your car into like one of those things. But that's just a toy box thing. That's fun.
I love sci-fi. That looks like a pass. But whatever.
Yeah, I actually want to watch that movie.
Do you watch the first one?
No, I didn't even. What, Tron? Isn't that from the 80s?
There's a remake. There's like the original, then they made a second one already.
I feel like
this
the
is
original
like the third Tron.
I'm more familiar with, yeah.
Go Walmart.
Anyways, go everything on there. Walmart just continues to rip up. All right, we are ready, I believe, with Joe. So I don't know why I hit the desk there, but let's go over and see what Joe be guanin' with.
All right, everyone, welcome to the afternoon rundown. Yes, I am back, and let's get this show rocking and rolling. The segment chose by you guys, but make sure you get in the chat with either Sharif and I or Obi on today's instance, guys. Make sure you get those votes in. I told you, $ and then the ticker to make sure you get involved. But let's get this party started, guys. At the top of the list today, we have NVTS. Yes, what happened? Announced progress in its development of advanced, medium, and high 800 VDC voltage gallium nitride, GaN, and GeneSiC silicon carbide power devices, which are designed to enable NVIDIA's Corp 800 VDC power architecture for the next generation of AI factory computing platforms. A lot of noise there. Oh, we're going back. Okay, we're not going back, and we're back here. Thank you very much. No, NVTS, guys, it's up on some NVDA news as well, too. Not too bad of a look. Markets have had a complete rebound from the gap down. What does NVTS look like?
Look, it's a tale of, well, okay, if you own this on a longer time frame, there's nothing about this that would have you concerned, right? Like you get a deal in a partnership with NVIDIA, that's what you want to hear, no questions asked. It extends a rally from from yesterday in the afternoon, like both yesterday and then yesterday at the close, able to extend it. But really, the story, like everything else, is the V-shaped recovery that just happened. Because this was selling like crazy at the open, like made its high in the pre-market, lost 13, and then dropped $2, only to turn 11. And it's right back at 13 bucks. Like part of me, let's just double check, free locates. It is free locates. Like that 13 level has now got, there's your open, 13, 13, 13. Just wath of selling at that same price. Like there might be an opportunity in here where it's like it falls breaks here, or you just short like 97s or 98s, and you're risking a few pennies to try to get this down into the volume weighted average price. That's my first thought. Like when you look at it in a higher time frame, would I be buying it up here when you just got a great piece of news, and essentially in 1.5 sessions or almost 2 sessions now, you're up like 50 to 60%. Like that's pretty good. So I think there's going to be some profit takers coming in, and the selling at 13 could be a little bit of that. So if it doesn't break away from this 13 level, I think I'd rather play it more like small stop short into VWAP. 120 million volume, almost all of it above the volume weighted average price is pretty good. But at least for this afternoon, it's got to crack this 13 where the selling has been going on for over an hour now.
Yeah, look, I don't have too much going on with NVTS here today. I was still looking at this breakout. We don't have Tesla on the board, but I'm thinking like right now with the market trying to go green right now, and the ES is also green right here, 0.28. Looking at this top right there, watching 434 for Tesla. Okay, let's go talk about Open Door. I mean, I got some ideas about that one.
All right, guys, we got a hedge fund manager calling this name a complete clown show. Yes, that is quotes. And then they are questioning its path to profitability. Now, the stock is down over 20% in the past couple of weeks. What do you guys think of Open Door?
Okay.
Like, this is the stock you're going to call a clown show?
Yeah, I mean, I
don't know. It's like,
I mean, the issues with Open Door, I think, are just that it was only a couple dollars, right? I mean, it was even below $1 back in July right there. And then you have this huge move to the high side right now. So I think there's going to be a lot of people that have FOMO and all that and are honestly maybe jealous of Eric Jackson that it was able to get it going to this side. But I feel like when you're looking, and what Neil was saying there about the clown show and Joe and all that, is the fact that it has been basically since this last move there where it started to go, it has been up or down. And now we get, reports of, oh, is this guy invested in it? Is that? We had that Better Homes, BTR. Also something that was looked at. But I just look at this now as just a straight stock as we always look. And right now it's filling the gap back into $7 and it held it pretty good. So that to me is a great long down there. We talked about it earlier. We talked about it at 8:30 when we brought this up in our first show there. And I was like, if we break down below, then I do like the short into this 650 area. But honestly, we didn't do anything. We started the day down here. This is when we were talking about it. And it was 695. That's not really enough of a go. And I think that if you wanted to short it, you could have shorted it, right before 7. And then when it breaks 7, you can get out. And I think that might have been your signal to go long. So, yeah, I mean, watch the 200 period moving average. That's where it breaks right there, and we get to the upside. We just bounced off of it again. So I like Open Door. I think to what Neil's point there, I think clown show right now is maybe a little bit too harsh for the stock because it's moving. I feel like how it should right now.
A million stocks that are probably relative to the amount of money that's going to get made by the company, like actual revenues and all that stuff. There's a lot of things that are probably trading that make no nonsensical prices when you look at valuations. Fine, but doesn't make it a clown show. To me, a clown show is when it's not even like a company. Those things are clown shows. And as far as a trade goes, like Sean said, I mean 7 looks really darn good right now, no question about it. So I think you're favoring longs for at least a day or two after this little double bottom bounce. This is what it does. Right? When it's on the bounce tip, you kind of favor the longs. Not a crazy amount of volume today to be all super excited about it up here this afternoon because it just couldn't break out this high at 765. But maybe if it can break out past 765 again, you could see something this afternoon, maybe extending into the $8 level. David Tretsiak, nice to see you out of the penalty box, Neil. Dave's done my idea. I wasn't in the penalty box. One day I'll tell you guys what happened to me last week. Not yet. I had an interesting week. Let's just put it that way. I'm happy to be here. Dave's dumb idea of the day. Agree, reopen clown car, short it with every penny. Okay. I mean, there's that too. My only thing about if you're ever shorting these, like a stock like Open Door, the reason why it works for hedge funds and is difficult for most other people, and even look at Martin Shkreli. He's admitting how difficult it is to short these, the Rigettis and the quantum names. It's because you can't just hold it. The average person can't just hold forever. You can't just have unlimited downside knowing it's going to eventually correct. That's what gets tricky about this. Sure, should it probably go back down to a couple of bucks? Probably. But good luck for you if that doesn't work out in a timely fashion. That's sort of the problem when it comes to these. But, I tend to look at it bouncing off 7 at least for a couple of days thinking that's a long play until it gets to $9 or so.
All right, guys. Intel is up next. Whether it be Donald Trump taking a 10% stake in the company, investment from NVDA, or getting a deal finally with AMD, Intel starting to break out, also revealing its 160 GB energy-efficient interface GPU as part of a new yearly cadence. The stock is now broken out from a multi-month consolidation and continuing to climb higher. What do you think about it, guys?
All right, so thanks, Joe. Yeah, look, I mean, it's going to be the #1 P&L name here today. It's this and AMD are right there for me, and we shorted it right off the jump, man. I mean, it was just, we knew the market, well, I mean, the market's strong now, but all I was talking about early was short. So AMD already started going down, and I was actually looking for the long there. I didn't really want to short NVIDIA. I'm never too sure about that. I'm always sure about shorting Intel. It's been a long, so it's been wrong, but that was a big play, and that was basically my whole day right there on Intel. Since then, we've shorted and we've gone back and forth with it. I can see the net, and I'm up on these plays, but it's like we did get stopped out right there, shorting it into the day's high, and that's pretty much on a weak stock. That's like my MO, and that's what I'm going to continue to do, you know, every time. If there's a short and I'm sitting at this desk and I like it, taking it until it breaks the pre-market high. So that's what wound up happening right here. We got a good short back in there. We got a good short right here off that high, right into there. So we made some money back, then we reshorted, and then we got stopped out. And then since then, we got that story, and the market kind of popped upside right there. And I was like, you know what, I don't really want to short the market. I'd still like to short a chip name. And I chose Intel again. So we just shorted it right there. It's funny because we met our good friend Nimit, and he had said that he had done a study and said, like, if I ever re-enter into a trade, and I don't even know, shout out to Nimit if you're watching this, like, thanks for doing this work. I sure as hell didn't do it for myself. But he's like, if I ever re-enter a trade in the same direction, it's generally a profitable idea if I do it near the end of the day. So I don't know if this qualifies or not because I did it like at 1 or 2 o'clock, but now let's wait to see if this can come back in. We dumped some of our other shares like AMD a little bit too early, and we only had like a $6 winner on part of our shares left. But I think here, if the market does fade the rest of the way, this could be a decent trade here for INTC. So the next out I have is 21. We just got a bunch out here in the low 20s. Let's see if we wind up fading out and get back to the 200 period, which gets us below 36. So that's kind of what I'm waiting for now, and try to be patient with it as well.
Yeah, the one thing I'm looking at for Intel is that daily chart. I think if anybody that didn't sell or that hasn't taken profit up around that July high from 2024, or from last year, I should just easily say, like, how many times are we going to wick that level and lose it? Like, it's 4 times I feel like you break out above this high and then lose the high. And then even in a day like today where the market V-shaped recovers, like this, you have some things that are trying to go green. This is not going to get green, barring like a minor miracle. So it's very much in pullback mode after that last time of failing that exact same high we talked about in July. Like 1, 2, 3, call it 4 over here, and you're on the bottom end of it. So this feels to me, unless you're closing back green here today, that this is the turn day, and Intel's next support is over at $33. It's a great story off of the lows. It's a great story of when the U.S. government makes an investment, you know, just suck it up, buttercup, and join the party, right? But for now, it's rejecting this 38 area, and probably due for maybe a couple of days of weakness. And it's relatively weak today, like NVIDIA. Like, there's a few things that are in chip land not as strong as the others.
All right, guys, good stuff. All right, Amazon is up next. So, being fueled by renewed U.S.-China trade tensions, Amazon has been getting caught in a lot of the selling that we've experienced over, I guess, the Friday session, and a little bit of a rebound. The stock is declining modestly despite the company's strong signal for a confidence ahead of holiday shopping season. They're also looking to hire approximately 250,000 seasonal workers, obviously adding a little bit more to payroll, kind of condensing the margins. Now, with strong consumer at the higher end and the lower end consumer starting to weaken, Amazon has been lagging its peers and has yet to put in a new all-time high this year. I'm curious as to what the boys think about Amazon.
Well, I was just telling Sean, like, last time I was here, we were saying, well, if you like Amazon at the 200 period, here's your chance to buy it if you haven't already done so. And then that happened again today. So, obviously, compared to the other Mag 7 names, this hasn't been having the best time. If you look at the risk to the labor market and to the consumer right now, it makes some sense. But if I had to stake one name in the retail space that gives you a little bit of cover all over the place, I think it's going to be an Amazon. And it looks to me like you've got yet another test of the 200, wick bottom, and barring, again, a minor miracle, you're closing higher. Liquidity grab, and looks like we'll close back above prior support, which is at 216 here. So that's the key this afternoon. Like, close back above this 216. As long as we bounce off that, you go back to like bullish for a little minute on Amazon. I love it when support gets lost in the morning on that opening wick, and then the market decides to buy it right back up and in spades. I mean, Amazon's not going to do like a Palantir type wick bottom because it's just not that kind of a stock, but it can try to fill in some of this gap over a few days. And that's what I'd be looking for. SoFi made the list. I just looked over and like, SoFi, pleasantly surprised that made the list today. Surprised, because I would have thought Tesla would be on the list today. I would have thought Robinhood would be on the list today. I would have thought AMD would be on the list, but yeah, some interesting names.
We wrote down SoFi, Amazon short as well early. This is one of the short ideas that we had on the day, 218 to 219 area. So, we should probably be short, and we're not. So another missed opportunity there for yours truly. We had that written down right here as the beginning kind of a trade. And I was just talking about, my whole thing about it is the government shutdown. I think we've talked about this a little bit about weak retail. There's Amazon right there, 218 to 219 short. We played it yesterday, short 220 or 222, whatever it was, and it started to play for us. So today was another opportunity. We missed it. But yeah, it's still high, 219. I'd be short this thing under 220, but right now it's a little off, as we keep saying here, up to 217. So would like to see it back into this area, and we'll try another reshort. But I don't love Amazon at these levels. I love it for a long-term play. I mean, I want to buy Amazon, and I'm a huge, not huge, but I'm a decent share size in Amazon. And I like it at this 200 period. I feel like we missed it today at 212. That could get a little bit lower now. Maybe tonight I'll put a bid around 212 again. If that does somehow fill, then that would be a great bid, I think, for now. I mean, I don't know which way this market's going, but it doesn't really feel like it's going up anytime soon. So SoFi, though, could be something to watch out for. Let's go to Joe and find the story.
All right, guys, up next is SoFi. Neil, no Tesla on the list today, my friend. We got to diversify it a little bit. But guys, as for some of these fintech names, we have Goldman Sachs maintaining a neutral on SoFi Technologies, lifting that price target from $21 to $24. Just like Robinhood, it has been on a pretty monstrous run from those April lows, like a lot of the names. But SoFi, a popular name amongst most. What do you guys think about it?
Yeah, Goldman maintaining. Well, Goldman need to maintain its own stock price today.
Yeah.
What's going on? You got to get that beat.
Today, though.
Is it? Hold on, let me just go back.
The banks must have battled back.
Oh, goodness. Of course it did. Of course. These guys always beat.
Yep.
And then they're down early, and then they battle right back. So that's Goldman Sachs. SoFi, love SoFi. If you like this stock and you weren't in it, it's been holding the 50 period. Like, I don't know that I'm a buyer up here. Like, I've been more of like a trim the position up here on SoFi. But I always come back to one thing with this stock. Because, come on, monthly. SoFi, and what do we have? 15, we're halfway through the month. Halfway through the month. And if you look at this monthly chart, like the prior high was around this 28 level. And see what keeps happening when we're trying to break out above here. We're not closing above the prior high in a monthly. I think once that happens, then we get that breakout. So we still have this resistance going on where between 28 and 30, the stock just kind of gets sold off on any rally. So you have to be careful with your longs in that range. And until we start closing, like if we close this month above this prior high, which is like 28.30 or something like that, I think you get a little bit more bullish. For the time being, like the top end of this range has just been a sell side. So I think if it gets to like 29 or so, like 28.6 to 29, like somewhere in that range, look for like a reversal play at some point this week, or maybe even all the way into that high at 30. And if we do get that close on the monthly, I think you got another leg going. Love the play in the long term, still holding most of it, obviously, but yeah, up in that range, I'd probably be like a scalp shorter, let's just call it.
Yeah, I mean, I like SoFi. It's always about deciding, to go to a traditional bank or to go back into SoFi to get a little bit more money into that. I mean, I've just recently added, I averaged up into SoFi at 25.50. So that's looking like, I don't want to like, you know, claim, you know, that we've won or anything yet. But I think that was a pretty good call. And again, just getting more diversified. I still like the financial space. We talked about what sort of gave me the idea here, and that was that my son opening up a bank account, and they made me think like, man, he's probably never leaving this bank right here. And then I thought about SoFi and thought like, okay, what's a play here? SoFi, of course, a bank giving you loans and mortgages and all that. So I feel like once you're in the ecosystem, you're in the ecosystem. So shout out to everybody that's here in SoFi with us. And I really do like the stock. So for me, just keep on trying to get SoFi long. Basically, what I just said was I bought some 25.50s, and that was way back here when SoFi was last there. So we got that touch again today. There was a lot of stock on sale this morning, like a lot, as we were pretty much panicking. I don't know, I have to check out what the VIX was at, but that, I feel like it was a lot of panic inside today.
And where was the top on the VIX?
I don't know, we should probably look at the VIX today as well. But that's it, so that's SoFi. Robinhood also, I think, had a nice little pullback today as well. But nah, right back to the upside, like 133 on Robinhood, like that got down in there pretty good as well. So, all right, Trump's saying that he has a relationship with President Xi, and sometimes it gets testy, things like that. So we'll have to wait to see. FXI on a little bit of a pullback. That's the other name that I want. We talked about which names to maybe play on pullbacks. It's going to be Alibaba for me. I want to get more long on Alibaba. So you saw FXI make a nice run up to 42 bucks, and then that pullback here in the last little bit when it's just China US thing kind of reminds me of Elon and Donald a little bit here, where they were friends one day and they weren't the next, and then they were the next day. So here it goes. We'll see if it's going back up to the upside. You know, the last word that we heard on all this was that the relationship was going to be fine.
Yeah.
So hopefully it will be, and this can get back upside, and that would give me the pause that I maybe missed a dip there on Alibaba, but let's just wait to see. It got into 159s again. That low was about 156 or so. That was made on Friday when everything was falling apart. So we'll see if we can get a 155 or so bid on Alibaba. That might be the next name that I pull the trigger on.
Yeah, the VIX was at, 22.
Oh, was it today? Oh, that's high.
23.
Yes. Okay.
And then back down to like 19 and a half. So definitely upper end of the range. Let's go to maybe a 1 hour chart. That's a little better. Yeah, so if you, maybe not, let's go 4 hours. That's a little better. Yeah, if you look at like a 4 hour chart, so you can get most of the last few months in here, it's looking a little bit testy. Like this gets testy because you're breaking the consolidation. It's not like we go up and then slam right back down. So this looks to me like now we're getting consolidative in here. Like 19 could be a bit of a floor, and we could be stepping up. So this is worth keeping an eye on, right? Like we break down under 19, that can be some good confirmation that we can continue rallying. But yeah, it seems range bound. Like you get to the bottom end of the range, the futures get to resistance, the VIX finds a little bit of a floor here. We'll keep an eye on that for sure this afternoon. Let's go to Adair.
Just keep an eye here on the market. Trump speaking a lot here about China, saying that he thinks the relationship with China will be fine, and that he has a great relationship with Xi. Sometimes it gets testy. Overall, apparently, he thinks that they have a fair relationship and that it will be fine. But if it's not, quote, that's okay too. So yeah, kind of mixed comments here from Trump about China. He is still answering questions here. I will keep you guys posted if there's anything of note. Back to you.
How little you talk what?
No, I was telling Sean, like my throat's getting, it's not sore,
yeah,
but it's like I wasn't really talking much last week.
Exactly, you've been off for a long time.
It's like,
and not using, same thing, right? Even over the weekend, I feel like I'd sit there and don't want to say too much. Come in here and it's like nonstop talking, right? So. All right.
There goes Webull.
Oh yeah, Webull. Webull's been getting crushed lately.
Well, it's down, but it's trying to break out. It's trying to break out right now. So I tried it twice. Again, I was taking this above 1150, like that time very obviously didn't work, and then tried to, play the same range, and then this time didn't get it all out for the scalp, and then held on to some on Webull, but it's trying to very, very slowly break out. It's where it is on the daily that makes it interesting, because it got back to $11, right back into what was long support. This is the area to look for the turn in bull, at least in my opinion it is. And so there's your hold at 11. I was just looking for the continuation breakout. I might try to slip back in here at 11.50 again. Like buy the next dip in Webull. I think you still have room to 11.80. It's only 2:30. We got plenty of time this afternoon. So if Webull's gonna go, I want to pick this up in the 50s again. Just to get, even if it just goes green, that's beating 11.75. If you get it at the 50s, that's a quarter right there. So yeah, I like Webull. Missed an opportunity. I've had a stink bid in this for a while under $11, so I guess that obviously did not fill as 11 was the low again today. Stock just wants to hold the $11 range. Might just nibble back into some of this at 11 instead of waiting for like 10.50 again. Makes sense. Sometimes you just get way too patient with prices for something that,
That's what
like,
I'm saying. There's no point. Like we had that Randy story there.
it's just silly. Like I held it for like 2 months last time before taking anything out. So why am I worrying about 30 cents? Let's go back to Adara again.
Yeah, Trump kind of talking here about potentially tariffs on Spain. He's not happy with their behavior with regards to NATO and said he thought about giving them trade punishment or tariff punishment, and that he might still do that. So Spain tariffs being floated here pretty casually by Donald Trump. Nothing, I guess, significant or hard line, but either way, on watch here, more tariff talks from Trump specifically with Spain. Back to you.
Right, shout out to Luis Barbado there in
Barcelona.
And we'll see. Maybe those are going to get the trades will be taxed and tariffed pretty soon. Yeah, watch out for that. Everybody in Spain. Yeah, he's mad about the U.S. dollar and all that kind of stuff. Whatever. I mean, that's fine. That's his currency, so it makes a lot of sense. We saw the DXY here. Let me just call that up a little bit here for you, just to see the dollar. We don't have the DXY on here. If I just type in U.S. dollar, I think. Should that give it to us? There it is. DXY.
You could do DXY.
Yeah, they have it here. We don't know. We don't have it on our platform. I don't think, Gobi. But here we go. So the dollar trying to break out a little bit here. We just did come off some of the lows, but we were on a nice little run up there since mid-September back into 99. I mean, the key $100 level. I mean, none of that means anything. There's not like a price level or anything. But yeah, back into here would be pretty nice. Those have been the highs pretty much since not of the year, but since we broke down there in April. We haven't gotten too much above this $100 mark, so we're just hovering now around 98.50, 98.60. So there's the dollar, and what it looks like today over the last 5 minutes. Let's just give it, okay, so nearing some of those lows. So just wondering what Trump's all about right there with the dollar, but we'll see as that's come back in. And generally speaking here, you want to have, I guess, a stronger U.S. dollar. We talked about this. When you bring back money from these multinationals, it's not great to necessarily have such a strong U.S. dollar, so we could see some plays there. I did want to say, so we're short. There we go. We're getting some more out now as Intel's been falling back.
Tesla just took a dump.
Yeah, so there's the market. So that's part of what I wanted to say was we are short still on Intel. We didn't get anything out, but yeah, good. I don't know. Do you want to go over to? You have the.
Well, it's too late now on Tesla because Tesla just. I was typing in the chat. Tesla broke trend, and then Ezra was like, "Oh, I'm going to get short as it breaks the trend." It just dropped $2.
Okay.
So Tesla, nothing specific. I think it's probably just technical. Like what Nvidia did, absolutely nothing. What else moved? Nothing really moved all that much.
I mean, the market has ticked a little bit.
Yeah, the market ticked a little bit.
Oh, I wanted to find what's a meta ET? What's a meta METU? What is a meta?
There is one FBL, like Facebook long, FBL.
That's what it is. Okay,
cool.
FBL, okay. Yeah, because I was just thinking like meta right around here, around VWAP. If we get into this level, this is looking very good right there for me for a hold. If the market really comes down, I mean, we still are obviously short here on Intel, which we're fine. But FBL, okay.
No, there's no volume on that.
There's no volume on that one?
No.
No, well, a million shares.
800,000.
Yeah, 800,000, yeah. I thought there was METU. Maybe we don't have that one, but anyways. Then we'll just move off of that. But yeah, thanks. Anybody else have any ideas about what I might be looking for? Let me know. But right there, I think, yeah, METU, probably FBL. Okay, so we got it. I don't have a problem trading it that it's $700. I just we got a lot of love for TSLL and some of these other names. I know Joe trades this. Yesterday, Mitch was talking about TSLL, and I think it does make a lot of sense for some of us that are on smaller accounts and whatnot. The levels should be very, very similar, right, for TSLL and TSLA. So I think this is a double, I guess, TSLL, yeah, so that's just double the move. So right there you got Tesla at 0.86, and then there's TSLL at 153. So double the move one way or the other. So definitely something exciting there to look at. So if Tesla does get into the 50 period, or sorry, the 200 period right there, that's something to look at for me for that. And then the FBL, I mean, I still remember, what is it, FJB or something like that? There was something about Biden for a while. So there he goes. Yeah, so you can see the difference, right? The volume's just not really there for me for that one, but yeah, we're gonna try to look some short, I feel like. And then JP Morgan, that name's almost got green there. Maybe it even did. Close enough, man. We closed yesterday right around 308. Let's just say we got to 306, 307. Oh, well, should have gone long and earlier.
That's a V-shape.
That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of shape. There's a lot of stocks that were at good sales.
When the banks blow out earnings and beat expectations and they're down, it's just sometimes worth it in the pre-market. The problem is that you have to hold it. You got to buy it before the call, essentially. That's what it usually, you kind of stuck with that. The market might be pulling back a little bit here, but tell that to Walmart. Walmart is just straight chilling. Right back into, is it 50, is it still, yeah, this is 52 weeks. This is highs, because it broke 107. Yeah, 108, like fresh highs on this.
I was going to short Walmart earlier in the day.
Story. Oh, there was a short right here at the prior, like 106.90.
Yeah, we wrote down 107.
Like right here. Like trend up, pure program buy, program buy, pulls back like 70 pennies and then right back into the highs. Walmart's a great looking stock. It's one of those, you just got to grit your teeth and understand that it trades at a premium you might not like and buy it on that weakness. The 200 period has been great for Walmart. Shout out to Walmart. All right, Tesla, maybe it's going to bounce back to get into this. It just tried. I'm like, when it broke the trend, here, there's where it broke the trend. It's kind of connecting, not from VWAP, but from the local breakout here. And that was about 433. The prior bar is 433, like half or so. So that's where the stop would be if I even get filled up here, which that's not even a guarantee at this point. So I'm trying to pick it up in like at 433. I might step in front of it, which makes some sense. Try and grab the short. I don't think you get VWAP in this case. That's way too far away. But if it plays back into 31 and then 29, that'd be absolutely fine by me. Ronnie R. saying Walmart was green on Friday as well, like on the weakness day. Was it?
Was it? Maybe.
I mean, it didn't.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Was it?
Yeah, basically. It's hard to, where's the close here?
I mean, I guess
yeah, I guess like barely. It closed barely green, like really, really close, maybe by a few cents. The relative, I guess, relative strength. But the story today is the open AI thing. Not that I think that's probably as big of a headline, but sometimes a good stock just needs an excuse to go up. That could just be it for Walmart. I don't know if it doesn't seem like a 5.5% headline because there were no specifics in terms of what this actually means, in terms of like what's it doing for the bottom line. Like it's all very vague.
That's why initially I liked the short on that one. I'm into Target. We've talked about that again. I'm in it right around these prices, and Target's obviously a nice move there today. We did have some lows in Target coming into 85 bucks. Right now, Trump's saying a bunch of different stuff, man, in our ear right now. The Russian economy is about to collapse and all these things. So we'll wait to see if there's any sort of give up there. We could check out oil again, CLX for the November contract. Okay, $58. Wow. Didn't even realize how much oil had gotten killed there over the last little while. Energy prices very, very low right now. I mean, I'm looking around here. Gas prices very cheap at the pump these days. So that's nice, $58, $59. But there it goes to the downside. I mean, again, if Russia's economy is going to collapse, then that's not going to be great for oil or the energy space as well. So we can look for some possible plays over there. All right, now is your chance. Let's go. Let me reset this, and then we will get going on top names. So, right now it's NVTS and Open Door. This is from the morning. I'm gonna freshen this up, right? Just like, take that quick little bath, shower up, freshen up here. And now let's see what traders are looking for right now. Caterpillar, 530, wow, good stock there. Did they have report today? Up 5% Caterpillar. I mean, again, I think Caterpillar is a great stock if you're talking about China plays and things like that and where we could possibly going with Caterpillar. CoreWeave down 4% today, okay. IREN has had something as well. Rocket Lab, I mean, some of these plays, like Lay's right there, the eyes, some of these plays do not stop. And there's multiple day runners right now. We'll go over this board in a second. We got to go back over to Adara.
Yeah, just so you guys know, Trump is still speaking here. That's still happening. But I'm here to tell you guys about Hut 8, HUT, popping higher. Eric Jackson of Open Door fame just announced that he is long Hut 8, and he believes it could be a 100x story here by 2029. We know he had a very lofty $82 price target on Open Door. Seems like it's a similar situation here with HUT, which is popping here. It's already up almost $2 here on this announcement. Again, Eric Jackson, who is known for pushing Open Door to the upside, he's now saying that he's long Hut 8. Back to you.
Yeah, man. I mean, I was long Hut 8 too in the teens, and now it's $50 damn as it continues to go a little bit higher. All right, you want to test it out here on Hut 8 or what? Like, I don't mind going long on that kind of a talk. I mean, the problem is it just went $48 to 50.50 right there. I'm wondering about maybe a high break right into there, $51 on Hut 8. Let's let me put this. Let me put a stop order in there. If it breaks 51, we could try to go there. As this story is probably a little bit early right now, as Adara is always giving it to us early days. So we'll see if it wants to go. Here it goes. Right back. We're going to go long 51 break right there. I don't even know really where to play it. We should have just punched long when we were deciding what we wanted to do. Damn, missed a little bit there. Okay, so there it is. So now we are into this name. We could see where it winds up going now. But Hut 8, I'm not in it huge. Hut 8 right now. Let's just see what the short float is. That was not Hut 8. HUT. Hut. There it is. Hut 8. Okay. So it's fading out just a little bit. We don't have a whole bunch of shares. Let me put something out. What am I long at? 51.07. Let's go like 51.50 and see if we get something right now there on Eric Jackson coming through again. 15% short float. That's not, it's not going to. Yeah, here it comes back in again. We didn't. We touched this with about a quarter of a unit right now. If this breaks, nothing. Just another play like with Eric Jackson. Again, maybe potential. Yeah, Hut 8. So another name right here. Yeah, we could. I mean, we could try. I can average in here at 50.30. I'm going to put a stop at 50.49.99, and then just see if we can get out if it does break back below that. So we'll wait to see on Hut 8. I don't know, just taking a shot at the dark here with not too much going on right now in the market from what I can see. So we'll take a shot here on Hut 8 and just give it a chance, right? There's a bid there at 50.50. Past high levels for this name. I feel like maybe we have exhausted this. Let me just go check on here one more time. HUT on our e-signal chart. Man, this was a name that I was so long before. Damn you, Hut 8. Yeah, I was long down here in the teens. Damn it. I know, that's what I'm saying. So we don't have any levels like this right now for us on Hut 8. So let's go here and see what happens. HUT trying to get back up there to the upside. There we go. So we'll give it a shot now. We're long, and we're long slightly flat now on Hut 8. So I don't know if it wants to go, man. The story's already out there right now. This one could fall back in. So just be careful with Hut 8. I'm getting out if it breaks 50. Might not have the legs. That's Hut 8.
And that's a great look for Hut 8. I mean, I can't believe that stock's that high. But if you're looking for exciting news out of Canada for sophisticated traders, check out Beta Pro by GlobeX Canada, Canada's largest provider of leveraged, inverse, and inverse leverage ETFs. It has just launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and in U.S. Treasuries. And even better, they got a special fee rebate, dropping the management fees to just 65 basis points until the end of the year, December 31st. Plus, U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, offering the potential for more pure performance and exposure. So if you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca 3x daily. Shout out to Beta Pro as always. And, well, I mean, I got that fill in Tesla. I'm kind of looking at that Hut 8 as well. Like, that's legit, this potential takeout of the, like, I guess that would be Friday's high, 51.30.
There's just layered offers here. I don't know if it wants to.
Well, I think that's because of this high. Like this is the top, like top 51.30 if it can go. Like it just seems like seems like a breakout play, to be honest with you. And he just said he's taking a stake. I missed the story. I went to grab a tea.
They did.
So they did take a stake.
Did.
Okay. The Army.
I believe. Can you get that story again, Adara, when you get a second? Can you give us the Hut 8 story again when you get a second here? Because we're both in this, or I'm in.
No, I'm not in. I just got into Tesla.
So Eric Jackson, the guy who was pumping Open Door, he just said he's long Hut 8 now, and he thinks that it could be 100x by 2029. So more Eric Jackson pumping things. That's the whole story for Hut 8. I am not joking.
Sorry about that. I had something stuck in my throat.
100x?
Yeah, man, it's going to be a $5,000 stock. I might just get out. I don't know. We'll wait, but here it goes, man. I'm at 51.20 right now, just to get out of a piece and see if that winds up working. There it is. So we do get a piece out there. Actually, we got 51.17s or so out for a little bit. Hey, a winner's a winner at this point.
Crazy.
I don't. Let's hope it goes, man. I'm sitting at 51.40s at that high, most recent high of all-time levels. So we'll take out a little piece there and then choke on that 500x call or whatever that was.
I mean,
so we'll have 100 times. Sorry. We'll wait to see where it goes. Hey, look, I don't have a problem with people making calls. Let's see. Again, a minor. We've seen. Let's go. Let's go.
Money.
You just made that up, that dude.
There it goes, dude. Again, we're in it, man. And this is what trading's all about. I mean, we took the risk. We heard the news. We went into it. And now there it goes, man. 70 cents upside there for Hut 8. I mean, no idea where this name's going to wind up landing here. So let's just get something out on the way back up. I mean, this thing could crash back down below 50. So we're not hitting the money sign as if we're making a bunch here. We told you we only had a very, very small position on this trade. But it does go back up. We get a 50 fill there. Or, sorry, 40 fill. And now we'll just wait to see what winds up happening. We're out of about a quarter of it. So this could still turn out to be a complete disaster. But we'll wait. So I am waiting now at 65 and 55 and 65, and then we'll see about a higher take. I'm going to go at that 52 flat right now as well. So far, so good there on Hut 8. We'll see what winds up happening. Yeah, I'm going to ride it to 5K. Unfortunately, we have to be flat at the end of every day, so unless this thing goes 100x from here right now.
In the next 5 seconds.
Yeah, in the next, right now.
Go.
We'll wait.
You know what, though? I got to give it, I mean, first of all, the breakout's looking good, but this actually isn't that bad on a monthly chart. This is really not. Like, it's not absurd that it couldn't go another like 25, 30%, right? Like the breakout is really good on this monthly chart from about 32. So 60 to like 68 looks like a bit of a short-term target. My guess, and I'm just, who the heck knows where he bought it because he didn't say.
Yeah,
it'd be nice if he did. But let's just imagine a world in which he bought the breakout and not the consolidation and loaded up at like 12 like months ago. Maybe bought this breakout on a monthly chart. So this looks like from there, like it looks like a decent shot at a double up. I think you can be I'd be bullish on it for a bit. 500. I just don't know where you get a number like 500% up, right? Like that's. So did you say 5? He used 500, right? That was the number he said?
I think that's what, Adara said. Yeah, it's 500x from here, wasn't it?
Yeah,
no, it was
like,
100x. I was calling it a $5,000 stock.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know where that comes from, but if you look at that monthly chart, it does look pretty solid for the 20 to 30% at least.
Just taking shots at
Makes sense to me. And you know when the army gets behind it, it's like the open army and all that stuff, like you can ride that bull for a little bit. So like again, it's an Eric Trump play as well, says Julian. Is it?
Yeah, is he up on the board over here?
I'm just looking at it right here. It's an Eric Trump play. Maybe that helps it out a little bit. But
it might be the opposite.
Ultimately, a trade's a trade, right? So you play it for what it is. I think you just got to maybe temper the expectations on that number.
I honestly feel like we just went right to its past high there and basically turned around. Like we have about half of this position on. We're lucky to get that 60 fill up there. I don't know. I'm not in love with this. I'm not super impressed with the movements there. On that kind of a story, it should have been going hard and not like, out like a lion over here or out like a lamb. All right, we just got some more shares short here on Intel. So let's wait to see where this name goes. We'll cover a little bit here as the market was trying to get back to positive land. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, just keep an eye here on the market. Trump just concluded speaking. He was asked how long he thinks the shutdown will stretch for, and does he think it'll continue into November. He did not comment on that at all in terms of the length of the shutdown, but he basically said that it's not really something that is on the Republicans, in his opinion. He did say there will be more programs potentially permanently shut down that'll be announced on Friday. So bit of a shutdown update here with regards to the government, but we still don't have any timeline with regards to length and with regards to how long President Trump would like the shutdown or be comfortable with the shutdown continuing, I guess. Back to you.
I was just telling Sean, like I have another friend who was probably the same thing, bought Hut 8 a while ago, and I'm really, really hoping when I talk to him next that he's still in the stock, because it looks like it could be on a bit of a turn. So look, Tesla, buyers come right back in at 431. So it broke the trend. It's not saving my trend lines today. I don't know what's going on with that. It doesn't really matter. Broke the trend. I did not get the trend break. Thankfully, it just came right back in to get the same level, and it showed me where the bid was. So essentially just take it from that 33 into like 31.7 or so for a scalp trade on Tesla. Maybe it can break down. But a lot of times, like when it retested, like I will never like it as much here on a trend break as I like it here. Like when it breaks a trend, that's where I'm expecting the flush. When it comes back and consolidates, you have to remember that if I take this line away, it kind of looks like, what does it look like? It's kind of like bull flaggish. So I want that to work right away the first time, and the second time I'll play it for the range and just walk away. ETH is not doing much. I tried to get the reload on ETH up here at 31.3 and didn't get the fill. It's just chilling out between 31 1/3 on ETHA and 31 even. That's kind of like 40, it's in the 4,100 range. I keep saying 41,000 with ETH. I've been doing it for weeks.
Maybe you're trying to call something.
I'm not Eric, what's his name? Jackson. I'm not Eric Jackson. I'm not calling 40,000 on ETH. I'm just, for some reason in my head, always screwing it up. But ETH is not going to 40,000. But on the other hand, where's my daily chart? There it is. Where I think it can go to, as long as we can, when you look at the daily, like the prior high, you're kind of finding some resistance, some support there at the prior high. Like if we can hold out consolidates 4,000 enough, I don't see any reason we're not busting out 5,000 if the market's not falling all over itself here because of the shutdown and this China stuff. If this is as bad as it gets, then ETH can be 5,000. It's not 40.
Yeah, I mean, Ethereum already has been up to those levels.
Yeah, exactly.
So
I think we can get back.
Probably hit it again. We're still watching Hut 8, man, and it's still doing the same
Actually,
crap
have to answer this.
right now. So not much is going on right here with Hut 8. So we'll have to wait to see where that one goes. And by the way, Intel, a couple more covers right here. It's not, we're in the money 10 cents, but it's not like it's anything too exciting now. So we're just trying to cover some spots right here at the 50 period. We are hoping that we get a little bit of a dive in and can get some 3630s on our mind right now. So that's what I'm sitting at right there to see if there's any kind of a play going through there as well. So, all right, so that's what's going on there on Intel. I mean, it's been a good day for IBIT as well, 12.6 as we got into that 110 marker. So that was something there. My eyes are looking up here because I'm trying to find like what exactly is going. Okay, so Robinhood's on the move down. The whole market is trying to get downside, right? Which is not helping this Hut 8 position, but that's okay. There's Robinhood, a little bit of a bleed into close, not the day's low, but definitely the afternoon low, into some more support. We talked about waiting for potentially a VWAP play. Walmart maybe pulling back again. Walmart today gets some kind of a deal. We're not just sure exactly what it is yet with OpenAI. So that really started going right there. Then there's that level that I was looking at, that 107 area or so. We kind of bounced off of that. That was a good short until it wasn't, and we broke through much higher on Walmart. So we'll have to watch out to see if that one gets going. Obviously, we've already talked about crypto a little bit, but Coinbase right into here as well, 350. That has a nice battle back with a nice high right there of 353 and change. We don't have too many earnings or anything tonight. You'll join myself and Brian Shannon on the recap show tonight with Adair and I. Soundhound is a great call that he's made recently as well. Boom, goes the upside. His stock that he called for us last show was LAES, Lays Seals SQ. So this was a name that he predicted for us, last Tuesday. So last Tuesday was the 7th. So let me see, move this out of the way so I can see. I don't know, I can't remember, but there it is, LAES. Yeah, just back into these areas. So he called this, man, so Brian live on the show called this trade as I asked him out, is there anything that he likes? He liked LAES. So let's give a big shout out to Brian and make sure you join me, he and I, today, and Adara, as we'll talk about Lays, and we'll find out what exactly was up with that play and where's the next one.
They announced that there's news on this one today.
What was that?
So it looks like Lays, which is
Seals Q.
Which is jokes, because it's seal backwards, which is, I love that. Trading higher, the company announced a collaboration with Swiss compliance provider WeCan Group to develop post-quantum KYC solution. I don't know why.
We
I'm
definitely
finding
know
that
they
funny.
can.
Solution for the financial industry. So that's the news on Lay's, which just has me oddly thinking about chips. The more we say Lay's, if it was just purely technical, gorgeous call.
I was like, oh man, this guy's making a call on chips. That's great. But of course, if you do want a pure chip play, you know, PepsiCo will get the Frito-Lay feeling over there, Doritos and all that kind of stuff. So
overrated chips.
There goes
Pringles.
Pringles, yeah. Pringles, I think the only thing that they have going for them is the container.
Very overrated.
Right, very, very easy to travel with.
Yes, but
Lay's. So I think that would be, yeah, probably. I mean, they're. The oven-baked Pringles, I think, are decent, but I don't know. I can't remember. I haven't had them in a minute. But yeah, there's Pepsi. Okay, maybe battling back this name as well.
Pepsi's been not that bad recently.
No, it's had a nice little bottom there. I mean, there's that form right there, what you're looking for all the time. But that came back in, and the worry about these guys, of course, is the GLP-1 craze, and what does that mean for snacking and everything like that. The whole problem with GLP-1 is it's still $500 a month, as far as I know. From what I see there, I don't know what it is here.
The real key is, I think, down the line in the U.S., when you start discovering all of the other additional benefits,
the diabetes benefits,
everyone's going to realize, okay, well, keeping people on this drug is saving so many other costs.
And hopefully,
that like a lot of money that's going to other drugs and other treatments will end up potentially just staying in the GLP. Like, that's why I like Eli Lilly.
I mean, I've been buying Eli Lilly on dips.
Yeah, well, and it's specifically Eli Lilly. I'm looking at Rigetti because Rigetti's breaking out. Martin, wherefore art thou, Martin? Not short today, I don't think.
Where you at?
Is this just another fresh, yep it is, another all-time high for Rigetti? As this stock is just absolutely nonsensical. Oh, I tried a breakout on this one, and it didn't go. I'm like, yeah, I'll take the breakout. Immediately didn't work. And it's like the second time, still didn't work. And then the third time, that's when it actually worked, breaking out over yesterday's tops. Tesla's battling back for everyone. So still holding on to that 431, like trying to battle back from that little scalp trade. But the market overall is just not doing much. Like, what do we get? Like, I can't call it sideways action because it's not completely flat. Like, if you squint enough, like you're making higher highs higher lows and lower highs. So you have this little wedge forming that eventually you got to break out of some point this afternoon. And I almost don't care which direction, like whichever direction it decides to break out from, I'm happy with. Brown Lightning, great call out on bull. Well, I switched from my bull level 2, went over to HUD 8. So what happened to Webull? Oh, that happened. Okay.
Yeah, it's nice.
Oh, come on.
We like that. We just averaged into HUD 8 there. And there it is. So we got breaking 51 first, average back there at whatever, $50.25. So, okay. Now we're starting to do some kind of damage. Let's offer some 83s there. Well, we just stopped the complete move there. So my bad on that one. Hopefully it just rips right through. I don't have to worry about stopping that move, but oh shit. Okay. Hopefully it goes back up to the upside there and we'll just not worry about it. But there it goes. Okay, there it goes. Phil. Phil, shut up, Phil. What's going on? What's going on, Phil? Give it to me. We don't have it yet. There's an 83 on the dart. Okay, there it goes. Some T's there. We got some NASDAQ fills going on there. But there's a nice move. Now we're 35 cents in the money for HUD 8. I almost said Webull again right there. So positive trade there today. We don't have any negative stocks on the board here today. Actually, that's not true. I was shorting Marvell in the middle of the day. It was okay there. I cannot believe this is one of my favorite stocks in the whole universe, so I'm not sure why I'm shorting it, but I just thought it was a little bit overextended there. We did have that Intel news, which kind of ran this thing upside, plus I was short bias in the market in general, and yeah, Marvell says no. Stay long, my guy, and we will be fine on that one. Intel does go into the 30s. We did get a little bit of a fill rate there. We got 33s, so that was all good off of this last little reload there as well. It's 304 right now, so we've entered. Did we get the hour of power graphic? I missed it right there. I love that graphic, and I don't think it exists anymore.
We don't have that
we
anymore?
did have it. We did. He just said we did. We did have that. All right. If Intel breaks above 55, we're out. So that's the stop there on INTC. You know, the king of the castle was kind of one of those dirty rascals early as we got all the way down into 180 there for NVIDIA. And I don't know, I'm a little nervous about this one, man. We just recently bought some more at 175. This is probably my largest holding just because of how it's matured. But this or Palantir, I don't know. It's not a comfortable feeling. These stocks. Like, I love it when the market's going, but you know, waking up and seeing what these markets were doing today was not a great feeling for me. And I may start to piece out of some of this stuff and just flip it into the index until I'm a little more comfortable with what's been happening. There it is. I'll just punch out some more there on HUT. So we just got, I offered 95 and got filled, so part of these dark pools into there. So we offer some 95s, even though you don't see any 95s, and excuse me, and we got filled. So nice little fill there on HUT 8, and let's just wait to see what winds up happening now. I believe it's back over to Adara.
Keep an eye here on DIS. Disney pushing a little bit higher here. Apparently on their website, they announced that they're introducing Explore Disney Plus. I don't have any other details, but apparently this announcement, or just maybe the fact that there is some announcement, is pushing Disney higher. DIS on watch, and back to you.
Yeah, also I see Apple making a bit of a move here late. On volume, solid volume here for Apple. Breaking like biggest volume candle since the actual open on Apple, 248 prior high. That could play for some continuation. Why not? I do like that. I'm gonna go back to the well on Webull. Probably should have had it. Made the call out, then kind of got distracted by that story.
So with Apple, it is worth noting, I saw one thing, this was like, would have been at least 10 minutes ago, someone mentioning they're teasing some event coming up here with Apple, but I didn't see it from Apple's actual account. It was like, I saw it, an account reposting an account. So it's super vague. And again, it happened a little bit before we actually got the pop. That's the only thing I'm seeing. I'm looking into it to see if there's any confirmation, but I can't find anything salient.
Well, thanks, Adara. But with fairness, it did volume spike before the big pop. Like, there's a volume spike here, which would coincide with closer to 10 minutes ago. So like, there was a little volume spike when you would have said that, would have seen that, and then you started to see it maybe go a little bit more. So yeah, there's absolutely something going on with Apple. I think you watch for that 248 for a pullback, but I want to get involved in Webull. Webull just went red to green on the day, so obviously this is going to be a bit of a key level, this 1170. If we can hold the top, it's already done a mini pullback and held 1169. So as long as it closes this next 3 minute without breaking 1169, I'm going to jump into the long and see if we get some continuation with that Webull trade. Should have been in it when it dipped into 1150 again. That's the mistake. Like, should have had it here, but I think a couple people in the chat might have at least got that one. But yeah, I like me some Webull. And Tesla, that was definitely the right call to get out at this point. Still putting in a lower high, but that bid held at 41, so maybe could have eked out like an extra 50, 60 pennies on it. If we put in some more lower highs, can re-enter this trade maybe at the 432 range instead of 33 for some continuation. It feels like Tesla's on the other end of this. And but when I say on the other end of this, I just sort of mean like it's made its high and then put in the lower high. I'm in biased short on Tesla and then just sort of scalping it like every chance that I get. Might have missed one here, might have missed one there, but more or less been playing the pullbacks when I can find a good short zone on Tesla. But I did just jump into Webull a little bit later than before, but we're right back into it. Tesla is getting close to re-entry short. Adara again.
This part of the show is brought to you by our friends at Woman Boss. Empowered women change the world, and you can help make it happen. The Woman Boss trains and mentors women and girls across Africa to lead, innovate, and thrive. Since 2018, we've reached over 10,000 women and girls, and your donation today can help launch the next great entrepreneur. Scan the QR code on your screen now and join us in building a brighter future. Back to you.
Thanks, Adara. Oh, I don't even have my freaking earpiece in. Where the hell is it? Here it is. Yeah, we're just like, we're going hut, right there, because theirs goes HUT 8. So we just got an out there at 25. So $1 right there. You know, stick with us, man. You guys will be aight. Intel. Let's go. Another trade there on Intel, just adding. Again, like, shout out to it, man. The guy was talking, You know, when he was here, we went out and he's like, bro, every time this and that, we talked about it, but I don't know. There it goes to the downside. We're covering some more here. We have exactly half actually left of this. I'm going to put another bid out, 29, see if we can get that fill. We'll sit there on ARCA and see if, oh, that's right. I got to help Joe out about his ARCA key. All right, so we'll see if we get some fills there on Intel right now to the downside.
It's pretty basic.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. We'll get figured out with him. And then HUD 8, just give it a little bit. We are getting more and more out of this stock. Now we only have 30% left of this, but now it is a nice trade to that high side once again. So we'll just keep on watching out for HUD 8 and see you know, how high it wants to go here. Hopefully a little bit higher. And then Intel, we did get a lot of good covers down here on Intel, including a 26 and then a bunch of 27s and 28s. So good coverage there for us on INTC, as that's you know, the only other trade that I have on right now. Neil obviously long Webull and short Ethereum, so we can ask him about those in a couple of seconds. And if there's anything else there, MP, I mean, all these names today have just really been ripping. I mean, there goes MP. I mean, I have to look back at it, but up another 3% there, and breaking now down below $100. I don't know exactly where MP Materials wants to go, but that's a good little level there, bouncing off of your 200 period moving average. And then USAR, another one that's been a mover here today as well, just made new all-time highs up to $44 before really getting hit back down. This was just $40 an hour ago, 2 hours ago, and now that one's coming back in. And then also LAC, Lithium America, was also another name that we had talked about, and this one's actually holding out well and looking like, okay,
that's
clear blue skies ahead right here.
Well, it's 52, but I don't think it's not.
No, not all-time highs. This stock was like $30, $40, $50 not too long ago. But there goes LAC right now, taking out this key level that we put in back on the, I can barely see with my eyes these days, the 2nd of October right there or so for, October 6th, sorry, there. October 2nd was this big move, and then we had a continuation move back down to the downside. So far, so good there for LAC. We're watching out for Intel, and there goes HUD 8, trying to break through 51. It just held 51 there and bounced right back up. So, yeah, so far, so good. The only offer I have right now is 51.70 on HUD 8, but I'm seeing it bounce off a little bit too much here. Let's put another offer right here at 20. We'll join this offer and see if we can get filled. Kind of got to break, there it goes. I was going to say it got to go break through us. So there we go. We take another fill there on HUD 8, waiting to see if it has any higher highs in it. We're waiting at 51.65, basically the high of the day there.
I thought you were going to say hikes higher.
Higher?
Like, it has any more hikes to the upside?
Oh, hikes. Oh, that would have been good.
Like hike, I don't know.
That would have been good. Oh, yeah. Hike, yeah.
I'm not, my pun game is...
I hope it throws like a Hail Mary.
There you go.
Hike.
Yeah, you get the football references, man. You got to use them when you can. Although... I don't even want to think about football because I just, the second I think about football, I'm just incredibly angry about how the Bills played last night. But that's neither here nor there.
I mean, the Packers' only loss is the Browns, and the Browns' only win is the Packers. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Packers 3-1-1.
It's your team. Like, I feel like both those teams are going to be fine. It's just during a season you'll have these like periods where like a really good team for whatever reason just can't figure it out on a given day or two. In my opinion, the Bills haven't. I mean, I told you the only wins they have are against teams that are combined 3-20. But they've always been that way. Well, because of the AFC. Like no, but lately they're not. You play who's in front of you, but they've had this issue since McDermott of playing down to the competition, right. And then it's fine because Josh Allen just wins the game for you. And it's like it's this year, Milano's hurt their defense. It is what it is. Like when they play at KC, like they're fine. Like they play up to the competition. But Atlanta's a good team. I just didn't like the way that things broke down. Webull, as a Dolphins fan, that makes you smile. Okay, fair enough. But you guys aren't going anywhere. You guys are an absolute mess. Dolphins are, yeah. Tua calling out players for not showing up to a players-only meeting after a game he threw 3 picks. That's your quarterback, Miami fans. I mean, I don't know. I mean, that guy, I feel bad for that guy, too, because of all the concussions. Oh, I will always be sympathetic for his injury history, 100%. Man, these glasses are... I don't know. I just handle some of that stuff in the locker room, bro. Webull just went to the 80 levels. We got 70 into 80. We kind of missed that dip by, so we took the next available. I'm offering out to 12s. If you just zoom out a little bit further, just go back to Friday. That was the afternoon resistance and kind of pivot spot. I think a move into 12 would be the next place to go. Yeah, of course you triggered me in the chat with the Bills. I'm easy to be triggered when it comes to like sports.
You triggered yourself.
Because I
was doing the HUD 8 thing.
I know. Dude,
and then you're just like, oh, well, you always have to use football references, and you're like the Bills and this and that. You're bringing your own pain over here.
No, but that's how I am, man. Like I'm very much a homer to my teams. Right? Like I'm a diehard Bills and Jays fan. So
well,
like
this morning you opened the show by saying the Jays suck.
They legit.
I know. I want them
suck.
to. They have sucked the last 2 games.
They're a great team, and they've had an unbelievable year. But this team is so vastly different from how we like. Yeah, bats are different. The quality of pitching is just different. Like, and sometimes that happens. It's almost like there's a hangover from the Yankee win. Which
I mean, not everyone's built equal. You know, like
one team goes to the. Only one team gets to win it all. I just hope it's not the Dodgers. I'll cheer for
I think the Dodgers will win it all.
I mean, I always think the Dodgers will probably win it all.
I mean, I don't know. You spend the money, you win the trophies. I mean, the top 5 teams. I mean, right now I think it's the Yankees top payroll, Jays top payroll, Dodgers top payroll, and I think the Brewers are 140 million or something.
The Dodgers payroll is even a lie.
Yeah, I know because it doesn't include.
Ohtani's making like $2 million when you know how much they're going to pay him down the line. So it's like the amount of talent that they really have on their team is it's unfathomable how talented they're. Like if they don't win, it's pathetic, in my opinion. We'll see. This market's not really doing much here, Sean. Like,
no, I mean Robinhood's back down to VWAP. We could take some Robinhood long. I mean, I'm still watching this HUD 8 and I just tweeted about it. We reloaded it. We got it. We got Intel short. But there's Robinhood. This is a trade. We talked about maybe making this trade. We didn't do it, but that's. That 137 there off VWAP if you're looking for a trade. Therefore, we're at multiples of our daily goal here, and we're very green today. So I just don't want to risk too much with the market just kind of doing this. And we talked about trading sim mode, trading small shares and this and that. And I appreciate Obi's honesty today about trading smaller or going into sim mode. Today for him. And it's just like for me, it's like it's fine to do. I would go in sim mode if I got shut down. So like I said, I appreciate Obi doing that. But this is almost like sim mode for me right now, just waiting to see like if anything was to crack one way or the other, then maybe we could get involved. And that would be right here, 24.85. Like if we're gonna talk about shorting the market, like that's what I think I'd like to do right now. Instead of looking at individual stocks, look, man, we sniped it up. I mean, we used to have, what's his name, Arun as a sniper, and then I think he sniped himself, but right there, we're trying to be that guy. And I mean, if we could, right there, 102.50, that could be a nice little break to the downside there. And then we snipe the HUD 8 trade, which is now $1 in the money and trying to make some highs right there. We've been hitting Intel. We got a great little play there. I mean, all last week when you weren't here, Obi was telling, and I appreciate Obi for all the kind words that he was giving about the trades last week, but he was telling me like, dude, you snipe a lot of great trades. And like what I was doing in here is not sniping. So I think it's about waiting. Like there we go. We take the short, boom. We take the short here. It's trying to come down in. But with the market not doing anything, you can't force anything out of this market. So I'm looking for names that are potentially moving around and at key levels. So I mean, look at Micron doing this stuff, not doing much right there today. We could go over to the banks. I mean, that could be something where I'm going to flip long, I think, on them. And so you've got to try to figure out where does that might happen. Maybe at 302, 301 and change. Maybe there's something available there. But the reason why the Intel trade is actually working is we did not go short until we found some of these highs. And it came up, filled us, and then dropped almost immediately. Those are the kind of trades that I think right now are something. I mean, the Rigettis of this world, at least you're trading Ethereum.
ETS
maybe that has a chance of moving.
That's too. Ethereum, ETHA, is doing the same thing that Intel's doing. It's just a range high where it's found a top, and it just keeps getting to the same high, like 31 1/3 on ETHA. On Ethereum, it's like such a random price that I don't know that it matters. It's like 41,050 or something like that. 4150. I keep saying 1,000. 4150. But it's just the same tops. So just reload it again, play it back into 31, see where it can go. So that and Webull are the two names that I'm going to be in. We did trade Tesla. I did trade Tesla, but it didn't really set up again to short the lower high at 32. So the 33 short was good, but 32 not really setting up the second time through. So I don't know if I get into Tesla again with 40 minutes to go till the end of the day. TRBH 31, Walmart dip buy, question mark. Ooh.
Dipping? Ooh.
Oh, that's a heck of a dip.
There goes Hut 8.
Yeah, my gut is not always, like if you're on the back end of this trade, let me see. No discernible trend there. It doesn't really, it might be on trend right now from this level where it consolidated. I heard Obi say this. At least I think it was Obi. Like this consolidation breakout, so it broke that trend line. And if you kind of connect it there, like it just really, it's breaking trend. So I don't know. I don't like this dip buy. As if I'm slapping some kind of a trend line on it, it's breaking right now. And so in the afternoon at this time of day, I'm not a huge fan of the dip buy at this price. Like if I would have taken a shot at it, usually it'd be, hey, if it starts bouncing here, then I'd go long above it. So yeah, you're getting a better price, but I think you're getting it kind of as it's breaking down. Maybe VWAP could be a thing, maybe 106. That'd be a better level. I still like it long term, fine. The breakout on the daily, absolutely fine as well. Like you close above 106, then this is in the midst of a very nice breakout on the daily chart. But for right now, I'm slapping the pass on it for buying this potential dip. I cancel my offer in front of 12. I'm going to cancel the bid to add the Webull. I don't think we get a second crack at it, but it's pretty steep on this last push up and consolidating. So if it kind of breaks this consolidation down, I'll probably just hop out of the trade and just take the scalp trade we could. Like ideally, I was trying to get it in the 50s and ended up not getting it to the 70s. So taking it out here if we have to in the high 80s will be just fine by me. But like I said, the market's not doing much, so you one entry, never goes against. You take the profit that you can with only about 30 minutes to go till the imbalances come in.
Oh.
Probably look at the early imbalances at some point. And to do that, I'm going to have it loaded up.
Chipotle long term.
What's cold? I don't even know what that is. Visa, COLD.
What is that, a natural gas thing?
No, is that what it is, like an ETF?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Let's just props this up again. We talked about it, man. Traders got to trade, and we sit here, and you don't have to take this trade in Hut 8 or anything like that, but we got the news. We looked at the chart. It looked like it was breaking out, man. I mean, we averaged back into it, and there it goes. So here we go. Now we're $1.50 now in the money on Hut 8. I mean, we took $6 on AMD earlier. We got $1.50 right here. We took $1 on Intel earlier as well. Yeah, things are going good. One more time here. This is going to be my best day of the month, I think, right now. We did miss 2 days last week, but so far so good here. And I mean, the AMD trade was the huge one right there. And it was really just making the money early on AMD. We kept on getting the reloads. So nice move higher there and right back in. So that was a really good one for me on that. And then Intel, I mean, the party just continues to keep happening there as we get some more outs now as we bust back into 30s. Just a small little trade, but here goes Hut 8. Now trying to break through 52. We're offering 52 flats right now, so we're in all of this. So hopefully once it comes through, we're able to get. There it goes. So now we're $1.80 in the money, and Hut 8 just continues to get going to the upside. So yeah, man. I hope some of you are riding this one as it's going. And again, it's the Eric Jackson. We've talked about sort of what that news was there with Hut 8. So we can have a quick little look. I'll pull that story up for you guys right here. And there it is right now. So we're already in this. And we missed. Like, we missed the move. We actually held this against us. But again, when you're trading, and that's what we're doing. So Eric posts on X why he's long here on Hut 8 and why it could be 100X stories. You got to go find that right there. Everyone still calls it a miner. I see it as an energy AI infrastructure play. So there goes Hut 8 and Eric Jackson. So nice move there to the high side. Now, 2 of these in the money. So we'll wait. Yeah, Lay's another great call there. But yeah, we are lighting up the shorts right now on Hut 8. Congratulations to anybody that has that.
Energy infrastructure.
Yeah, I hope it's helping out your P&L like it is mine.
Interesting take. I don't know enough about Hut 8 to comment on that.
I
only know it as a miner. I didn't read his explanation.
No, saying that's the first time I read that.
It's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. He's got to think of a theory, right? So it's got to go up 100X.
From if he has to. PMAC, can bull be like Hood? I think no. but no, because like I think Robinhood hits on a lot of cylinders that, quite frankly, Webull does not, right? So can it be like a mini Robinhood? I think so, yes. That's part of the reason I own it on my personal account. Like, forget about like being long a couple times here today. I do own this one in the long term because I think it can be like a mini Robinhood and do a little bit better. In the last time it bounced off $11, it went to like 18. So I'm of that mind that this can make at least another run back into the 15, 16 range. But I don't think it's a Robinhood. Robinhood is very unique and is certainly a leader in the space. I said they pull way too many levers relative to Webull. I mean, Robinhood is the whole, we're going to get your money, and everything that you want to be able to speculate on, you're going to be able to speculate right here in Robinhood. You want crypto, you got your crypto. You want events, you got events. You want sports, it's just that they want to do everything. That's not necessarily going to be Webull or all their competition, but it doesn't mean I don't think Webull's good. I just think, and gun to head, like which one am I buying at these levels? Webull at the lows, Robinhood I'm not picking up at these highs. So you could make the strong argument that I'm even saying that I'd rather at this price buy a Webull than a Robinhood, even if I think Robinhood's going to be the better company. It does matter that the stock is up a bajillion% over the last year or so, Adara.
Yeah, I just want to remind you guys, we have quite a few earnings tomorrow morning before the bell that are going to be of note. Two more banks, Bank of America and Morgan Stanley, but we'll also get Progressive Insurance, Abbott Labs, and ASML. Here's a look at some of the implied moves for these names and the expected release times tomorrow morning. Now, if you go on X at TTV Research, you can find this post attached to a thread with the whole calendar of earnings, events, and Fed talk tomorrow. Check this out on X at TTV Research. Back to you.
All right, so we had some Fed speaking today. We saw how that sort of went through right there. Powell around lunchtime coming through and didn't have too much impact on the market here. Maybe a little bit of a move down right there. That's at, well, this is Chicago time, so around 12 o'clock Chicago time, which I guess would be 1 o'clock here. Moves to the downside a little bit there. So I don't know if that was related to maybe him leaving or whatever, but upside move there as Powell started at 12.20. So that's 11. This is right here. This is 11.10. So 12.10 right there. And then there's the move. And I guess maybe he had stopped and the market came back in. But I feel like considering what the market's been doing here, we've done really, really well this afternoon, including about $2 or $3 worth of a trade in all of these positions there. So I know you were just in Ethereum. I want to check out IBIT quickly here to see what's going on over there. Now, so a nice move higher and then a pull back a little bit. So IBIT was kind of left for dead earlier today down there at that 110 spot. And we had sort of looked at the daily chart and said, hey, you know, treating IBIT as if it was a stock, because, you know, crypto has its moves, and I feel like it's almost like an index Bitcoin. So you can watch out and see if it breaks through some key levels here, but some good support areas in and around $62. And we didn't get that low enough for me to start buying it, but that was a good spot there. And now you have a nice upside play. So we'll have to watch out for 110, 108 again in the space. Really like it. So we'll wait on that one. I'm still looking like XOM, and we heard some news about Russia today and their economy from President Trump, and just saying that, you know, he thinks it's in for some trouble, but I guess that would make sense. Oil is down recently, and then, you know, if there is no, I guess, relief with Ukraine there, then potentially, and I don't want to put words in, you know, President Trump's mouth, but I don't know, maybe more sanctions or whatever coming down there. But this was something that he had thought, I know that President Trump had thought he would get resolved almost minutes into his presidency, and apparently that's not happening on that front. We are going to get out on, we're going to get out on HUD 8 if it breaks through 51.50, I believe I put. No, 51 flat, right there, the 50-period moving average. So if we break below that, then we will get out of HUD 8. Maybe your second trade of the day. I already sort of anointed AMD that. But I think HUD 8 now, with the fact that it's a news play, we reloaded it. It started going to the upside. This is a great one right there. Intel's kind of not moving, but we'll take some more outs there on the downside. And I guess you just got flat on yours. So right now we just wait. It's 3:30. Potential moves coming? I don't know.
Yeah, there's only about 15 minutes until I'd back away and start thinking about the imbalances. But I mean, Tesla's right back in here at the same range that we had it before. So in the whole keep it simple, we have the wick top at 33, which it did last time. So if I can get short at the 33 level again, switch gateways. Not that it matters. If we can get short off the 33 again and just play it back into the prior high, maybe we get another scalp trade over there on Intel. Webull just pulled back pretty decently. So it looks like, yeah, it got a little bit higher, maybe like 2 or 3 cents higher, and then there comes the pullback on Webull. So I think it made some sense to get out of it for sure. Interesting. MR Madness, Mara next up.
Yeah.
Wow, that's just so linear today. When I say it's linear, I just mean like there's no parabolic. There's no real parabolic moves on this chart to be up 13% and going up essentially all day. That's what you love to see. Like that's exactly, like you never really short linear stocks unless they break the trend because it doesn't give you any reason to get in. And this is definitely on a breakout. Good call. Maybe this, I'm gonna add this one to the iPad tomorrow for some potential continuation. You know, on days where we get any strength and bounce play in crypto, in the crypto markets, then some of these miners are gonna look pretty good. Maybe you get a little bit of sympathy going for the rest of this move with HUD 8, although with current Eric Jackson, that's not even the thing because it's not about it being a miner anymore, but you could still get some sympathy because they're a pretty decently shorted name. Still, I believe. ETH for myself, like I wasn't giving it more than the high, which is about 5 cents higher. So like the 4th time we get it, we'll just get out. It's still pretty, like again, this, you're shorting off the top and it's still holding the range. That's like how many times are you gonna do it eventually? You know it's gonna come out and you just gotta move on to that next. Technician JD, you guys prefer HUT or Mara? I don't know enough about what Eric Jackson's claims are about what HUD 8 is or isn't to make that distinction. I'm not a fan of miners in general. Like I don't like crypto miners as an investment. I have Bitcoin, I've got ETH, I have a few other small positions in some tokens, but outside of that, like I can, you make the argument that okay, fine, I hold Coinbase, but I don't touch the miners. I really never have, so I can't comment without knowing more about specifically HUD 8, what sets it apart, which I'll probably read up on tonight.
All right, just getting some more out on Intel as that's trying to crash in a little bit right here as well. You guys know my HUD 8 position will come out for a break of 51, which is still going to be completely fine by me. We only have 10% left. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye here on VOYG, Voyager Technologies, an individual by the name of Ray Blanco apparently flagging this one as a long idea saying it could be the next 28-bagger quote unquote, in the space sector. Again, as you can see here, the end of this most recent 15-minute candle to get a bit of a volume spike, VOYG on watch. And back to you. Make sure to like and subscribe and join Sean and myself and Brian Shannon on the Market Recap Show. Back to you.
28 bagger.
That's pretty exact.
It's like oddly specific.
The only thing that you would have definitely lost 28 bags on or more was space. Right here, Virgin Galactic, SPCE. I mean, look at this name, and this is the only experience that I have over here. I wish there was, if there's probably another space name, but this was 900. This is obviously split adjusted. By the way, bye-bye Intel right there. That's a nice trade. But that was 950 split adjusted. Now you're down here to $4 again for space. So SPCE, Virgin. We'll have to wait to see. Rocket Labs, I mean, there are other good ones.
But Rocket Labs is a model that actually does something. Like there's money to be made in sending useful things into space.
Right, not humans.
No, it's like at some point, if you could ever get the costs to some kind of ridiculously low price,
plays, man.
like it was a great play during COVID, like everything else was. But ultimately, like the actual business model never really made any sense from a recurring revenue relative to cost. For sure. But there's just nothing. I don't think there's anything wrong with Rocket Labs. Like my brother is invested in that company. I wish I was myself, but
it's huge.
We were talking about like shop plays, and he was like, "Oh, what about these guys?" I'm like, "Yeah, I don't own them, but I think it's." And the good thing is like the chart usually tells you the story, right? Like you don't have to do that much guesswork. Like look at Rocket Labs. Maybe I don't love it up here at these prices. That's kind of ridiculous, but yeah, Space Virgin Galactic, very very different story. A-Lab, a few people mentioning that in the chat. I keep looking up at I know we didn't really restart this, so it's still all the ones from the morning.
No, I did restart it.
Oh, you did? Yeah, I didn't restart it, so I keep seeing like Navitas. But I have seen a few people mentioning in the chat. LAC, of course, and then A-Lab. LAC had a great day today. That was a great long. And A-Lab apparently is giving away A-Lab money.
Did it?
No, it got moked today.
Oh, did it?
I don't know if that's a word.
Oh, A-Lab.
Yeah. A-Lab got smoked off the open and was one of the few things that got smoked off the open that didn't make a V-shaped recovery, unfortunately. And it's not a very good looking, it's a bad chart because it just lost the 50 period and didn't find a recovery when the market found a recovery. That's bad, obviously. It's at a good level, but just because it's at a good level doesn't mean it's a dip buy. I always look for relative strength and weakness on a day where the market does a V-shaped recovery. If you're closing at the lows, then I don't like you. Just keep it that simple. As far as Lithium Americas goes, that's a different story because LAC is 18% in the other direction, only to the upside. I got out of the long at 9.5, but it's now breaking 10. LAC, I think, is continuation tomorrow. You broke out the high, they got the resistance, and now you're breaking out the next level. So I'm thinking long on LAC again tomorrow. Hopefully through $10, it just kind of wicked the $10 high and wasn't able to push through. But U.S. wants to make an investment in this Canadian company, and it's breaking out the 52-week high. Play for some continuation of that long trend tomorrow.
Okay, yeah, let's get going on this one right now. Guys, traders, listen up. First month, free. Where?
Yes.
eSignal. Make sure you do scan that QR code and join the thousands and millions of traders that are using eSignal right now. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite charting experience. Analyze, strategize, capitalize on this platform. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, and of course, back testing, minute charts, second charts as well. Global markets, all at your fingertip. One of the best parts for me about eSignal, of course, is the fact that they do have their entitlement program. And you can basically, if you're talking about Blue Ocean, you want to see some charting on how that's working out, you can go and get entitled over there. Double check before you do that. I assume they have that.
I'm pretty sure you.
Also, man, overnight markets, Japan or Hong Kong, anything like that, man, eSignal is your place. It's the exact same charting, but of course, different programs as we go. Okay, I don't know what just happened. The market is freaking tanking right now as we get into the gates of hell right now. As there goes Intel. Your boy is on one once again there today, man. Intel, bye-bye. So we put that way on top of the leaderboard right now as that continues to go. We did get, Donald Trump right now on.
It's
okay.
It's
China
Trump.
is purposely not buying soybeans right now. So economically hostile act. Adara has the post.
Yeah, so basically, the main point of this post is that Trump said that the U.S. is considering terminating business with China with regards to cooking oil and other elements of trade as retribution for the fact that he believes China is intentionally not buying their soybeans. So basically, long story short, Trump believes that China is choosing intentionally not to buy soybeans from the U.S. As a result, he believes that's causing difficulty for soybean farmers, which he views as a, quote, economically hostile act towards the U.S. So because of that, he's saying that he's considering terminating business with China, quote, having to do with cooking oil and other elements of trade as retribution. Now, I want to clarify, it's unclear what other elements of trade beyond cooking oil he's considering terminating business with China at, but he does provide an example, apparently saying that the U.S. can produce cooking oil themselves instead of purchasing it from China. The whole post is really vague, but I guess here the idea of terminating business with China, maybe freaking the market out a bit here, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah, I mean, look, man, we're short Intel already, and now it's like 55 cents in the money and still going. So whatever, guys. I mean, yeah, we'll just have to keep on watching this as there it goes to the downside. Good trading there on INTC, and we were able to get out of HUD, of course, because when 51 broke, we told you that was our out. So what a profitable afternoon, regardless of what's happening here in the greater markets.
Yeah, and obviously, I gotta cancel Tesla. We're trying to get 33s. You don't know that news is going to drop. Like, if I know that news is going to drop in that moment, then I'm shorting that 32 level, no questions asked. But that's not going to be the case. So I got to cancel the offer. It's not going to get up there. But Webull just pulled right back into the prior high. So the prior breakout high, I look over, I'm like, okay, if it's going to dip there right off that 60 level, I'll take my shot. I got 65. I'll give it to 60, so I'm only risking about 5 cents. on Webull. Still like that one to the long side. Clearly, when you spook the market like this, you're looking for a rubber band action, like for it to bounce right away. If the first thing that happens is you retest the low, no average in, I'm just jumping out if it breaks this wick bottom here at 1160. And I just heard, let's go back to Adair, maybe another update.
Yeah, somewhat, actually not about Trump though, somewhat dovish commentary coming here from Fed's Collins, specifically saying that as the tariff-related impacts wane, then inflation will hopefully come down. So she, being a little bit more dovish than we've heard from a lot of Feds as of late. So again, slightly more, I guess, moderate tone from Collins. She's also saying here that it seems, quote, prudent to cut rates further given lower inflation risks and the concerns with the job market. So, yeah, I mean, apparently it'll be prudent here to cut rates further, according to Fed's Collins. If I get more updates on soybean gate, for lack of a better term, I'll let you guys know. Back to you.
Soybean gate.
Okay, yeah, we'll just wait for all of that, man. It's funny because we were just talking about this yesterday. Shout out to all my Grindr fans. GRND right here. Grindr confirms possible take private plan right there. So we had that. Joe getting excited over there. Good job, Joe. On that, that was you hitting that, right, Joe? Just so everybody knows. Okay, so Joe excited about Grindr.
It wasn't me.
Possibly going private there. So there it comes right there to the downside. And yeah, nothing wrong with that, man. Everybody is able to do their own thing. But there goes Grindr. Well, you can watch, there's Bumble and a few other names maybe, but I don't know. I guess yesterday they had that bump up, which is why Joe and I were talking about it. And then there's the move down in again, back down today, as there is some talk of private takeover. BMBL, some girl named Whitney something really took shareholders for a ride on this one, as Bumble just been getting crushed ever since they IPO'd. But yeah, some downside plays there happening for Bumble. So watch out there if you are indeed excited about the space. So Bumble making a move lower and, Bumble higher the last couple of days, potentially on some of that Grindr news, but Grindr lower here today. So yeah, interesting
grinding
space
lower.
There. Yeah, grinding lower for sure. Okay, wow. Boy, oh boy, Neil, is this a trade right now? There goes Intel. What a movement. Now another 71 cents. We thought getting $1 early was a good trade. It looks like we may be doing one late again right now, as there goes Intel falling right back into VWAP. We did it again right here, guys. So I hope you're all in this Intel trade.
Yeah, haven't been any losers this afternoon, that's for sure. And thankfully, we caught that bounce in Webull, but the market's heading lower, so I don't think this is going to make too much sense, especially with the imbalances coming out. It did bottom out here, but almost immediately, like 65 to 61 being the low, and 70s already starting to show some resistance, and the market definitely heading to said downside. Tesla's trying to bounce, so I think I'm not going to play a short again in Tesla. You know, the opportunity was up in that mid-30 range. Again, you don't know that news is going to hit. I'm trying to get 33s because that's where it worked before, and it hits that 32 level. Bull was the only thing that I liked to the long side. I just don't know if it's going to get the continuation we want. And the thing that sucks is it loses the green story. That's what I don't like about this, because I was actually considering picking up Bull in front of 11 again. But I wanted this to close green today, and it did not accomplish that goal. So the close above this level here is not going to happen on Webull, which kind of sucks for a swing trade idea. Dara?
Yeah, I just a reminder in case anybody just stumbled in or is wondering why the market is looking the way it is. I do want to provide a reminder here. Donald Trump shared this post on Truth Social. The main thing to remember here is that he said that the U.S. is considering trading business with China, specifically with regards to cooking oil, because he believes that China is intentionally not purchasing soybeans from the U.S., which he does consider to be an economically hostile act, quote unquote. So in case you're wondering why the market is dropping, more trade tensions here between the U.S. and China being mentioned by Trump on Truth Social. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Dara. Yeah, no doubt right there. And you know, as Dara just mentioned here, it's not great, obviously, for this market, but it's great for the P&L that this move is actually happening. But we'll have to wait. Don't want to be selfish about it. Obviously, the long-term P&L is getting hit, but there it is. You know, again, hostile act. Right there by China, and I believe that actually, you know, threatening that kind of stuff is not great if that's exactly what's been happening. I mean, you know, President Trump can come out and say, don't buy oil from this country or that country, but the minute it happens to the United States, there is a problem, and that's fine. I mean, he is the leader of that country, and I think he should defend the economic policies over there in the U.S. So good job by Trump, but the market obviously right there, the NASDAQ was green at one point today, now is hella red, and we go to the downside, and we hella capitalize on that move. We are now at our day's high P&L wise. So it started off as great shorts all morning with Intel there, with AMD here, long there on AMD. And then the short was, that's it actually for my shorts. Oh, just Intel. And then Marvell, we were trying to go short on Marvell. And then eventually we lost on that one. And there it goes right back in. Everything right now should probably be done. And then it was HUD 8, sorry, was that last one that we had most recently gotten out of there. So watch out for some HUD 8 movements as well with Eric Jackson. So if you're looking for something that might be completely unrelated to anything Trump or China related, HUD 8 could be a good long if it ever, you know, this market ever slows down. But right now it's a nice push downside. It's another dollar club right there for us on Intel. So yeah, let's see what winds up happening now. Nice downside play there, and it looks like it's going to continue down to 24.7 right now. The bump off at 25,000 was real one more time. But yeah, we're holding these shorts. Only 5 minutes until imbalances now.
Yeah, the dump is definitely catching, everybody's catching strays here. Like QBTS just dropped like $2 off the highs. I'm sure Rigetti has as well. NVIDIA's back to that 180 from this morning.
Yep.
I was about to say it did a 180, back to 180, but that's kind of too obvious. So right back into those lows. NVIDIA was never good at any point today. No questions asked. Like this is one of those that's just been nasty, nasty, nasty.
Oh,
and it might be a story where good for AMD, bad for NVIDIA. And anytime you get a bad negative China headline, like the first thing that comes into my mind is, okay, well, NVIDIA is the big bargaining chip. And if they're going to be bad, this is back underneath 183. I did short it once today, and this is I had a lot more of like one-off, like scalp trades, especially to the short side because the market was in a V-shaped recovery, so you had to sniper in. Like pick your spot, but don't look for continuation necessarily. Same thing with Tesla. Like it was trending back up, so you take it where you can. But I come in tomorrow thinking short on NVIDIA again. A, because of this news. B, because it's the weakest name out there in Mag 7 land, and underneath, it just lost support. So 180 is holding great, but unfortunately, the strongest name out there is trying to hold that 50 period now and is making a bit of a breakdown. So bias is going to be the short side. I want to hope that Webull can hold on, but I think this is more of a tomorrow thing. I just flatted the last long as the market continued to flush, and it just didn't want to bounce. Like that was a pretty decent pullback. There was no real bounce on that play. Like it bounced like 8 cents off of that 60 level, and that was it. So you take what you can get, and you will not be upset because the market doesn't like you right now. Early looks, nothing. There's still just that cold ETF, Visa. I guess Southwest wasn't there before. QSR for 1 million shares to the buy side. Oh, that wasn't there before. BBAI. Okay, BBAI is $1 million to buy, or 900,000 to buy in the early look to be more precise. That could be something. I always try to pick something that looks the most interesting going into 350. So I have that level 2 up just in case BBAI is 900,000 now and comes out like a few million shares. That could be something, but it's, I mean, everything's falling right now. So right now, even with a buy and balance, of course, the stock is going down. And it's a very small fraction of the 164 million shares that's traded today. You want to see multiple millions, not 900,000 BBAI, come 90 seconds from now.
This lays. We do have Brian Shannon coming out. We talked a little bit about this one, the Seals Q play, up 23%. This is pulling back into the 200 period as well, which is not a bad area right here, 750, to think about doing something on lays. And remember we were saying, like, we're sitting here, our net is kind of just doing nothing, and we were waiting for something to wind up happening. We got the HUD 8 news, which was great. That, rifled up again, up the leaderboard, and that was a good stock. And then all of a sudden, the market dropped out. The only thing that I'm a little bit upset about is that I didn't have a short right there. Like, we could have put that in and ran this thing down. And that's the play that you're looking for. like getting the news and then hitting it on news at this time of day. It's not about like waiting there and taking the fill as it comes into you. You're waiting for momentum to break, and look where we stopped at. This is called VWAP right there, 24/7. So with only 10 minutes left, I think the long could be in a little bit there. We'll have to wait to see if there's any more movement down to the downside. Remember, technical analysis is great, but you know the news will trump it every time. So you have to be careful with that play coming back in 24/7. And again, we've already seen that's the 24/7 is not the saying, it's the level right there. That we also had good bounce off opportunities from that early around 9:30 to 10:30 earlier on today. So you know, just looking at that NASDAQ level right there, 24/7 coming into play one more time on that. And of course, we watch out for our Intel play. We're almost out of that, so there's not a whole heck of a lot to worry about that. There we go. The imbalances are now out.
Intel's a sell, 1.5 million, was what I was saying. When I said I meant Intel.
Yeah, okay, good. Okay, Intel's a sell. Okay.
Nothing. Key, 1.6, that's a small stock. Intel, 1.5 to the sell side. Not much here. Coal does come out as a buy. QSR, nothing. IonQ, sell of 1 million shares, that's something. BBAI does not show up on the board, so we're expecting 900,000. It shows up as absolutely nothing on there. But IonQ for 1 million shares to the sell side, I believe. That is, I mean, look, everything was tanking already, so this has nothing to do with the million sell imbalance there on IonQ. As a matter of fact, it barely moved on that million sell imbalance. But this could be worth a little bit of a look. Just remember at 355 pairing event. So even if this comes back to give a short off VWAP, at 355, I'd want to be out of it. So IonQ down 5%. This wasn't even having that good of a day when you look at it. It didn't even go green. I thought the quantum names had such a great recovery. IonQ never even got green today. I guess it was just Rigetti. And
I thought QBTS was okay.
Yeah, D-Wave was strong, Rigetti was strong. IonQ never actually got green. So this one kind of stunk.
Okay, yeah, we're just finding out of everything. This is a big one. So Intel there. Intel now goes P&L #1 for me as that continues to go down. I mean, on news, bad news about China, right? I mean, I can think of a couple names that would be affected by that, of course. And one of the biggest and the baddest of them all would be Apple. So Apple, you know, waiting on China. I mean, the the iPhone sales really super strong. And, you know, we're getting a lot of good reports out of Apple from this, out of T-Mobile, Virgin, things like that, lineup checks and whatnot, that the Apple sales are going quite well there on their most recent phone, the iPhone 17, and the lighter version, smaller, thinner, better battery, all of that kind of stuff. New iOS out as well, seems to be pretty good. My wife likes it. But yeah, so far here, Apple, that to me, near the highs right there, we might have had an opportunity to get something out there. I'm forever long on Apple, but we'll wait for dips to buy it. I just, you know, like the name there. And if there is problem in China, then it is going to be a problem for Apple. So watch out for that stock going lower. And then what about Boeing before we talk about only just tech stocks? What I do anyways. There goes Boeing right now down 0.5. So this is another China play I feel like as well. And Boeing hit pretty dramatically over the last couple days. So if you like the stock and buy it, you're getting near levels right now for Boeing, near around 200. That is probably buy zone. That 200 period moving average is 197 right there.
Do you want a non-tech beast?
Beast, sure. Oh yeah,
Caterpillar.
We saw that too. It was up 5%.
Caterpillar today.
Yeah,
this was just 5% for Caterpillar is usually reserved for earnings. And this
was there a story that you know of? Or?
I didn't see. It was just a price target increase. Yeah, I mean sometimes it's like an upgrade does it. I don't look, man. I understand that stocks move on these like analyst upgrades and upgrades, but I don't consider like I know it's news, but it's not like nothing has changed in the business. Like the Hut 8. Like there's a theory behind why he thinks it's valid. Fine. But if there's something different happening with the stock, then tell me what's new with the company. Like with Walmart and this OpenAI thing. Okay, well, fine. This could be structurally different for Walmart. They didn't say how, but it could be.
Right.
With this, someone just says, I think Caterpillar is worth more than the market does, and they give a couple of reasons, but nothing new is actually happening with Caterpillar. I'm happy. It's like, after Eli Lilly, it's like my next biggest non-tech holding. But yeah, I mean, upgrades are fine, fair enough. But yeah, nothing too crazy there. With 1 minute to go until these imbalances might pair off, I don't know if there's going to be anything in particular with this IonQ. It's grown in sell imbalance and still not really moving much. It didn't get into VWAP or anything, so it's probably going to pair off in the next minute. Never really presented much of a trade. Adara?
Yeah, another reminder here, in case people are wondering why the market is lower, I do want to remind you guys one last time. What happened here is Donald Trump, president of the U.S., shared a Truth Social post in which he said that the U.S. is considering terminating business with China with regards to cooking oil and other elements of trade. So a lot of people are focusing on the soybean aspect of this. Trump did initially say that he feels that that China not purchasing soybeans is an economically hostile act towards the U.S. because they're not buying U.S. soybeans, and he says it's causing difficulties for the farmers. That being said, yes, soybeans are mentioned, but I think the biggest part of this is the fact that he said they're considering terminating business with China with regards to all elements of trade in addition to cooking oil. So that, I think, is the big thing to remember here. Just wanted to give that primer one more time. And before we send you back to the guys, we're going to take a moment to thank our good friends at Trade the Pool. Did you know that instead of risking your own money, you can now trade with someone else's capital? No more fear of losing. No more moving your stop loss too soon. And you actually get enough capital to make it worth your time. So you can aim for big profits, not just a couple $100 a month. This is the revolution called limited risk trading, and it's powered by Trade the Pool. This is how it works. Join Trade the Pool, hit the profit goal, and keep 70% of the profits. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now for 10% off. Back to the guys. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, and definitely join Sean, myself, and Brian Shannon on the market recap at 4. Back to you.
Yeah, join us. Hey, at 4 o'clock. We're coming up very, very soon. We are going to get a little bit out of this. We might as well just tap it all out. There it is. We are now out of Intel. I just bid 54s. Get out of that one. So, yeah, man, there it goes. It's been a good day. Yeah, I know. NVIDIA down 4%. I think there is going to be some buy opportunities there on NVIDIA. I said that for 180 level is a good one, and that's right where
50 period
we're at right there. There we go. We're just crushing. There was some size there. I don't know if you guys saw that. That disappeared pretty quickly on the bid as we get into the day's low right now for NVDA. So, yeah, man, definitely a little bit of a rough ride here on that news. But we took advantage of it, man. We made a decent amount of money there on our good friend Intel. So, yeah, it was a good afternoon for sure. Intel, AMD, all that kicking out now as well. So far, so good here. Did you just get some fills pop in there or no, not really?
No.
Okay.
No. I was just sort of.
I'll make sure this.
No, I was just like, what the heck? ARM.
Oh.
There was at about 10 o'clock.
Up, ARM?
All I remember at 10 o'clock, I was like, oh man, it's more than just AMD that's strong in the chip land. ARM's looking really, really good. And then I zoomed out. I was like, yeah, but that looks like a pretty good top on ARM up around the 180 level. Yikes. Now down 2%. So these guys, there was a small piece of news on ARM positively, but when you meet that with selling, and these guys are in anything, if you need power efficient chips, which you do for phones and tablets, and that's these guys. And unfortunately, when you threaten trade with China, that's going to be bad for them. So this is yet another example of the stock breaking down. But yeah, I think you got to look elsewhere, like whether it's like some of the fintech names. Maybe tomorrow we can see if they can find some strength there, like the Hut 8s. Maybe crypto can do a little bit better because it wasn't all that bad. But everything else, yikes. Yikes is all I got to say. You just don't. When you get a good V-shaped recovery day, you don't want to. It doesn't matter. You don't have to end on the highs. Like we can pull back. We've done a million times this happens where you get a pullback, but that's not the kind of pullback where you want to have happen. So unfortunately, that's just where we're at, and we're always going to be headline driven. We don't have economic data to worry about anymore. We got Fed speak that didn't seem to scare us whatsoever. But this is a type of market where you've got to be particular about where you're trying to be long. As we said, like Caterpillar had a good day. Walmart was absolutely fine. One had news, one didn't. Overall, the Qs did have a solid day. A name that we didn't even talk about outside of like for a couple of seconds this morning, Palantir was able to hold green for now. Looks like it'll close green. And another stock that if you're just looking for where you're trying to buy dips, you can do a heck of a lot worse than the time where it bounced the last time and the 50-period moving average. You saw NVIDIA desperately try to hold on to it right now. You saw Palantir holding on to it another time here. So like just 50-period, 50-period, 50-period simple on the daily. Whether it's that or the 200, I love them both. But I can tell you, you get a little bit of trepidation when the market's this finicky over that headline. We knew there was some issues with with tensions back and forth. It's like we get, oh, things are good with China, and we bounce. Now you get this soybean spat, and we have a little bit of a tank event. It's almost like we're just overreacting to every single China headline when fundamentally how much has really changed. So we'll see. About 30 seconds to go in here. Shout out to everyone in the chat. We don't really catch every single name, but I know we forgot. Now that we forgot, and we didn't talk as much about LAC. That ends up closing on the highs as well. So you got to find those kernels of strength on a day like today, because it's not going to be roses when we have this kind of geopolitical talk coming through, and whether it's China or whatever other tariff issues. Let's drop the bell, everybody, because this market closes in 3, 2, and 1, and is now actually closed. So the V-shaped recovery that was not for the market, unfortunately. We were there, and then all of a sudden, what are you going to do? The president has the power to move the market whenever he wants, and this is exactly what's going to happen. And Matt M, fundamentally, there are 100% tariffs going to affect the market in T-minus weeks, which is bad. I agree, but we've seen this party before, and we've seen extensions, all that kind of stuff. Until the actual moment where they go into effect is what I was getting at. Yeah, obviously it's not a good thing. It is going to have a gigantic effect if it does happen. But this could just be tit-for-tat negotiations like it always is. And that's the fun thing about the market, is this kind of creates volatility for you to be able to take advantage of, and that's what we love about it. But you don't have to go anywhere. It's Brian Shannon Day. I had no idea about that Lays call from last week, so always going to be interested to hear what he has to say as well with Adara, Sean, your market recap show with special guest Brian Shannon, starting now.
All right, welcome. Thanks, Neil, for all that. Welcome back. Hey, Adair, how are you doing today?
I'm alive, and we're here and awake. How are you doing today?
It's always good to be alive here and awake.
Isn't that great?
3 good combos.
Trifecta. Yeah.
Right there. Okay. Thank you again, everybody, for watching. Wow, these bright lights are not great for my eyes.
Oh my gosh, my contact has literally fuzzed over so much with these lights that I accidentally read in India as NVIDIA last week. And so, yeah, so I understand your pain.
Missing the N and the.
Well, there's a lot of, these are missing, lots of things we're missing.
Yeah, that's why today I was putting in like multiple zeros.
Yeah.
No, it's all good. We can see perfectly fine. Not. But thank you so much for coming back again here today. What a wild day it was in the market, of course, as the NASDAQ winds up getting crushed right there in the last hour on soybean talk and corn oil, cooking oil, all this kind of stuff, as President Donald Trump, and you can see here if I call up the NASDAQ if this winds up working, and there it goes right now. Nice little pullback here at the end of the day. We were cruising to Greensville there for a minute until that note just came through, and look what happened today. A beautiful battle back after yesterday and Friday, Thursday, Friday, not great last week. We came in there yesterday, a little bit of topsy-turvy movements as well, and then there it goes to the downside right there. Actually, only winding up down 0.63. It was down a little bit lower there just before the close, and you can really see when the volume started picking up there. So a little bit of a rough move there for the NASDAQ. And the SPY, I didn't actually look at that. I'm pretty sure that would have turned red on that move as well, but maybe not. Yeah, just now getting back to green as well. So what was a very rough day to start with turns out to be actually A-OK. Of course, this closing show, our market recap show, is brought to you by Beta Pro and Global X. So go find that out there. Their 3X levered product. Thank you to Global X and Beta Pro for sponsoring here again today. But yeah, what a wild day, man. The SPY right now bouncing off the 50-period moving average, trying to get back to all-time highs. We're not even that far away. The IWM, and again, we're pretty sure that we're going to get the back-to-back rate cuts coming in here October and then again in December. So we'll have to wait to see if that winds up happening. Today, the IWM, a nice move. This is the real winner today. The Russell 2000 up 1.45%. Yeah, I do wonder as well, Gayu right here. Thank you to everybody that's in the chat right now. What will Trump tweet tomorrow? I do not know, but this is FXI. This is the China ETF there today that did have a move upside, which was good, man. And then again, Donald Trump came out. He thought that China was being a little aggressive there, said everything's going to be okay. then came out today. Doesn't like this. Was it soybeans or just cooking oil?
Don't be rude.
So his issue is that China, he believes China is intentionally, I just noticed there's actually a grammatical error in his post. He says, I believe that China purposely, I'm guessing he means China is purposely not buying their soybeans. So because of that, he wants to stop doing business with them with cooking oil. But I think, Sean, like all soybean related jokes aside, the reason the market dropped on that, because right after the cooking oil thing, he said, and all other elements of trade.
Okay.
So cooking oil is just part of the elements of trade Trump wants to drop. And I actually said this on the midday last week when I had the pleasure of being on the midday with you guys trading. I said, with the Trump post, go to like the middle to the end. Go to like the first or second sentence from the bottom, because then you'll get the point of the post. I don't know if you saw his very long 500-word post.
And then eventually gets there.
Right, and I think it was worth it to read the whole post, to get like, kind of context and sentiment after. But I think when you're first trying to figure out what's happening, just go to the end, and he'll kind of tell you what he's trying to go for and what his, what his edict is, what he's planning on, and then you can go back up to figure out how he got there. That's, I find, the most helpful way for news.
Yeah, I mean,
so
good little update there. I mean, that's why we always go to Adair. As soon as we start hearing something about Trump, it's all over it. Read the news, and that's the problem with some of these plays, is that they are very algorithmic. Like these black boxes just kind of go through the news, and then they hit it, and it gets to the downside. The only play that we had on while that was happening, it's going to look a little bit. Well, actually, I don't have my trade on here, but it was that drop down right there on Intel that we wound up having. And actually, if I put on the trades for today, I was always thinking short. And I'm probably going to be thinking short tomorrow unless we get something else. But there it was almost immediately on this drip down. Good little shorts there for Intel. We got news right at the end of the day. A new Eric Jackson play will be Hut 8 apparently coming through again here. As we can search for that Hut 8 news, I'll just get it on Benzinga for us real quickly here. And again, it was that he's talking about it being a potential infrastructure play for Hut 8, AI infrastructure. So here's the talk right here. I'll bring it up. It's Eric Jackson, obviously a famed, made a nice call in Carvana, made a nice call obviously there in Open Door, had Better Homes as well. But here it is, EMJ Capital, whatever, Eric Jackson. Why I'm long Hut 8s, we got to go figure that out. But it could be 100 times, could be 100-time story right there. It's one of the most misunderstood stocks in the market. Everyone still calls it a miner. No, it's not. Apparently, it is an energy AI infrastructure platform play. So we'll wait to see if that winds up coming through there for Hut 8, and the stock definitely reacts in a positive manner there, boosting up. I mean, it's only up 1.472% or so today, but there's the move right there. There's the pullback. We had it and we got it good. Shout out to everybody that was with me on that one. And again, don't want to talk too humbly about it, but we had a good trade right there as well. Yeah, no gloat zone. Yeah, well. Okay, we'll move off of that for now. Welcome back today. 1950 right there. Nice move back up to the upside, 2250. There's another pure play miner right here in Mara, up 10%. So there goes that play. Oh, I got zoomed out apparently on that one. Hopefully we will be joined today by Brian Shannon momentarily. Hut 8 was one of the weakest miners today. So go figure that one. Mara up 10%. Riot Blockchain is another name. Nice upside play. So again, up 2.5%, so not as much as Mara. So I'm just wondering if these are AI infrastructure plays and things like that, a pure play like a GE Vernova, something like that could also see some upside momentum over there. The day really started with some critical mineral plays. CRML today to the upside, trading sharply as a group amid renewed tensions between the US and China. So that's back now. Right there at the end of the day. So rare minerals could be coming back, and China's Commerce Ministry confirmed holding working level trade talks with the U.S. on all of this. So USAR, another play today. We did have some pullbacks. CRML kind of held up there, but USAR downside. The big winner out of all of this looks like it might be one that's located here in Canada. Lithium America continues to go higher and actually takes out that $10 level. I think this is a continuation play. Oh man, those lights. I think this is a continuation play for tomorrow on LAC, ending the day at the highs. We'll wait to see if that one comes back in. And then what was it? TMC, the metals company, also with a nice play today as well, upside. So we'll have to watch out for that one. Only up now, 0.19, as it gave it all back almost as well. And then we had bank earnings season was and is upon us right now, continuous with tomorrow, right? We get a couple more names out there tomorrow. So Thing is that they come in the morning time, right? So nothing to cover.
Graphic for them.
Or already graphic prepared. So right now we had JP Morgan today. Looks like they were really hit early on. Not a great play there for JP Morgan. Posted earnings of 507 and sales of 47 billion, beating both on the top and bottom line. But the market did not like it early as it fell back into 294 right there. We'll hold out hope that it can get back going. JP Morgan bouncing off of its 50-period moving average. Goldman Sachs came out as well today with a report, and they had a dip and a dive as well. Goldman Sachs posted stronger than expected earnings and sales, although their equity trading revenue missed estimates. So I think that that's, again, a negative point there on Goldman Sachs. We all love the equity trading part of it, so that should have been a little bit better. This is my next major bank play, would be Goldman Sachs. Another one reported today, Citigroup. Wow, talk about a positivity right there. Citigroup today did have a nice day, man, up 4% today, as Citigroup today posted better than expected sales and earnings adjusted per shares, exceeding their estimates, and a dividend raise. And then we'll just wind up right now with Wells Fargo similarly beat their expectations again. Wow, everyone beating today in the bank space, right? Wells Fargo, Adara, why did I not see this or trade this? I know you were mentioning it all day, of course, but Wells Fargo up 7%. Adara, I know you're busy, but I think that's one of the biggest moves for Wells Fargo, potentially of all time.
I would need more time to go and look at that, but I don't trust AIs for this type of thing, just because I like to do my own fact checking. But yeah, I mean, Sean, if I have some time tomorrow, I can do a quick little flut through. I will say Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan, for myself personally, my best stocks of the day, and honestly wish I'd only traded banks. But yeah, I mean, I think like the nice thing too about these banks is there's really something for everyone. If you like a more spready ticker, you can trade JPM or Goldman Sachs. If you like, as you mentioned, more of a Wells Fargo, you nice little speedy guy. Citigroup and Wells Fargo provide those opportunities. Even tomorrow, you have one spreadier one and one more normal one, like Morgan Stanley versus BAC. So I love that about the banks. Then we get our good friend Schwab later this week, and Schwab is more of a BAC than a Morgan Stanley, if you catch my drift. And by that, I just mean it is less daunting to trade from a spread perspective. You guys can look at all of these EPS and revenue estimates, though, on X at TTV Research. They're going to be reposted again tomorrow morning, right before all the banks report earnings. I already have the post scheduled. Now, thank you very much to Adam James HPN for the $5 super chat, asking you and I to look at RDZN news catalyst presenting in the USA, looking really solid, up over 20% today. Thank you. You are welcome, RDZN. Let me see here how this looks. This looks really choppy. That's kind of my first take. Like, there's a lot of, chip chop on the 3-minute chart. Let's see how it's shaping up here on the daily, though, to kind of see this is maybe more of a longer-term play. I will say on the daily, Sean, I kind of like how this is setting up. We're trying to break, I think, above that 130 level. We did break above it today, but we struggled with that 140. I just don't know if I see this as a huge intraday trade because of how little volume this is getting. It's super choppy here around that $1.28 level. As you can see, we kind of have, and these candles usually to me are indicative of either like very barcode action or there just isn't a lot of volume. But thank you very much there for the super chat. Adam James HPN, I have to say, like, the daily looks nice. I just don't know how I feel about this one from an intraday perspective.
Yeah, Roadzen is an insurance company with its mission to transform auto insurance powered by AI. I can actually kind of get behind this right here. Here's the story on Roadzen right now. A short float of only 1.4% right there, but a float of 31 million, so that's not great. No EPS or anything to talk about right now, as tangible book is still minus 41 cents, or 0.41. It's not a cents thing. So we'll have to wait to see what happens there. If they can put together a profitable quarter, it might be too late. But yeah, I like that play. The same kind of reason why I like Oscar Health as well. A new play using AI to sort of disrupt one of the sectors, right? These guys are doing it with auto insurance, health insurance is OSCR. And Oscar actually today got a initiation for, back down to 21, okay. Got initiation coverage from Goldman today, or was it Morgan Stanley, one of the banks, with a price target, first one neutral at $17. So they just kind of took off and now battling back again. A name that shouldn't be affected too much by China right there as well. Okay, so that's the major banks there. Today we did have a crypto plummet. I don't want to use the word plummet yet. I just did. That makes no sense. But Bitcoin was down today, and it has had one of these kind of moves again, right? Like we were all kind of saying, lamenting the fact that we didn't buy the dip. Well, you get another opportunity basically right now to do that again here on IBIT as the move goes from 72 back into 60s there. As again, they're just trading lower here altogether. Ethereum was also a little lower today with ETHA making the move back in. Ethereum down, what, 3% there, 4% with Bitcoin down 3%. I don't really know. It's just nearing lows from Friday's sell-off there. The volatility in crypto continues there, largely attributed to trade tensions again between China and the US. So I would say pick up anything on weakness there. We see Coinbase. I don't, you know, it's like two birds in one hand and whatever, a stone in the other, whatever that saying is there. If you're going to hold crypto, it's going to be a wild ride. And if you're going to hold Coinbase, you're going to have to sort of figure that out as well, as they both continue to be pretty aggressive plays there. This one pulling back into the 50-period moving average. Maybe we can ask our guest, Brian, about Coinbase, if he does like that at some point. We did have a good report the other day from Broadcom, of course, Adara, as Broadcom there in Oracle Cloud today will deploy 50,000 AMD AI GPUs in its cloud infrastructure starting in H2, second half of 2026. So Broadcom gets a nice move up on that play there. Did you trade Broadcom today? It seems like a Dara name.
It is. So I was slightly, I was like very light green today. I was a light mint, and that's only because of the banks, as I said. This is a little bit of a deeper green than my P&L was today, truthfully. Okay. But yeah, Broadcom and Tesla, my worst two names today. I'm going to be honest. I did try some Broadcom. Wasn't really quite my style. But I mean, yeah, like I said, those banks, I ended up banking on the banks, both JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs. I wish I'd only traded those, but alas, I did not. But yeah, I mean, Broadcom, and I was saying this to Obi as well yesterday. Broadcom today a little bit too super choppy. It would make you think it was going to do something directional, and then it would, you know, chop, run on its treadmill in its range. So kind of disappointing. Maybe I won't look at it tomorrow unless something super obvious sets up. But you're right, it isn't a Dara type of play, Sean. So thank you for representing it. It does have a bit of spread.
The story that I liked from that side of it was AMD. We've been continuing to trade AMD pretty much every single day because now that it's broken above 200, got to all-time highs again, and now is just trying to dance. We make that play early, of course. There's that 50,000 AMD GPUs, right? And so I thought that was a good area. We put it on our sticky note today. We got that one. That was a monster. It was one of my best ones of the day. $6 there from 216, 217 up to 223. There's my out right there, just a little bit into that day's high. And then there's the drop down again on negative news. So that's Advanced Micro Devices. Salesforce was funny because Salesforce really needs to get out of its own way at some point here. That is for sure. And then now today, boom, right back down. Damn, Salesforce, man, a stock that I own can't get out of its own way again, like I said. Very choppy in this area, but Salesforce did have a decent story with a partnership with Stripe and OpenAI today to launch instant checkout integration. So that would make a little bit of sense. I don't know what OpenAI has anything to do with this, but I do understand Stripe there and Salesforce. So Stripe is another IPO that we wait for coming through. So hopefully that will hit very, very soon, the Salesforce or the Stripe IPO. But you know what was an interesting name was StubHub. StubHub yesterday, okay, it was up to $20, pulling back there today. Didn't see the move there, but StubHub tried to get going, making that bottom in and around 17. And again, you know, we always talk about IPOs. We saw Robinhood, we saw some of these other names, but StubHub might have made it close to a bottom here in and around 17, now back up to $20 again for StubHub. So we'll watch out. I think this is a good breakout candidate here. Sometimes you get that looping down in, you make the bottom, then you take this area out and go higher. So we're gonna have to watch for $20, $50 to $21 there on StubHub. It wasn't Gemini. Hey, Brian, what's going on, my guy? Right there. Let me know when he's ready, Fabian. Brian Shannon. Is he ready? Not yet. Okay, soon as we get ready to go. There was another recent IPO. It wasn't Figma, Gemini.
There was a laundry one last week that Obi made a lot of really solid like money laundering puns about. Right. They did really well. He's just nodding. But yeah, Circle, okay, CoreWeave. How far back are you thinking, Sean? Klarna?
Don't worry about it. Oh, we could check out Klarna.
Voyager?
Klarna, Voyager. That's the exact one I want to talk about because there was some space stories today.
Ray Blanco, too, that's some dude who I couldn't find much info on. Apparently, he liked it as a long, and it did get a very minimal volume pump on that.
Okay, I think I need to do some more work on Voyager because this name, again, and I was looking at it, so that's why thanks, Fabian, the fact that it did slip my mind. Look at this base right there for Voyager, $30. You know, I want to figure out what they're doing, but another AI play here, Voyager, waiting to figure out, again, a recent IPO that came out at $60 or maybe even 70, finishes that day down quite nicely, down, like it just got absolutely crushed to the downside. Voyager, look at this, man. This might be looking pretty good there, taking out 30. Nothing like a nice glass of vodka at 4:20 in the afternoon. All right, enough is enough. Let's bring him on. It's Brian Shannon. Okay, Brian, how are you doing today, my friend?
I am alive and awake, Sean, just like you and Adara.
Good. Yeah, we're staying awake here. These bright lights definitely keep us awake. That is for sure. Brian, we got a little bit of a note there at the end of the day about, hey, potentially Trump is not too happy with China all of a sudden again. For me, I think it's great for day trades. It's definitely a good opportunity to get that volatility back and forth. But what are you thinking about for swing trades right now? Like the fact that we had Amazon down today at 212, then it went right back to 222 again, and then back down again on this news. I feel like this is a very, very choppy time to be putting on some sort of swing trade ideas. Agree or disagree here?
I do agree. You know, for the SPY, the Qs, the semis were below declining 5-day moving average, and that's an environment where it's not as good for putting on swing trades. So here's that SPY, by the way. Now, we have the 50-day moving average, which we're seeming to want to hold. But if we break below that, then we could be in bigger trouble. I mentioned Alpha Trend subscribers yesterday that I wasn't thrilled about swing trade candidates, and all the best opportunities that I was finding were in these little names that are just, you know, theme-based momentum, which is great, as you said, for day trading and for holding small pieces overnight. But that's where the action really seems to be, and for skilled day traders like yourself.
I mean, this critical minerals stock here, CRML, we had USAR, MP Metals, but this CRML, man, I mean, another 30% there today. And I mean, it just gets
criminal.
It just gets even better as Trump keeps talking about potential issues with China. Like, this is a perfect example of what we just talked about, theme-based trading. And I mean, this was $6 back on September 30th, now all the way back up to $30 and change. I was saying, tell me about what you think about this idea, or whatever you want, but LAC here. Today, just at the close, Brian, to me, this is very bullish. We just took out the top there. It's in the right space. It continues to go higher. This name could definitely work out. We got maybe some weak hands potentially out from $9.50 down to $8, and then the strength came right back in the name. I always like it when stocks make like new local highs right near the end of the day. Got any thoughts about LAC potentially moving into tomorrow and into the end of the week?
Sure. You look at this weekly chart, Sean, and it really doesn't look like there's any type of natural supply that would be released till about 13. So that weekly chart says really nice things, and we consolidated above this prior level. And I agree with you 100%. 13 is where it looks like it's headed. And the worst case risk, I think, would be below today's low. Ideally, what we would get in here tomorrow is a pullback to today's VWAP, bounce off that, and then you could set your stop maybe even as tight as, you know, just under $9 per share. Let me talk about another theme real quick, just to piggyback on what you were saying about StubHub, Sean. This is something I've noticed with some of these recent IPOs, that we had a great trade from here right up to the anchor, and then it got hit pretty hard off that. And I was looking to short this, but I didn't do it. I didn't have the confidence, although here's why I was looking at it, because there were two other recent IPOs that had this same exact type of pattern. One was BLSH, and you can see that this one ran straight into the anchor from the IPO and then got hit. And then the one that Adara was mentioning was Klarna, and that one had the same thing, ran right up perfect to the VWAP from the IPO, and then just got hit really hard from there. So I think that for StubHub, it's probably going to come down and test into this 17.5 area, rebuild, and then maybe you're ready to see it get going, Sean.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here with us today, Ryan. I know you're not huge at looking at these earnings names, but I do want to talk a little bit more about a sector here, banks. We know they have had earnings today, or they have earnings coming up. Are there any maybe on like a wider time frame that you like here, or what's your thought on the financial space, maybe more in general?
I like the way they handled the earnings today, Dara. So coming into today, on the daily chart, we had broken some important support below the 20 and the 50-day moving average right here. And as I mentioned last night to subscribers, that if the banks are well received and we get back up above this level, that's going to create a bear trap. Now, it doesn't mean, though, that it's just going to, move straight higher from here. The short-term issue is we have these little lower highs and lower lows. So what I'd like to see for the banks is settle down in this area 53-ish, kind of build a couple higher lows, and then be able to push higher. So there's time, I think, to get involved in these before they take off, and now's the time to be looking at J.P. Morgan, Wells Fargo, Citi, and all the other ones.
All right, guys, let's go over a quick little stock blitz right now, okay? Because I got some things to talk to Brian about real quick. All right, yesterday, well, not yesterday, last time you were on here last week, Brian, you gave some bangers. I tweeted at you today a little bit, and you had to remind me of Seals Q, so we're going to get to that in just a couple seconds. Let's talk about SoundHound first. You've been really banging the table on this, for as far as I can remember anyways, and it's been a nice move higher here for SoundHound. And, I mean, I was talking about Big Bear AI. You kept going back to this name as well. And it looks like right here, we are finally starting to get going. I mean, we've been going for a while. It's been a great call, but you were last week right here, and that was $16, $17, or maybe 18, and now we're going through $21 right now. I always look at names like this and wonder about some of these topping candles that wind up happening. And, we might have made one there today, but you expand on the monthly, the weekly on SoundHound, it does look like there's potentially more room to go, but that little dollar drop there right at the end of the day, obviously related to a little bit of China, but congrats on SoundHound. Do we have more room to run on this one?
I do think I think you can make it up towards that 24, 25 level that was the previous high in late 24. Let's take a look at that, actually, since I see my charts are up there now. But, up into this zone, as we discussed last week, everyone is focused on this stuff, but don't forget risk management in here. We are getting stretched, but the momentum, if it can continue, runs right up into that zone. Today, we held above the daily volume weighted average price, even with that sell-off, and had some room to spare. So even if we were to pull back down into here tomorrow morning and then reclaim the daily VWAP, I think that's probably another entry for at least what would start out as a day trade, and then see if it can continue to provide some nice momentum.
Okay, that's SoundHound. All right, great to have you on a Tuesday. Seems like Tuesdays are great days for this stock, that is for sure. Seals Q here, known as LAES. You are all about this, man. You left us with this last week. We have over 3,500 viewers watching right now, and I wonder why you're giving us these plays. This was the day you were on. Right into here. And we had a nice move. This is October the 7th. So if I just do the math, I believe that makes sense, as today is the 14th. So there's the move down there. And you had mentioned that we'd come right into a little bit of a level, and you liked what you were seeing there to the upside. So maybe we can review what caught your attention, and then there's the move up, a nice 23% move. If we could show the chart there. Oh, you've already been doing that. Okay, so that's a great move there, Fabian. Thank you for that. And Brian, congratulations on this one. Are you still in? Did you take some off? This is a Brian Shannon special. It's LAES.
If I didn't say I was long that day, I was looking to get long. Okay. So just to refresh your memory, here's the anchor from the beginning of the year, and that's what we spoke about, is this blue anchor, and that it got above and was holding above that. Now, we spoke about it, and the next day it did nothing, and then it gapped up. And when it gapped up, it pulled back and gave a great entry that day. I got out Friday morning because I took the afternoon off, and I figured good enough, I'm going to leave it alone. But got back involved in it today just for day trades. It still looks, it's been a great stock for me, but I don't have the conviction to hold these names. Mm-hmm. It looks like it's going to head once again towards that $10 share where we had big prior support after the IPO, and then that's where that last spike ran into as well. So looks like it's heading towards 10. It's going to be maintained on my active trade, ideas list, and keep hoping it can provide nice gains.
I mean, the thing about all of this is, Brian, of course, hey, Adair, what's going on? We had a lot of movement in some of these random names, like a Seals Q, and, not that Soundhound is random, but some of these rare earth metal names that we never heard of before. But I've heard of gold, and I mean, I'm sure that we've all traded gold at some point in our life a little bit. But wow, GLD up another 1%. I know we talked about this last week. We talked about how copper continues to go a little bit higher as well. And it's kind of the same thing I'm trying to ask everybody, and that is like, what do we look? We just got a bad print there, which is why it's showing 379. But we're still up to 381.40 right now. And I mean, it's just, there's almost nothing. This is a daily. Here, Brian, and we just keep on making the move to the high side. Traders may be waiting for a pullback to the 50-period moving average. If you aren't in gold right now, is it overextended? Any opinions here on any of the metals, but more specifically this GLD trade?
I mean, I would have told you the same thing last week. I would have said, it's overextended. And here we are higher, and it's still overextended. And that's the thing. Just because it's extended doesn't mean it can't keep going higher. What it does mean, though, is it's not a reason to short it. That's the worst thing people can do is look at a market and say, that's too far extended. It's up too much. I'm going to short it. It has to come back down to the 20 or the 50 or whatever. That is, fighting the trend, and you just don't want to do that. So we continue to see higher highs and higher lows. There's no reason to fight that. I would, ideally, maybe it pulls back down towards that 20-day moving average. That hasn't even been tested since the August breakout. So, maybe 365-ish, if it can pull back in there in the next week or so, then it could provide a better entry. But up here, it seems a little risky to me.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think that's great analysis. If we can get some opportunities down there near 360, we will take that. I just want to remind everybody that who we have on right now is Maximum Trading Gains with an anchored view up. I pry this from Obi's hands, who's another one of our hosts right there. So he gave it to us last week, and here it is right now. So thanks to Brian Shannon for continuously joining us every Tuesday at this time. So again, they could go find you at Alpha Trends on X and as well on StockTwits. But no pressure or anything. I mean, we talked about that Lays and Soundhound and all that kind of stuff from last week. Oh, what is this right there? What do we have up there? What estimates? USAR now. Okay, do we want to take a question from the audience right now, Brian? We have a question about what is your opinion on USAR? So again, another metals play that's really been going to the upside there. I believe the United States, is this correct, Adara? 5% stake or so last week in USAR? Talk about
USAR.
that.
I believe the CEO kind of stirred up rumors, but I think that was mostly the CEO trying to get people to think there was an investment. To my knowledge, there isn't an investment, but it's not like CRML where we know they're not going to make an investment because they said they haven't. I'll look more into the USAR situation, but I think you're thinking of TMQ with the most recent stake there.
We did talk about, I think, a little TMQ and TMC last week, Brian, but what do you think about USAR here?
USAR got a little stretched, from 15 to 45 in the last 2 weeks. So right now we have this high, we have a lower high. We do still have a rising 5-day moving average. So I'd like to see it come down like this and maybe pull back to the month-to-date anchor near 33 before I'd consider it really a bounce candidate. So maybe a couple days of continued downside and inside day, and then you would be able to get that bounce. But today's big range kind of tells me, be really careful with it up here now.
All right, Brian, we got you on that one. Is there another name as we go again? Over 3,000 watching. Anything you want to talk about? I mean, you have a great subscriber base as well. I want to make sure everybody goes on to X, subscribes to your feed as well for ideas and commentary continuously. But what about for Trader TV Live family here? Anything you're looking at in the next coming days?
How about Archer Avionics, ACHR?
Yeah.
Now this one, first you've got to recognize the personality of the stock. When we look at this weekly chart, we had this one run up, we had this run up, and we had this run up. The prior two run ups, it got smashed hard. So that's the type of stock we're dealing with. But these are the stocks that are going in this market. And if it can break this, then we're probably going to do one of these parabolic runs in this stock. I got shaken out of it today, but that's okay. It's still setting up. If you can see that, those last couple drives that I was talking about, they were hit immediately. This time it ran up, and now it's consolidating, yes, with a big range, but for tomorrow, what I'm looking at is if it can pull back down towards this level here. This is today's volume weighted average price. If it does this, this is what I call a 2-1. It pulls back to the prior day's VWAP. And then if it gets above the daily VWAP, that's when the buyers are regain control. That would be a purchase right there for this stock. And I would think a stop would go somewhere right about 12.20-ish or so. So maybe risking about 80 cents. But if this thing gets going, the upside could be, 3-5 times that.
You're speaking our love language around here with that one, Archer Aviation, because that is an 18% short float as well. So, if traders are caught short on that name, obviously that could pop through on any kind of an upgrade or, as you said, seasonality here with Archer. Okay, that's great. Thank you again so much, Brian, for joining us. We are short on time, but thank you for all your ideas. Thank you for those plays last week. And, thanks for commenting on some of the X posts as well. And I want to remind everybody, Brian never asks for me to do this, but Maximum Trading Gains with Anchored VWAP by Brian. Go pick it up on Amazon, right?
Yep.
Okay, there it is. Thank you so much, Brian. And maybe next week we'll take a couple more questions from the audience. I think that went over really well and well received. So, all right, thank you so much. Are you doing anything else, any live streams maybe at the end of this week if people become members or anything on your stream?
I'll be on IBD Live Friday morning if any of your people are interested in that. They've got a great morning show. Okay. Not to compete with yours, but there's a couple of good options out there. But that's okay. The next thing I'll be doing.
Good. Yeah, never heard of it. Okay, thank you so much, Brian, for coming through again. And definitely enjoy your evening, and we'll chat soon.
You too. Thanks.
That's it,
Bye,
Brian.
everyone.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we love the Anchored VWAP. I mean, it's definitely.
Oh, I use it all the time for my trading.
It's being used many more times here
so much
than in the past. I mean, we talk about it. I don't talk about it as much. I just like to use the daily charts, which, VWAP for me is good enough, but you can anchor to the beginning of the day instead of letting it roll. You can.
Or like highs of day, low of day, volume events. I have a whole bunch of hyper-specific strategies.
I think the volume events is really cool. Yeah, again, I mean, it's all into here, every chapter listed there. So if you are interested in Anchored VWAP, thank you, Brian, for sure. Okay, I'm going to ask you something that's more related to your job.
Oh.
And that's like news-based.
I'm excited.
So this is, and there's all different kinds of stories.
Okay.
Right? There's like breaking news or something like that. But this is like, what is your favorite thing to report on? And what I mean by that is it a Truth Social post? Do you love listening to him while Donald Trump is doing his press conferences? Do you like to report maybe breaking news stories with stocks in the middle of the day? So this is sort of, what is your most favorite breaking news thing to bring to our audience?
Probably Truth Social posts or the Trump cabinet meetings, but in general, if you guys don't know, there's congressional testimony all the time. I watch it pretty much whenever I can. Sometimes it's market related, but I'm entertained by it. And I kind of watch it in my spare time too. So I don't know. I like the political stuff. I do enjoy reporting on. I find that to be quite fun. But my favorite day ever was the Tusk breakup.
Which one was that?
Elon Musk and Donald Trump's breakup on June 5th. That was the craziest thing. That was wild. I could not look away because there would be a story. Someone would have someone in files, and then someone would be, cutting off someone's contracts. Yeah, that was my favorite day. But in general, I find the Truth Social posts because, as you said, you kind of have to learn how to read them, and I've really enjoyed myself with that.
Yeah, I always hear, and you guys don't hear this enough, but we're sitting not too far away from Adair, and I can. Whenever I hear her chuckle a little bit, I know she's listening to some kind of a press conference. So I knew it was going to be definitely.
What's your favorite type of news, breaking news, intraday to trade on? Then to kind of ask you a version of what
I think it's so right now it's just China related stuff.
Yeah.
Because most of the stocks that I'm looking at will react almost immediately to those stories. So for me, the minute I hear, okay, come over to me, breaking news, something about China, then I can immediately know that there could be some follow through. So that, to me, I like the follow-through news stories. Because sometimes on stocks, like we had Hut 8 today, was great.
Yeah.
I wound up making some good money on it, but I'm not as confident. Because when it's stock-related, sometimes the move happens too fast. And by the time we actually hear the story, we're late to that.
Yeah, right. I think sometimes that happens. And sometimes they're good reversion plays, like pizza, Papa John's. It popped. Yeah, Papa John's popped yesterday. There was like a buyout rumor, and then it kind of gave it back, and that ended up being a great reversion of that pop. So yeah, I don't know. I think all of the intraday breaking news is fun, but my favorite is going to be the Trumps.
I feel like Adair and I could sit here and talk day,
We
but that
could.
doesn't mean that Ramin or Fabian would be very happy with that.
They would
So
not.
let's wrap this thing up immediately. So thank you so much again. See what I'm saying? Thank you so much again for every. Okay, now Ramin's putting her hand there now. All right, so thanks for so much. We want to thank Global X for sponsoring again and Beta Pro. That's Adara. You know that by now. I'm Sean, and we're both, hopefully, back in tomorrow morning. So we'll see everybody bright and early at 8:30. Ciao for now.
See ya. Yeah, I've slightly considered taking